Happy Saturday. It's Baseline Brunch. What's up, fam? It's Cess, your favorite auntie with Uncle Tendencies in the building with the Baseline Brunch panel. Commish, High Life, Brittany. What's good?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Coming on in the chat, y'all. Hit the like and the share. They are both right there. We appreciate y'all pulling up with us. How y'all doing? I got to get my fantasy football together. I got to get some shekels together. It's a lot going on for me right now. It's a lot going on for me this Saturday morning at the brunch. We going to get into a lot. Michael Coker, what's happening? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. We saw some great hoops. Here recently. How are you ladies?
I'm good. I do work today, but I'm good. Out here in the snow. I don't know too many people that got snow going on. Like we got snow going on down here in Michigan, but yeah.
Yeah, we got snow going on.
Snow.
Big snow going on.
Turn the lights on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
The commission's in the building. The commission's in the building. Turn the lights on.
Wonderful. I don't know why StreamYard didn't want me to be great this morning, but I'm here. I'm excited. Let's get it.
Oh yeah, let's get it. I was just letting the ladies know I'm over here kind of looking at my fantasy football, looking at my shekels, and thinking about all of the great hoops that we saw this week. Some great hoops. I know we're gonna talk ACC SEC challenge. But I wanted to shout out Audie Crooks and Talia Scott. I'm watching those two over there in that Big 12. I'm watching those two over there in that Big 12. Audie, keep doing your thing. It was a weird week, y'all. It was a weird week. I seen Ja almost get throughout the game. Hannah got throughout the game. We're gonna talk ACC SEC challenge, but when I looked at those two things, I just want to ask y'all real quick: are they over policing women's hoops? And I mean that in the sense that are they trying to make us play like girls? Do y'all follow me?
I follow you. I don't feel that way. At this moment, I give it the grace that like more time can pass. We'll see. I think, by the way, let me say it this way: it doesn't feel uniquely different than any other year, maybe is the way I would say it. I do think that is a problem. I think when you think about intersectionality, which we've talked before, but I just think people's bias and whatever, right? And that applies to women as well. It's not just men. I think it's a societal thing where there's this phenomenon that exists with women in sports, especially contact sports. And then furthermore, with Black women particularly. And so to not recognize that and not have an honest conversation about it, that is where you're being disingenuous. We don't live in a society where we don't live in a vacuum. Those things exist. And so I think that's an issue that's perpetuated in the W. We've talked about it. In college basketball, we've talked about it. That I do think, quite frankly, any sport that has Black women and they like to put Black women versus white women, and white women are need to be protected from the Black woman, and all that stuff. And then if you add in any sexuality with it, it just gets really convoluted. And people don't want to. I don't know if they're not capable or if they want to put blinders on and pretend we don't live in that world. But I think all those things are at play at any time. And we see it come to a head a lot in basketball. I think soccer is another place we see it. But soccer doesn't have the platform that women's basketball does right now. So it's a little different. Plus, you have the international angle. So it just creates like more dimensions. But anyway, all that to say, it doesn't feel uniquely a problem yet to me. Okay. But I think it's always been a problem. We're just seeing it show up on the
maybe
stage.
Something I just haven't paid attention to. Y'all hit the chat. Y'all hit the like and share. They both right there. Let us know where y'all tuning in from this morning. Great point. Yeah, I just was looking and it was like, hey, You got threw out because you looked at her? I don't know. Too sensitive.
I do think though. Did you? Well, we'll get into it when we watch the game. I'll save it for when we
watch the game, when we talk about it.
Thank you. When we talk about it, because we're not watching it live here. But sorry,
No,
we're not gonna watch it live here. But there are a couple games that I do need to catch a rewatch with a couple of y'all on. So I'll catch y'all schedule later. There's a couple games that it's like, hey, let's look at this. Go ahead. What you just want to say? Somebody?
No, I said I'm down.
Okay. Cool. So let's jump into where do y'all want to start at? Because y'all know I got a topic that I want to get to. Y'all know I got a topic. I got a topic that's burning a hole in my head right now.
Maybe we start with the. Maybe we just start with the. Who was the first game? Do you guys even remember?
Starting from Wednesday?
Yeah, I think so.
1 second. Let me bring it up.
Yeah, because maybe we start with the first game.
I'm telling y'all, I may not make it. I'm just telling y'all.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know. I'm letting you know. Oh, you can't unsee some stuff. Okay, now, what was our first game? Hold on.
What, Tennessee Stanford?
Oh,
was that the first game?
I thought it was Oklahoma.
Was that the first one? No. Oh yeah, one of them two. Either Tennessee or
Oklahoma.
I thought was it that or was it Georgia?
It was like Vandy, Virginia, Kentucky. There were like 4 games on at once, right?
I thought it was Georgia Bulldogs and Florida State.
Yeah, because I was watching them all picture in picture. Like, yeah, I remember I was watching all of them at this. There were 4 games on at the same time. I think it was Georgia, Florida State, Kentucky, Miami, Vandy, Virginia, and maybe Auburn, Syracuse. Yeah, I think those were anyway, nonetheless, that's what shows up on the
Virginia,
app. So
Vandy.
we could just pretend those are the first.
Oh no, you're right. I got my note. I got my notes. We ready. That is the order. Good morning, everybody. Let's speak in the chat. Joe Mama was good. Smalls the One was good. FM was good. I think that's Denise Oliver. What's good, fam? Okay, so yeah, let's start right there, and then we're gonna get to listen, I'm letting y'all know. Come on, we can try this one. I'm gonna try it. Let's start. Georgia. This is a good place to start.
Oh, we doing the little pups too, huh?
Well, Georgia, Florida State. I want to start with Georgia because Coach Abe, I was firing Coach Abe at one point last year. And then I got to a point in the season when it was like, oh, Coach Abe is playing 5 freshmen. And Coach Abe's trying to figure it out. And then I heard Coach Abe after the South Carolina game kind of talk about her philosophy, what she was trying to do, trying to build the right way. Was very honest about wanting to have what Dawn has, and how valuable what Dawn has is for a program, right? And so coming back into this year, I wanted to see, like, what are you going to look like, especially with my twins leaving and going to Georgetown. Georgia look undefeated. Are they undefeated still? Georgia is surprising me. So I wanted to talk a little bit about them.
Yeah, Georgia's undefeated.
Yeah, Georgia's undefeated. They've had good wins. Well, did you tell everybody the score? Did we say it?
So I have the score as being
80-60.
80-60.
Yeah.
Over Florida State. They beat them by 20. I think they're at a perfect 9-0 record at Florida. In Tallahassee, yeah.
Yep. No, and the reason why I'm adding all this is because I think it's important context for everything you just said.
And I take that back. That was the fastest way that Georgia has reached 10 wins in program history.
Mm-hmm.
So they're at 10 wins now. And so this is kind of like, okay, did Coach Abe figure this thing out? And some of the coaches that I said, let me give them one more year. I'm glad that I did.
Yeah, I would be interested. I'm not as y'all know, I'm a Gamecock. But it would be interesting if there's anyone like from the greater metropolitan, like Atlanta, Athens area who has a sense of like, are they investing in the team differently? And I say that because I think there's so much right talent right in Atlanta, as we all know. Like so many of our great Gamecocks, we've been able to just escort down the road to Columbia. So it
y'all
feels
let
like
get town. Y'all let see.
So not, huh?
See. See, you did this on purpose, and we started in Georgia for a reason. You did this on purpose. Here we go. And
Wow.
y'all let Raven get out of town. Y'all let Sanaya get out of town. Y'all let Big Foe get out of town.
Yeah, so back to Georgia, and you know, at the end of the day, I mean, I think they look good. They got, speaking of people from Atlanta, they got Georgia Tech girly, right? Carnegie. Is that Carnegie? Yeah.
Yes, that is Danny Carnegie.
Mm-hmm. So they've been able to, I think that helped too, because like Georgia Tech really did have a great year. Well, they could have had a better year, but all intents and purposes, they had a good year. Coach Nell retired, and then everybody kind of dissipated. Georgia clearly was a beneficiary of that. So, you know, from that standpoint, I think they have someone who's played at high level, who has done well, like infusing that into the program. Plus, I think, you know, the stuff that they've done. I personally was impressed by Georgia. Not only, I think we mentioned it maybe on our baseline brunch right before Thanksgiving. They ended up beating, was it Kansas?
Yes, it was. I was just
that 42 point. So I think that gave you an indication of where they were going to be. And then to follow that up with, granted, like Florida State doesn't look like Florida State last year, but Florida State does have talent. So they're not like immune of talent. Like, so to have that type of win, I think is really good too. So I think it says a lot about kind of, I don't even remember in our preview of the season where we technically had Georgia. I'm sure it was not high, but wherever it was, Georgia's probably going to finish higher than I thought. So
question. I'm glad you said that. Do you think this 10-0 record is them being able to compete in the SEC? And I'm not saying that they finna win an SEC title or be top 5 or whatever like that, but does this say more about them being closer to being able to compete for an SEC title, or do you think this is a product of a soft schedule?
No, because if I recall correctly, weren't there games last year where Georgia gave people kind of the blues? They didn't end up winning.
Yeah,
but
I thought Georgia lacked size last year. Yep.
Yeah, but they like
played us up.
Yeah, they played
They
us
did.
up. I can't remember who the other team is.
They beat Tennessee last year.
Yeah, Tennessee. I was just about to say, I want to say it's Tennessee. Yeah, so I actually think they've been stacking this for maybe for some time, and it's just now one of those that's now kind of coming to the front. They're not all the way there, but now we can actually say, like, you know,
see the vision.
Yeah, we see the vision, or like that's not a team to sleep on. That's probably not as cupcake as people thought before. Yeah, they're building, and I'm excited to see what they do during SEC play.
Me too.
For Georgia, look at it this way: from last season, this time last season, Georgia was 5-5.
Yep.
5-5. Lost the overtime game to Hampton. Lost to Virginia Tech, Georgia State. Kind of flipped the script. Script this year, and wouldn't beat Georgia Tech. That's good for them, and then come out just Wednesday and beat Florida State. So for them, they got to be riding a little high, because starting 5-5 definitely feels different from starting 10-0 this year. So I will give them that.
And to be honest, oh sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and to be honest, if they keep their stuff together, they're probably gonna be undefeated till they meet Ole Miss on January 1st.
Absolutely.
Their next few games. Their next few games are.
Oh, go ahead.
No, their next few games are North Carolina A&T, VCU, Coppin State, Charleston Southern. I have them as the favorite in all of that, and not one team is above 500. Yeah. Yeah. I think they're gonna, you know, as long as, you know, nothing, you know, injuries or, you know, sit outs or anything like that. Not that I'm putting that on them, but I'm just saying, like, I think they're in a prime position to probably be undefeated till they see Ole Miss.
Yeah, to that point, I feel like I think it's Mia Woolfolk. I think that's her name. Mia Woolfolk, I believe. I think she had a career high 20 points in that game. And I think her and Carnegie are building into a duo. They get one more person in there. They can have a core three. I don't know who that shooter is going to be. But I think her efficiency in the paint was the difference maker. It was a career high 20, so it's going to be interesting to see if she can keep building on that. But the other thing that I wanted to highlight about Georgia in this game was they only turned the ball over 9 times on the road. And I think that just speaks to a great level of discipline for the team. I don't know what y'all think of that. Top of the top, centered in the building. What's happening? But I wanted to call that out, and I just with FSU falling to 4-6, y'all. What's the temperature of this program? 4-6.
What was the temperature of FSU before they got Latson?
She said before, like 4 years.
I'm gonna be honest. I hadn't thought about Florida State since Deion Sanders. I mean, I'm being for real, truthfully honest. Now, just being honest, I hadn't thought about him since then, for real.
That's my point.
Yeah, it's 1 year post lasting, so I think it's time to give some grace if we're doing that. But yeah, that is a good statement, Commish. Like, what was it before?
Well, I just thought that with Latson there, I guess they could have done a better job of stacking up talent. I thought that having when you got Latson there, that's a heck of a recruiting chip, right? So I would have hoped that they'd have got some better talent, because now I don't know how you recruit unless you just dropping bags. What's up, Nate?
Well, and then the other person that they did lose with Latson, they lost Timpson too, y'all.
Yep.
So those are 2 pretty big losses for them. So for them, this is kind of like they're in the ACC. The ACC is all over the place. So there's no need to, it's not all right, let's throw in the towel. Heck no. You can get some wins in the ACC and sneak a couple.
I'm just not that high on Timpson, y'all, but I know what you're saying. That was day one. I mean, listen, here's my thing. Here's my thing. When I look at Timpson, right? And this, I don't want this to be like I'm picking on Timpson, but I'm trying to figure out how the hell is Timpson getting run in Indiana, and Letitia and me here is trying to find a home.
Because of the team. Indiana lacked size last season. They needed the size real bad. So I think
but I'm just saying
she just fit there.
Okay.
I think that's the other part with the dub is kind of like.
I guess my thing is when I look at that, it's like, yeah, okay, she's big, but would I have gotten more out of Letitia and me here at the 5 there? I probably got more athleticism, more defense. I mean, I'm just not high on Timpson, y'all. I wasn't high on Timpson at Florida State. I'm not high on Timpson now. If I had to pick between like a Timpson and a Fagan, I would take a Fagan. I'm biased.
Of course, that too. Yeah, but I do like her in Indiana, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I really did in Florida State, but I do low key like her in Indiana.
I do too. I'm not going to hold you. I actually thought she should have been playing over Bree Turner. I mean, Bree Turner has the.
See, I didn't think she should be playing either. But we probably should talk about Indiana another time.
I was going to say, and the last thing I'll say about LA, I think what's difficult for teams, they're not very imaginative.
Can't use it.
Speaking of not being imaginative, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think LA is difficult for certain people because she can play so many different positions. I actually think in a way, I'm not equating her to Haley Jones, but it's almost Haley Jones-like, where she's tall, can handle the ball. So then for this again, plight of Atlanta. So they tried to put her at PG, but she's not really quite a P. Like, there's better PGs, you know what I mean? And so I think for LA,
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that there's no place for you. It just matters. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you need someone who's like, cool, you can do a lot of things. let me put you in this position, or here's how you're going to plug the hole for this team. I do think upcoming and Unrivaled will be interesting, because I think it will open the eyes and the minds to people of how to use LA.
Let's go.
So I say all that to say, yeah, because even if you watch her games in Spain, like her slashing, like she's doing a little bit of everything, but I think she can be a long wing, like a 3-4, like depending on your lineup and depending on what you need, she can play a lot of different roles. So she could play 3-4-5. I don't really want her playing 5. So it's like really 3 is where I would, 3 or 4, depending on your scheme. But she can play 5.
We saw that 30-point outbreak. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not, that's the part that's funny to me, is like, you know, people always say the NFL is a copycat league. Like, it feels like the W is very copycat too, because it's really not that hard to play like this.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I see Nate, I see you in the chat with a whole lot of conversation about these Gamecocks. And if you're really not ready to have a conversation about the Gamecocks, let's not even start. Because your first statement is really throwing me off.
Are we even talking about the Gamecocks right now?
We're not, but I see Nate in the chat. And so here's I'm sorry, ladies. You know me, I'm on site. I try to bring me back. But because words matter, and because you took the time to put the comma in the though, that's what's really, it threw me off. Raven Johnson is looking good though. You came and you said, "What up, Cess?" Raven Johnson is looking good though. Help me understand. Looking good compared to as when? Looking good compared to as what? Has she ever not looked like a winner? I don't know what your assessment of Raven is, but y'all gonna come in. We gonna stop. Bree Hall look like she might. Bree Hall look like what you say about Bree? I think Bree Hall sticks on an expansion team coming up. Bree Hall just got called back in the playoffs. We're not worried about where none of our Gamecocks is going. But remind me, who's your team, Nate? Remind me. I don't know about autocorrect, none of that. I don't know. I don't know about autocorrect. Raven Johnson is looking good. I have never typed something like that, and then my autocorrect was like comma though. So I'm not sure. I didn't. So autocorrect added the comma though after the Raven Johnson's looking good, as if she hadn't been looking good, or what? I'm confused. Words matter, and I'm pushing back on words around here. So you slid in with the "What's up, Cess?" Raven Johnson looking good though, as opposed to what? As opposed to who? Raven Johnson is the top point guard in college basketball. What are we talking about? It added the comma. So what did you mean by though? Compared to what? Okay, fuck the comma. I'm at the though part. Though as compared to what? What though? Raven Johnson looked good though. As compared to what? Or like you thought she wouldn't? Or like she ain't been? Raven has lost how many games since 2017, y'all? Not 15. What are you talking about? See, what I'm not gonna do, and I don't mean because the baseline brunch discussion ain't really for that. And we wasn't talking about the Gamecocks, but I'm so on site with it, and I've been so on demon time since March 1st, and I'm ruder because we got shooters. I'm pushing back on all that. Y'all coming here with your little side comments, like you giving her some love, but really taking a jab. If you don't rock with Raven, just shut up about Raven. That you came in with your slick comment, but still threw a little jab at Raven. I see all that shit, and I'm calling it. So Raven looked good though, compared to what? Raven been that deal. You still here? Where you go? It added back the comment. Where you at now? Catch up with me, Mustard. Where you at?
What you say? He corrected his comment?
No, he said it was autocorrect. Then he was like, yeah, it added the comma. So it added the comma. But answer my question about though. Answer my question about the point of your statement. No jabs here. That's the way you talk. Who your team? That was the other question I asked you. Who your team? You could have just said Raven look good. Raven hooping. Yeah, right. Let me see exactly what did you say? So this how you talk? Raven look good, more confident, just clutch. Raven been clutch. Raven confident. You ain't Raven been clutch. Go ahead, Gamecocks.
I mean, I was going to change the subject so we can get through all these teams.
Yeah, we can. I'm just saying, I'm addressing all that, bro. Words matter. If that's how you talk, think back about it, because I'm pushing back on all that. Narrative matter.
Nate, I think I've seen Nate before. I don't think Nate.
I didn't see Nate before. Nate be in and out. Nate got his feelings hurt and left, and then came back. I didn't see Nate. I know Nate. Nate, you got a channel, don't you? Nate, you the one that asked if you could record my voice for your channel. That's you, right, Nate?
Well, Nate, hold on.
Yeah, Nate been around.
So Nate,
while we wait for Nate to give the answer to which team he follows, I assume it's a he, because
shout out to everybody in the chat.
Yeah, what's up to the chat? Go ahead, Gamecocks. We can change the subject.
Yeah. I just want to get, because we have so many games. Let's just okay, Nate. Anyway, we were talking about Georgia. Anybody have anything else on Georgia? I think we were talking about Florida State. Kind of where did they go from here? I don't really have a lot of answers for Florida State, to be perfectly honest. I think the way they got blitzed and blown out on their home court, I think time will tell, like, how good Georgia really is. And I'm willing to give Georgia, like, I do think they look good, and I don't think that's a team you can sleep on. I do think the loss of Timpson and, of course, Latson is good, is tough. So I don't mean to say that, but it kind of gave Duke-like vibes to me. Not that they're not connected, but guys, like, you gonna play a little bit harder, or like what's going on here? I just felt like Georgia was blitzing them, was just crushing them inside the paint. What's her name that came from Maryland is there, but I felt like she was okay. I don't know. It just felt like they still haven't quite figured out their pieces. And the last time I saw Florida State play, like, and we sat and watched it, was that preseason game against Bama, remember? I just don't know if I've really seen much evolve since then, is kind of more my point. So I'm not sure really where they're going. I guess we'll see. I mean, there's time, but I think that's the question I have. So those two instances I kind of feel like are on Florida State. So
okay,
I guess
Florida State.
Let me say I won't be checking for their games. I think that's maybe what I'll like.
Okay, tell me better,
because they're playing somebody else that I'm in.
So tell me better, what ACC team game will you check for?
Now that now let's go there. I was trying to decide if I wanted to lead off with this or not. I'll just say it here. I think the ACC looks horrible. I think they look
horrible.
I think they look horrible.
Horrible.
As a collective.
Let the game begin. What you got?
I don't think they look good. I don't think they look good. And
do they look better than the Big 12?
Now that's tough because I probably have seen more ACC games than Big 12. I just don't enjoy the play style of the Big 12.
Do they look better than the Big 10?
I think the Big 10 has more teams, so it's kind of hard to equate. You know, so
you would go SEC, Big 10,
Big 12,
ACC, Big 12.
Yeah, and you can throw in Big East in there.
Right.
But
I got you, Nate. I see you, Nate. Go ahead.
Here's what
ACC is disappointing this season.
They're horrific. They're bad. They're bad. Like, I think the best.
Did we get sold a dream? Did we get sold a dream?
Who?
Probably based off last year. Probably based off of how last season was in that conference.
I think the dream is a function of, like, not only expectation, but to me, what really determines a good conference versus a bad conference, or really what makes the ACC so disappointing. Let me say it this way.
Okay.
Is that your top build teams do not look good versus either middle of the road teams or top teams of other other conference. I think it's just like the collective. It's like, okay, here's another way to say it. I'm dancing around it because like this is the only conclusion this is why I came to the conclusion the ACC is not good. So the ACC has 2 more teams than the SEC, right? And those 2 teams, Boston College and I forget the other one. I'll check in a second. Boston College, and Wake Forest. Yeah. Boston College and Wake Forest. They didn't participate in the ACC SEC challenge because they have 2 more teams than us, right? So Boston College lost to Quinnipiac. Like, what? Wake Forest, who was previously undefeated, I can't remember when their undefeated ended, lost to William and Mary.
And that is why they didn't make the cut.
But Duke, who did Duke beat? See, that's what I'm talking about. Now, okay.
But they're supposed to
here
be
we go.
But when they made
Here we
this at
go.
the beginning
like
of
the
the
top
season,
teams, right?
yeah, when they made this at the beginning of the season. But what I'm saying is,
now we get to my point.
Okay.
Because we got sold. It was fool's gold. The ACC was fool's gold. We got sold the ACC on last year. We got sold the ACC on Duke played South Carolina tough in the tourney last year. We got sold ACC on Hannah's gonna take her team to the top. We got sold a dream. Hey, none of this is coming to fruition. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Listen, this is what I'm saying.
In the limousine.
Hey.
This is why I love y'all, man. This is why I love y'all. Listen, so we running around here on last year's dreams when really nobody's at Notre Dame except Hannah. Okay, nobody's at Gucci Lucci got up out of Duke. The Jesus is gone. Anaya already showed up at Louisville.
No. De Jesus is still there, just at a different school in the ACC.
I mean, but not.
Are we talking Duke?
I'm not specifically at Duke, is what I mean, because I said Gucci Lucci is gone. But
right.
It's just like, hey, who's really real here? Who's really real here? Syracuse look like they might make some noise. Is that a good thing? North Carolina look like they could win. Stanford.
So the teams that have emerged from this whole thing to me have been emerged, or whatever the word will be, but it's Stanford if they can get it. But we said this in the preview, right? Like Stanford's just going to take more time to gel because they're more reliant on freshmen. But Stanford, if they can get it together, Cuse does look better than I would have imagined. North Carolina, and then Louisville. Those to me now are they've just now emerged as the top 4. Like if I had to cast my ballot for who I thought would win and putting myself out there, I had Duke. And then NC State as a close second. I now would put my money on probably Louisville or North Carolina, but I think I lean Louisville. I don't know.
Okay, the other team that we got sold a dream on, NC State.
No, I didn't get sold that dream. I did not get sold that dream. Because what did I say? I said I don't believe in West.
No. When I say sold a dream about the ACC, I'm not talking about us specifically. I'm talking about the teams that they pushed out in the ACC that were going to do, that were going to be here, that were going to compete. I was trying to think of who they were. So it was Duke, it was NC State, Notre Dame, I think were the ones that they were talking about. But
they weren't even talking about Notre Dame. If we're being honest, it was just NC. It was NC.
Well, they was talking about Hannah.
Exactly.
They were talking about Hannah. I'll say Hannah. Talking about Hannah. Now I look up and Louisville beat Clemson, so they're the only team that's won a conference game. They played us tough. Wake Forest is 9-1. Syracuse is 7-1. North Carolina is 8-2. Stanford's 8-2. Virginia Tech is 7-2. And then we get down finally to one of the teams that they had mentioned, and that's Notre Dame. Them jokers 5-2. Further on down the way, NC State 5-4. Further on down the way, Duke 3-6. And then Clemson, I think they're 5-4 too. I think.
Yeah, they lost to Bama.
NC State 5-4.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
And then you got FMU 4-5 with a 3-game winning streak.
The thing that I will say about NC State, besides that horrible Rhode Island loss at home, I will say they have played a pretty tough
Tough schedule.
schedule to start. I think
Who
he
you say?
threw
I'm sorry. Who you say? You broke up for me, Brittany. Who did you say?
Yeah. NC State.
NC State. I think
Okay.
he threw them out there like just they're playing too many top ranked teams too fast.
So
They are.
I think that my challenge here too is they gotta make a decision. I'm sorry. I keep saying it. I'm gonna keep saying it until they make me think differently. To me, you gotta play Destiny more. I want to see more Kaishi, and then you got to figure out between Zam and Zoe what y'all doing. Like
Been saying that.
Kaishi, I was looking at Kaishi in that game, and it was like I could tell she's like a rhythm player. So how he had her out there, and when I say rhythm player, I'm not talking about her rhythm on offense. She's a defender, and her game comes from defense based on what I was looking at her highlights more than like a Zam and a Zoe. So you want her to be able to get out there and get in a rhythm defensively, so that then she can start making an impact. And I thought the way that he was inserting her and taking her out kind of took a little bit away from that. They could have helped them down the stretch. I also felt like they should be going to Trigger. They need to use Trigger more. I want to see more of a two-player game right there, and it ain't turning into that. I'm not really sure. I don't know. Is it that Trigger and Pierre? I thought that they could fit well together.
They can. He's just not. He's just not using them. He's not using them correctly for them to blend well.
Correct.
Because their skill set, because it's not like they have overlapping skill sets. Their skill sets aren't overlapping, so that's not an issue. It's just he doesn't use them.
He was actually a compliment to them as well. But
yes,
it looks awkward with I don't know if it's the offense that he's running, if it's the rotations. I don't know if he's just still figuring it out. I don't know. I thought Matty Cox had a good run out there too. I don't know if maybe it's just rotation, y'all. I'm not sure.
Well, one thing that they were also talking about on that broadcast is they are still looking for their leader. Who is their leader? They are still looking.
Take me to your leader.
Yeah, they're still looking, and they look like they are looking for a leader, and they look like they need one bad.
Okay, NC State has a tough schedule in the beginning. Yeah, they play a tough schedule. Louisville might be the ACC champ. Yeah, what up, horsing around? I've been horsing around. Trigger and Pierre can play high-low like we do.
How? Okay. How you gonna play high-low when she stay out there shooting them threes? How?
Well, they had some moments in their game when they played Oklahoma. It's just they don't stick to it, and they don't use it often.
Maybe they have to find their identity.
Yes, they're looking for an identity, and I think they're looking too much for the identity in just the guards when it's not just your guards that are going to help you find your identity. And when you have Pierre down there getting you 20 boards, you better make sure that you are feeding your posts.
So let me ask you this: is Westmore's team usually always defined by the guards?
Yes, that's the problem. That's what I said from the jump. That's the problem.
So you think in this situation, his bigs are more valuable than the guards that he has on the team right now?
I've been saying that. This is an issue in philosophy of basketball. That's why I never rock with Westmore's teams. I can't get with it. I can't get with it. It's go there, be a guard, do what the fuck. Yeah, we can cuss here. I forgot. Do whatever the hell you want to do, and the rest of you the same thing happened with River Baldwin. We see this time and time again with Westmore. He gets guards. They're capable. They're good. They can mix it up every once in a while, but that's just not. But to be fair, sorry, this is also a broader ACC thing. I think they're too the ACC markets itself as the guard conference. Like that's just a fact.
Right.
And so that's part of the problem. You go, and I think that's also why so many ACC teams got their asses beat is because they have no post presence, or their post presence likes to, as High Life say, stand out there on the 3-point line. So it just creates a dynamic that's hard to really win at the end of the day. We see this in the W, we see this in college. Like at the end of the day, I don't care how much Steph Curry has changed the game of basketball and infused the mind of people. You still need someone who's tall and close to the basket to dominate.
So here's the other part that I don't think that people acknowledge about Steph, because to acknowledge this about Steph, then you end up having to acknowledge this person, and a lot of people don't want to acknowledge this
Draymond.
person
Yes.
because of who he is. Like, Steph is not who he is without a Draymond Green.
Correct.
Right? He's not who he is not who he is without a Draymond Green.
And that's the same reason Draymond be refusing to play games when Steph's not in it. Go check that record.
Okay. Now Draymond catching strays.
Well, no, it's true. It's on both sides, right?
No. I've heard it for years. They say Draymond will find a way out of a game,
and he will. There's actually evidence of it. He don't play.
So I don't argue the fact. I don't argue that fact, right?
Draymond did that one season and said, "I'm not doing."
And
this
that's
again.
probably that one season he was like, yeah, enough of this. This would it take to be Steph? The hell with this, man. I'm gonna keep being Draymond. Yeah, when he play, I play, and they allow that, right? We won't get into a Warrior conversation.
Exactly. But that's the point. Is like everybody wants to say how great guards are, which is there is value to it. So I'm not saying like not good guards. It's no, you need both. But the over-indexing on guards, I think, is problematic because at the end of the day, the easiest shot on the basketball court, besides a free throw, is a layup. Is right next to the basket. And if you have a big that has post moves and can do up and unders effectively, those are easy baskets. Like everybody wants to be analytical. Well, the easiest shot is right next to the basket.
Kiss it off the backboard. Okay, so did I have any questions about this? Any questions about this game?
Which game? Because we've now talked about 3 different ACC teams.
No, before I was going to move to the Wildcats and the Hurricanes.
Oh, okay. No, not really. So closing out Florida State is what you're talking about. Florida State, Georgia.
Yeah, I was closing them out.
Yeah, we can close that out. Kentucky.
And I don't have much on because I don't watch it.
I watched it. I watched it passively again. I watched it picture in picture with all the other games that were on. So take this with a grain of salt. Wait, High Life, did you watch it?
No, I did not. Sorry.
Okay. But I do. If you want me to give some stats on the game, I do have stats for the game.
Yeah, maybe just high level the.
I should have did that for the other game. So real quick, I'll high level the Georgia game too. Georgia out rebounded them. Because you have more turnovers. So Georgia had 42 rebounds to 35, 9 turnovers to 16, shot 44 from the floor, 35 compared to 35. With Florida State. Looking at Kentucky, Miami, it was 64-48. UK won the field goal percentage, 43.6% to 32% from the floor. Both teams shot 25% from 3, which is I don't stop shooting them. Kentucky had 30 points in the paint. Miami had 18. Miami had the advantage off the bench, and there were 3 lead changes. Both teams, lead changes 3-3. Clara Strack finished with 13, 9, 4, and 4 steals and 2 blocks. So she was stat stuffing. Morgan had a game high 20 points, 4 assists, 2 steals. And Rashaya Kyle, am I saying her name right? Was like the lone bright spot for the Canes that I could find with a double-double, 11 points, 10 rebounds.
What was the final score again?
64-48. Kentucky won by 16.
Yeah, so it was close going into the half, though.
And people keep saying that Miami is better than people expect them to be this year. I haven't.
Yeah, that's me. I definitely said that. They are. I mean, they're better than I expected them to be. They tend to play teams tough the first quarter or the first half, because they did the same thing with Iowa, with one of those tournaments they were in this season. I think Miami's a little bit better than people think, but I think at the end of the day, they don't have enough horses.
Okay. For the ACC?
Yeah, even for the ACC. I mean, they could, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. This conference is wonky. So I don't I don't know, and I haven't watched enough of Miami to definitively say yay or nay, but I think they can catch some people in the ACC. I don't think they're going to finish last in the ACC. I can say that.
So what's their record? Miami record? Anybody know? No.
Let me see.
5-3.
Yeah, I thought they going into the game they were 5-2, so they took that L. 5-3.
I will say they played
Compared
Oklahoma.
to 9-1.
Yeah, Kentucky's 9-1. I will say Miami played Oklahoma State tough. They only lost by 3. I don't know what it is. I say the Oklahoma State game and this game. I don't know what it is within third quarters.
Yeah, they come out of the half not right.
Flat.
So and it screws them for the game.
Absolutely.
So what's going on?
Couple questions. FM says, does wonky mean hot garbage? No, I think wonky means like, what is it? Figuring it out.
It's unstable. It's unclear.
Yeah.
Like it's not
unclear.
They look good
Yeah,
one moment.
it's like that. The 4-leg table that need that little paper on one leg.
Yeah, it's wobbling.
It's wobble. Does Shaq's daughter still play for Florida? Yes, she does, and her numbers are looking better this year.
I'm gonna have to watch one day game.
I'm excited to see Mior play. She's one that I've been watching. I hope that she left Florida, but it seems like she likes it there and is trying to make a name for herself there. And showed up way different.
Might as well go to Florida. No, I'm serious. Let's just move it along. Might as well go to the Florida game while we're at it.
So, is that the next game?
Yeah, they were. Oh no, that's the next day, but it doesn't matter. Just go to Florida.
Yeah, because we're not going.
Yeah, we got to move some of these slower games along. So let's just talk Florida real quick. You want to get the score?
I don't. So they played the Virginia Tech. This was
one of the 3 games the ACC won.
Yeah, this was a 4-point game. 68-64. Rebounding was pretty even. Virginia Tech won that by 1. It was a tie on lead changes. Baker was the top scorer for Virginia Tech. McGill for Florida. In the first quarter was a tie, 19-19. That was kind of the highlights that I saw. Liv McGill dropped 30 points on the road as a sophomore. Is she looking like the best guard in the SEC this year that nobody's talking about?
No.
You forgot another stat.
No.
I said that nobody is talking about. I wanted to qualify.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
the best guard in the SEC that nobody is talking about. I wanted to make sure I qualified that all the way out. Don't. He was like, no. I was like, wait, because I'm not saying just the best guard that nobody's talking about. Because I think her stats say that you got to talk about it.
Absolutely.
The Commish says no.
No. I said no to is she the best? I now understand your qualifier. If it's of the people no one is talking about, is she the best guard? Sure.
Yeah, that was my question. The ones that they're not talking. Yeah, for sure. That is my question.
Okay, sure. But
now can I change the? Can I change the question to that nobody is talking about yet? Do you think they'll get to talking about her?
I don't think. I mean, I think there's too many. There's too many guards. There's too many high scoring people. I'm still not sure she's actually going to be talked about. And because the reason I substantiate that point is I don't think Florida's that good. And even with her doing what she's doing, I actually think this is another or bust situation. Fill in the blank or bust on the list. I actually think McGill, it was interesting watching that game because I think it was the first game of the second day. It was a standalone. So I actually watched it. I thought she was looking really great. And then at times I was like, you're doing too much. You're actually doing too much. You would pass the ball to your teammates. Sometimes they would fumble it. I also think it's because they weren't expecting the ball. So you're kind of creating this dynamic of you're being heliocentric, but you're doing that. You know what I mean? I still like the body language of a lot of the Florida players. Like even, sometimes it's interesting when someone gets the ball so much or is so dominant on the ball. Like, are they still high-fiving their teammates? Are they still going over and encouraging them? And I did see that from McGill. So I think from like at least a leadership standpoint and integration of the team, I saw some of the actions, but actually on the basketball court, when it came to crunch time, I think that was part of their problem. They ended up losing their lead because of some of these dynamics that I'm talking about. So I don't know, honestly, because I'm like, how much of this is a function of your creating this dynamic of this heliocentric offense around you? So,
I mean, and to your point too, I think that, like you said, you're doing too much. Now, when I first was talking about Liv earlier, and I was saying, hey, we may have to start talking about her as an SEC Player of the Year. Can she sustain that?
No.
At that time, when I was talking about her, Liv McGill was top 5 in points, assists, 3-pointers made, and steals. Now she's only top 5 in points and steals. Like the assists have dropped off, the 3-pointers have dropped off, and so to your point, is it sustainable? But also, is she doing too much, or did she get away from what was helping her team, which was maybe some more of the assists? So,
yeah,
you know.
Well, let me call
the
this
trade-off
out
there. But
right, is it sustainable and is it winnable? Right, and I'm sure that's baked into your sustainability, but I mean, you could throw up 30. That's not. I mean, to me, that's why I always.
No, don't bake
winning.
Don't bake winning into my sustainability.
Oh, it's
because
not.
I don't think because I don't think. Oh, no. So I don't think that approach is about winning. I think that approach was about trying to be more like a Tanaya Latson and being the number 1 scorer in the nation. Okay. So to me, you get to school and you look around and you go, okay, South Carolina, UConn is UConn, Michigan is Michigan, right? And then you go, okay, so then who are we? And then you look around and you go, okay, yeah, we're not that. And so then I feel like some of these kids say, okay, so then where do I get mine? How do I get mine? Where do I make my name? And looking around, Florida and the SEC, she that could be her calling card. So I looked at it more as if that was her approach to making it her calling card this season, than it was about getting Florida to a winning in the SEC. So
okay.
I want to say that.
No, that's helpful, because when I hear, because I don't think it's winnable. I just don't think any of the or busts people, like, spoiler alert, I don't think any of it is a lasting strategy if you want to win, right? So that's I mean, that just, there's too much talent other places, and there's too many teams who can actually, like, ask Hannah when she played Michigan how that went. And any day you have a bad shooting day, or just there's a lid on the rim, it quickly unravels. So it's just not sustainable. Sustainable from my definition. I understand your definition. I think the other thing about Liv, do you mind, do you still have the box score up? How many turnovers did she have?
10.
There it is.
That's the other thing. It's
I remember watching it. Go ahead.
So because I didn't watch the game, please qualify that for me. Was that, and again, I think you were talking about that, was that her making a bad pass, for them not being ready? Is that just building chemistry?
Yeah.
Is it, or is it like Hannah, like, get this girl out of here, she can't catch the damn ball, I'm tired of her.
I mean, look, every time somebody has a turnover, right, it's kind of like an interception in football, right? Like, it gets accredited to the quarterback, but ask George Pickens. But if you don't ask George, maybe ask Richard Sherman, because George Pickens has his own thoughts. But some of it is the receiver or the person receiving the pass's fault, right?
Absolutely.
So there's a portion of that, but the vast majority of her turnovers, if I recall correctly, Brittany, did you watch the game? If you did, correctly. Okay, I want to say they were on Liv. I thought she over penetrated, was doing too much. Like, not all of them were on her, but not all of them weren't on her, if that makes sense.
Got you.
So,
okay.
And to me, that's also the or bust mentality. That's how it demonstrates itself.
Absolutely.
This is exactly what happens.
But also at the point guard, like,
and that's what I'm saying. So you're not a point guard. You're playing shooting. You're playing scorer. You're playing scorer.
Yeah,
as Coach would say. You're playing scorer. You just happen to have a PG next to your name. Like, you're not being point guard. At points in that game, she was being a point guard. At points in that game, she was being a shooting guard. That just happened to have the ball.
Okay. And I think that part of that is, like, make a decision. What is it that you want her to be? Do you want her to be a scoring guard with the ball in her hands at times, or do you want her to be the point guard of your team? What is that? What are you asking of her?
But I think back to your point.
But
back
go
to
ahead.
your point though, this is the problem, because if the ordination of her being there and why she's there is to boost up her stats, and I don't know about if that's her path to NIL money or whatever. I don't know her life, so I'm not going to pretend, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if that's her mentality, then this is what you're going to get. Like, this is not developmental to me. I thought Florida started the year, like when I would look at box scores or catch like snippets of
I mean,
their
they
game.
8-2. They 8-2. Like,
Yeah,
not,
8
it ain't
and
like
2.
it ain't
Yeah.
the sky ain't falling. You know what I'm saying? The sky ain't
It's
falling,
not
but the
enough.
SEC ain't started either.
It's not enough.
There you
And then,
go. SEC.
It's not
Mhm.
enough. It's not
so,
enough.
and then when you look at it, you can say, yo, hey, this kid is averaging 27 points. She's averaging 5 rebounds. She's averaging 4 steals. She's shooting 44 from the floor. She's shooting 36 from 3. She's shooting 79 for the free throw. But then you say she's averaging 5.6 assists. And you say she's averaging 5 turnovers. So,
This is why I ask our brothers and our sisters to release ourselves from the shackles of box score watching. This is exactly what happens when you do that. You don't see the nuance of, not you. I'm just saying, like,
no, but I'm saying they just see it. But that's the thing, they only read part of the box score.
Right. You gotta do the show more and give me the point. Yeah, you gotta, if you're on the app, you gotta click the show more.
Gotta scroll.
And then they give you the turnovers.
Gotta
but why
get
is the turnover all the way on the far right? It should be minutes. I can give you points. Give me assists, or maybe minutes, points, rebounds, assists, turnovers before anything else.
Put the assist right next to the turnovers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She's really average.
So we can see that assist. Yeah.
Yes, that assist to turnover ratio is into
nasty.
And that's up. That's up from 4.4 turnovers last year.
Oh no. Let's see. Who else is they point? Who is
that's it. That's it.
That's the other thing.
Okay. But the other thing though too is I was wondering, is it a little too free here, right? Because like at one point I think Miara O'Neal was like a 6'4" guard.
Ain't no one point she was, and I was like, how? And you was like, no, I was like, oh, okay, like you 6'4", no, okay.
But I've been it seems like she's been more on the block this year,
where she needs to be.
You know, so and that's what I'm saying is, are we kind of just still figuring it out in Florida? I don't know enough about Florida. I thought when Shaq left, he should have took his daughter with him. That was my opinion. But he was down for a game last year. But but you look around at the roster and it's like, no. So I better try to be something. It's a very international roster. You know, you got Canada, you got Italy, you got Spain, you got Nigeria, you got Sweden, you got Australia, you got Ohio, you got Minnesota, you got Texas, Maryland, Colorado. It's not a lot of size here, y'all. It's a lot of this starting with 5s over here. I see a couple 6'4s.
The 6'4s don't play like 6'4. That's their problem. Or the other 6'4" person doesn't really have a freshman. Well, but they had someone last year who played in the post. I forget her name. I thought she was still there, but maybe not. She wasn't 6'4". She didn't play 6'4". Yeah, she didn't play that way. She was down there in the post, but I thought was undersized and really didn't have post moves.
Yeah, so I just Florida Florida is one of those schools. I'm gonna be honest. Florida is one of those schools that I like. If we get to trade a school out, like we
really
what of the SEC?
You want Florida gone?
We still got some other ones we can get rid of first.
I said one of them. I didn't say all of them.
Okay.
I just said Florida is one of them ones that like, hey, depending on what y'all offering, we might give you a Florida for it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
And you're just talking basketball, right? Women's basketball.
Yeah, I'm just talking about. I'm talking women's basketball. So there's a Florida that may be available. It's Arkansas out here. I don't want schools to catch strays that I ain't talking about right now. I'm just saying though, it's a couple. Yeah, Arkansas is. Yeah, they don't. But ain't nobody coming for Arkansas. Ain't nobody coming to see them, Otis.
That's another one to talk about too.
Jesus.
But yeah, so Florida, cool. Like Liv will score. I can tell you that. But I'm not checking for Florida. That game showed me no. They ain't got it.
The freshman you talking about, that 6'4", She's a center, by the way.
Yeah.
She started that game, played 23 minutes, and scored 0 points.
Mhm.
How is that possible?
How many rebounds?
No idea.
Three, and 3 is no. I'm sorry. She had three rebounds, 2 turnovers. But how do you not score?
Well, how you gonna score it with Liv scoring? How you gonna score it with Liv McGill scoring? I mean,
but that's a How long the coach has been the coach of this team?
Kelly. That's another Kelly. Kelly Finley.
Yeah, because ain't no way you got a 6'4" center and you don't. Well, okay. Next, who's the next team? Or I'm sorry, Brittany.
No, you're right.
No.
Brittany has something to add. Go next.
Look, I don't have nothing.
Know that.
I
That is
just
crazy work.
I just want to see that usage rate at the end of the season. That's what I want to see. What is Liz McGill's usage rate?
It's gonna look the same. You already know.
Oh yeah, I just really want to see the numbers because I think I'm going to compare some of these or bust people, their usage rates, because some of them I'm like, man, I bet some of y'all's usage rate is probably up there with what Juju's was when she was playing.
Most definitely.
That's
if you want to go to the next or bust, I got another recommendation.
We can't just say Juju. We can't say Juju's usage rate. She wasn't the highest.
That's true. Wasn't Malaysia higher than Juju?
Huh?
No.
You said who?
Lay was pretty high though, but I don't know.
Yes, Lay was high, but she wasn't.
She wasn't as high as Juju.
At one point last season, Lay was at least 1 percentage point higher than Juju.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, it sounds crazy to say, but I'm pretty sure that was actually true.
Yes, but still, that's going to be the other thing for me. How is your usage rate higher than Juju's? That's at least for them. The other part that they could say is, hey, at least we were stacking some wins with it. But there's no reason why your usage rate should be higher than Juju's.
And Juju's was already too high.
Exactly. Juju's was high as is. So anybody else, I'm definitely looking like.
Oh, we know it. We know a usage rate that was higher.
Oh yes.
Are we about to get to it, or?
Oh, you know I'm ready to get to it.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So,
Wait, hold on. Who are we talking about? You set it up.
You are so funny, Commish.
I'm just trying to see if we're going to the same person, but that's okay. I'm ready either way.
You wrote this ACC SEC challenge discussion to have a discussion that I gotta have this morning. Okay, let me talk to y'all. See, Big Draco. I don't know if you're in the chat, if you're listening, if you catch us on a rewatch. This is because of you. Now, we came up here to talk ACC SEC challenge. Okay. What happened was I saw the Flau'jae documentary, or I don't know. Is it the first?
Oh, I was gonna say that's what it was. Okay, go ahead.
I thought it was.
I had a different thing, but it led me to the same thing. Mm-hmm.
It's one of a kind, a new perspective. Okay, I'm calling it a documentary. It's episode 1, so this is just the first episode. So this was the first episode. Y'all let me know. Put a 5 in the chat. Put a 5 in the chat if you saw this first episode of One of a Kind, a New Perspective. Because I got some things I need to get off my chest.
Oh, that's literally the name. Oh, I thought you were. Yes. I thought you were calling it. Oh, it's One of a Kind, a New Perspective.
No,
that's the title.
It is Flau'jae Johnson, One of a Kind, a New Perspective. That's what it's called. I want y'all to know where it is. So let me know if y'all have seen this episode.
The whole episode or the trailer? Because I saw the trailer or the sneak peek or the teaser or whatever you want to call it. So here's the thing. I believe that what I saw was an entire episode. It's about 10 minutes long. About 10 minutes long. Oh, you thought I was joking? No. Who, me? Oh.
I see them in the chat saying that y'all thought the commission was joking. No, she's not joking. Bree Wayne in the building. What's up, bud? Okay, so where to begin? Wait.
Do you want to start with?
Yes, I want to start with this. I want to talk about this
I know
right now. want to talk about this.
I know you want to talk about. I'm just curious. Do we want to talk about? You want to talk about that, or you want to talk about what led us like going like the ACC SEC game itself? You don't want to talk about that yet. That's okay. I'll fill in. We can come back.
If you don't let Cess go ahead and get this off her heart.
Well, Cess and I both have something to get off our heart. That's why I'm trying to make sure I understand where she's going.
Oh yeah, she's going.
I got something too.
She's going there. She's going there.
Okay, go ahead, Auntie. My bad. You go.
This, and I don't even use these words very often. This vexed my soul in so many ways, buddy. Listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let me tell you something. The first thing I learned from watching this here documentary, I don't know if y'all can hear me tapping on my screen because it's still up. The first thing that I learned from this here documentary is why a player should go play for Dawn Staley. Why a player should go play for Dawn Staley. Flau'jae Johnson didn't know how to not play. See, that's what you get when you go to South Carolina. See, part of the process is being prepared to go be a pro. Flau'jae got to Chile. I'm sorry, y'all, Chile, and thought that it was just gonna be go time, and she was gonna play. She didn't know how to come off the bench. Do y'all understand that everybody that goes to the Dub ain't a starter? And I like Flau'jae. I'm probably more of a Flau'jae fan than some of the ladies on this panel. But I don't have Flau'jae just walking into the league and just starting, depending on what team she go to. I learned so much about. Let me tell you, the first thing that irritated me about this, Flau'jae, and I'm like I said, I like Flau'jae. Why the hell did you have them damn sunglasses on in this interview this whole time? You had your sunglasses on. Part of this is about branding, and part of this is just about growing in, and part of this is about being able to show the seriousness. And sometimes some of the stuff that they do with her brand makes her come off as so unserious that it takes away from what the fuck her game is. She's sitting up in an interview trying to convince us that she loves the game and trying to tell us all about what she went through. And then you didn't respect us enough to take your glasses off and let us see your face. You did your interview with your earbuds in like you was listening to some music. And then just the energy of it. I'm gonna just be honest. I love the fact that her family is so involved, and I appreciate where they've gotten her to. But at this point, I think her brand needs some other people around it. And I may be speaking out of turn. Y'all jump in here if I'm wrong. But when I'm looking at how this was displayed, it wasn't a good look for me. It wasn't like, yo, I love what they doing down there at LSU. It didn't come across like, yo, we should this is somebody that you should model your game or your path, right? And I think I think what pissed me off about it is that Flau'jae really does have a path that you could model your shit after, but the way they present it is so fucking whack that it irritates me. She goes back and forth from being a victim and then being a hooper, and the whole thing irritated me. It left a bad taste in my mouth. I learned a long time ago, just let the player be them. Never try to force them to be different. She's gonna run into difficult times in the Dub with how she's presenting herself. But the thing is, I don't even know if is that how she really want to present herself though. I don't want to say that she came across as an asshole, but
can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I'm just sorry, just real quick, because her mom is her manager, correct?
Yeah, her momager for sure.
Yeah. So when you just said, is that how she want to present herself? For me, I follow Big Four when she was at the, what is that show called with Jermaine Dupri, on that show, or whatever the case may be.
Okay,
and
was that before or after America Got Talent? Tell me the order.
I think it was, I want to say after.
Okay.
I want to say after. I believe
if y'all know in the chat, let me know.
Yes, please correct
Go
us.
ahead.
My only question is, I got that, they had this really great relationship, mother-daughter, whatnot. So with that being said, if that's really not how she wants to present herself or whatever, Like, so you saying that conversation between her and her mom ain't been had yet? Like, Flau'jae's what, 19 years old? 20 years old? Like, I don't know. I just feel like if not,
Flaw
then
should come out. Flaw should be closer to 22, ain't she?
okay, so she's in her 20s. Then that's a problem within itself. And like you said, she might need a whole new team around her or whatever. But then if that's the case, I feel like that's where the problem may lie, because again, that's her mom. And they've been doing this, and like
I don't know.
she make it seem like it's family, mom, you know. So that would be a hard pull if that's the case.
I'm not saying that she has to get away from her mom. What I'm saying is that sometimes you have to put when you want to get to the next level, you got to put people that's at the next level around you, right? And I'm not going to I can't knock what her mom has done as a momager at all. I can't knock what her mom has done as a single mom at fucking all, right? Whether you like Flau'jae or don't like Flau'jae, what her mom has done and what they've built as a brand, exceptional, right? I mean, this kid can sell some tickets to a basketball game and sell some tickets to a rap concert. So as far as building a brand and allowing her to go after what it is that I can't take anything away from her. I wouldn't take anything away from that Black woman and what she was able to do with her daughter as a single mom, and I think as a stepdad around there now. But there also sometimes get to a point where you've gone as far as you can with your mom, or you've gone as far as you can with the team that's around you, and you have to open yourself up to letting other people in, right? And there's a way that you can do that without losing who you are. And I just feel like that's where Flau'jae is at. And my concern with Flau'jae is, as much as Flau'jae keeps saying on the Club Shay Shay interview that basketball was really, really important to her, I keep seeing her put in situations where they keep asking her about his rap. So I'm having this battle with, like, you know, is it really about the basketball? Is it really about the basketball? Have they gone as far as they can? And then Flau'jae, if it really is about the basketball, are you willing to take a step back away from the rapping to get your game where it needs to be? Because you were a national champion. You were, I believe, the only national champion on that America team, and you couldn't get in the game. You couldn't get in the game. And then she said that she thought that she performed to a point where she had earned the right to play the next to play the next two games, and then she didn't. And then you see her in this breakdown, and it's like, she just want to play basketball. You just want to play basketball. You just want to play basketball. Then strip everything else down and focus on basketball. The whole interview, it left a bad taste in my mouth. But I'm gonna stop there. Commish, go ahead.
Yes, that's all I'm gonna say. I allow me to go backwards because I do think it's important. So I actually arrived at this the opposite direction from you a little bit, but we still arrived at the same conclusion. So this all, for me, actually started before the game was even played this weekend at Cameron Indoor. I have a problem, and you've addressed some of this stuff already, so let me say high level. The entitlement has to stop. And the enablement of the entitlement, which isn't just her family, which, like, I get it. Dawn tells us all the time, right? Like, that her job as a coach is to tell the hard truths, and the family is there to try to protect them and make everything sweet for their child. And as it should be, like that, you know, that's a disposition of a lot of people with their family. But I do think it does a disservice to the growth and the maturity of your child when you're constantly allowing them to play victimhood. And my big problem, and why I had a problem with the Duke LSU game, I think, just as we didn't, I don't think we talked about it on Baseline, but we talked about it, and it was a topic of conversation. The Janiyah, we took Janiyah Barker to task, right, about how she handled Corey Close, and it was wrong, it was unprofessional, and it was disrespectful. Now, can we argue, did she shake the woman's hand? Yes, maybe. As more stuff has come out, it kind of looked like she did shake her hand, but I don't understand. You have Fox News, you have all these other outlets replaying that her jacking her hand back or forcefully removing one of her hands. So it looks like you didn't shake the woman's hand. Regardless, you have to be aware of that. You all do media training. You guys all care about your brand. Hell, you've changed enough teams. You know about NIL and branding and stuff like that. You're about to go to the W. You know what the narratives are, whether they're true or not, or whether there's reasons why you transferred. You have to be more aware of those situations and not put yourself in that situation, right? So if we spent the whole week talking shit about Janiyah Barker, and I don't even consider that talking shit, but some people were talking shit, then how do we turn around and applaud Flau'jae for how she handled Kara? And Lord knows that we've been hard on Kara all year, and I still have question marks about her as Team USA coach. But we can't just give carte blanche for that. Like, how she handled this Kara Lawson situation is ridiculous. And I'm actually disappointed as a community that we're allowing this to happen. I didn't even need the new perspective, a new chapter, whatever the hell you said the title is. I still was hot before all that came out, but it made me even more hot because I saw a clip of it.
Okay, let's talk about that for a minute. I got a question.
Yeah.
I got a question. Because you said, I don't think that I applauded Flau'jae.
No, not you.
I think that I understood a little better. And I want to throw this out there because, and I hate to interrupt, but because you said the Barker. One thing about Barker, it was all three of them. I want to keep.
Yes, sorry. Yes, you're correct.
It was
you're correct.
three. It was three players that didn't shake hands with Corey Close.
Correct.
That was at the end of the game. For me, my thing with the Flau'jae situation was, I think I took it different because Kara played the game too. Corey didn't play the game. Flau'jae said something and then Kara clapped back on the Instagrams. Remember?
I know. I'm getting to that.
And so I think that's why I think I took the Flau'jae situation a little different than the Corey Close situation, because I felt like Kara tried to get muddy too. But that's why I wanted to throw that out there so I could get clarification from you there.
Yeah. Yes, I will answer it at the conclusion of my dissertation.
Okay, let's rock.
Yeah. But so let's go back to the actual what happened in Chile, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is a participation. Let me make sure I can see the chat. This is participation time for everyone. Okay. So
I'm trying to put them up too. I'll bring the comments up as they go.
Thank you. So let's ask the question. So we already knew Flau'jae had an issue before the documentary, but let's just use her words for the documentary for easy takeaway. So Flau'jae said, I didn't watch the whole documentary for full disclosure. I just saw against my will because Twitter likes to preload stuff after you watch a video. That came up on my thing late last night. So, but one of the things she did say in that teaser that I saw out of her mouth was that she felt like you just said, Auntie, she earned the right to play. Right?
Yeah, that's what she said. I was quoting her there. Yes.
No, that is a quote. I saw that one. But I just want to use that as we already knew this is how she felt, right? Like the deductive reasoning, those with reasoning skills already knew she felt this way, but she said it out of her mouth, so now I can quote it. Let me read to you the players, and you tell me when we arrive at a player that you believe that Flau'jae, no matter what, should start over or should play over from the USA team. Okay. First thing, there are 12 players. I'm going to eliminate Audie Crooks. I'm going to eliminate Reagan Beers, and I'm going to eliminate Hannah Stulke because they really play a forward center position, right? Flau'jae's not taking that position from those people. So that's 3 people gone. Now you can have a conversation. What role does Flaw play? Is she a wing? Is she a 2-guard? Whatever. But I'll give you the rest of them for perspective. Should Flaw play over Michaela Blakes? The sophomore who is in the top 10 fastest to score 1,000 points in the NCAA. Should Flaw have played over Michaela Blakes?
Are we participating or are you asking the chat?
I'm asking everybody.
No. Okay, no.
Okay.
I see a yes. This is participation. I see a yes. I see a no way. I see a no. Come on. I like the chat up. She does Flau'jae play over Michaela Blakes?
And carte blanche, right? Like, let's make sure it's like we're not just saying like if you just look at it, would I play Flau'jae over Michaela? Like, who's the priority like that I'm probably playing? Okay, I see a lot of no's. Great. Let's move on. Should Flaw play over Maddie Booker?
No.
No.
Great. Should Flaw play over Olivia Miles, who plays point guard, by the way?
No.
No.
Okay, great. Should Flaw play over Hannah Hidalgo?
No.
No.
Okay, so we're at you guys see where I'm going? I'm not we're gonna do it because we gotta do it, you know what I mean? Because it feeds into the narrative, which eventually I'll get to your answer, Auntie, specifically. Okay, should Flaw play over Joyce Edwards?
Who? Oh, okay.
No, they don't really play the same position. We already took out. Okay, so here's really what it gets down to. Let's be honest. So this is where you can have the conversation. The last three remaining people are Kennedy Smith, Grace Van Sluten, Gianna Neekins, and Flaw. That's really who you're making your decisions on who's going to get picked.
Shooter, and who was the other?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Say him again. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've already eliminated everybody either on position or like skill set, right? So the last remaining four people who you as a head coach have to make the decision between, of course, are Flage, Kennedy Smith, Grace Van Sluten, and Gianna Neekins.
Yeah, but those are specialists though. Those are
correct.
Specialists. So,
and
that's
where
you're not a better defender. You're not a better defender or a better shooter than those two.
Yeah, that's
correct.
Those
three. Correct. And that's why we actually had to do this. And I'm really doing it on purpose. I know we're slow creeping this, but if you look at it logically and you already tell me that you wouldn't necessarily, the only person who to me Flaw would take minutes from, or who's a more like plays her type of game, is Kennedy Smith. And if I'm going to be honest, what we have seen thus far, or at this moment in time, up into that moment in time, I believe Kennedy Smith to be a better defender than Flage. Flaw was her freshman year when they won the chip, but like we just talked about this in the last baseline. Flage's defense has not, in my opinion, gotten better. Yeah. And we talked about, is it because she's carrying more of an offensive load for LSU, this, that, and the other. Okay, so
not only that, the defense has been removed from her calling card. That was her calling card. It's been removed from her calling card. They don't call on Flage they don't call on anybody to just face guard somebody and shut them down no more. But that's been removed from her calling card.
And then the other thing is, it's not like Kennedy Smith played a ton of minutes either on that America team.
But those of y'all that's telling us that y'all starting Flage over them guards, how? Tell us why.
Who is over them guards though too?
Yeah, and don't say them guards, say the names. And today. And we're not talking about whether Flage balling right now or not.
You definitely didn't say she's not.
No, we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about Chile. We're talking about winning the gold medal. We're talking about the matchups that we had, and we're talking about the way that she was used. That's what we're talking about.
And then here's the other thing. The body language for everyone else. Even though even when they didn't get a ton of minutes in, or they might not have played that game, their body language was still a whole lot better than Flage's was.
Right. So let me walk through this. Okay, so let me just finish the minutes, and then I'm actually going to go game by game, because like you guys are playing. A lot of y'all are just talking and did not watch the games, and it shows, because you cannot get up here and say this stuff, because if you watch the games, which are available to you on YouTube, there's probably one game I actually could have said, I actually see where people were calling for Flage. I do think we needed a little bit of help, but by and large, y'all not gonna I'm not even a Kara apologist. Y'all know this, but y'all not gonna crucify Kara for making the decision she made during the Team USA. Kara did nothing wrong, and I'm about to further prove it. Did we win the gold or did we not? Okay, then.
Oh yeah, it was the blueprint. It was the blueprint.
And she happened to get promoted, whether or not we feel that way, but because of the work she did, not only solely with Chile, and this is where I actually do agree with some of Kara. Her resume for Team USA has her having the job she has now. I think there are other people, but her resume is her resume. So for you to question her making the decision and she still got the gold, what the hell are we talking about? All right, back to the minutes. So Michaela Blakes, who ended up, by the way, whoever said that they would have started or played Flau'jae over Michaela Blakes, you're lying, because Michaela Blakes got MVP for the tournament. But anyway, Michaela Blakes played 22 minutes, Booker 20 minutes, Miles 20 minutes, Hannah 20 minutes, Joyce 19. This is what they averaged. Hannah Stalkey 16, let's call it 17. Kennedy Smith 16, Grace Van Sluten 16, Gianna 16, Beers 13, Flau'jae 11, Audie Crooks 8. And actually Flaw was 12. So Flaw played as much as Beers. Like relatively, you know what I mean? Like, guys, what are we talking about? Like, this victimhood, woe is me, everybody hates me, she has something out for me. And if Kara has anything out for someone, we know it's Dawn Staley, and she could have taken it out on Joyce, but she didn't. She made Joyce the captain. So what are we talking about? Like, Kara is not my favorite, but there is nothing that Kara demonstrated, at least to show that she had some, like, oh, she hates LSU, oh, she hates Kim, or she hates Flau'jae. Like, this victimhood mentality is wild. You guys really need to evaluate like how you enable people's victimhood and entitlement. Like, Flau'jae is not entitled to more minutes than anybody else if we're not even doing fandom or stand-up, just like purely basketball, like pure basketball. That's the part that's wild about this. And that's why I had a whole problem with it leading up into Duke. And we're not even at the Duke game yet. So we're going to get there. Okay, let me run through what actually happened in these games real quick. By the way, other person who averaged less minutes than Flau'jae, I didn't see her posting after they won the gold. See you on such and such date, Kara. Not even Coach Kara. Kara Lawson. See you on December 4th. Like, all this stuff is trash. Like,
who was that person? Who was that
Audie
person?
Crooks.
I know it was Audie.
The minutes. Audie averaged the least minutes of everybody on the team, and she dropping 40 pieces.
You know what? You know what my problem is with this whole thing? If Flau'jae is honest, what took place at Team USA was the best thing that could have happened to her to get her ready to go to the WNBA. Because Flau'jae had a false sense of who the hell she was and what it was that she brought to the table. And Chile should have made her get her ass back in the gym. And I hope it did. She had a false sense of who she was. Flau'jae thought that she was gonna walk in on Team USA and just start. Like, I'm foe. I'm the biggest foe.
And like her mom said in that teaser, you're one of the top scorers in the SEC. Okay, and so is Michaela. Like, I just read you the team. Half these people
do people hear Dawn?
Scorers.
Do people hear Dawn when she say the WNBA ain't coming here for scores? They got scores. That's not what they coming looking for. She says it once a year. She said it at least once a year for y'all. They're not here about the scoring part.
Yeah.
You want to know, can you sit your ass on the bench and have good body language?
Well,
what are you gonna do when you don't play? Go ahead.
Correct. No, I just want to get through this so I'm not holding everybody up. Okay, so Colombia versus USA, we won 80-43. Flaw played 12 minutes and had 0 points. Did Kara tell her to go 0 for 5 on the field goals? Those of you that were chatting earlier,
y'all are killing me. Flau'jae got a Michael Jordan mindset.
Let's not change the subject. Flaw played 12 minutes in Colombia. We won against Colombia. Or is that Colombia or Venezuela? Shoot. I think it's Colombia. We won 80-43. Flaw played 12 minutes, had 0 points. Did Kara stop her from making her field goal? She went 0 for 5. Answer that question. I do not care about MJ mentality. Yes or no? I'm waiting. I ham per. Who else was talking? Who else was talking in the chat earlier? Okay, no. Okay, cool. Just checking. Stop me when what I say doesn't make sense. Okay, cool. Okay, MJ, what's the right word? While we're at this game, so Joyce had 13 field goals. Michaela had 10.
Wasn't this the America Cup where Joyce was the captain, and it was some games where she had to sit her ass down too? Wasn't this that game? Wasn't this that? It was games that Joyce didn't get back in either, right? Ford was not good in those games. Oh wow. Okay. fuel, maybe. You thought it was bulletin board material, MJ? In what sense? Yeah, I think we lost Commish. I don't see Commish talking anymore. So
Oh, okay. Can you guys hear me now?
yeah, there's Commish is back now.
Okay. I think when my phone goes to sleep, it cuts me off. Okay. I'll just make sure I keep it awake. So I still don't understand maybe MJ's responding to someone else because I'm not understanding. Like, you could use it as fuel. I have no problem with using it as fuel. The problem I have is the victimhood mentality, which is what I'm actually speaking about. Coach Lawson being snarky. Isn't her head coach Kim Mulkey? So handling with kid gloves is the only way. I don't have anything for you. Like, other people were on this team too. I didn't see Audie Crooks posting no shit about see you on such and such a date or whatever. And unless you're really telling me she told her she wasn't good to her face, but again, I couldn't be the first time. Couldn't be the first time.
But when it's all said and done, Flau'jae was the one that came back and was like, "Don't get it twisted. Kara Lawson is a legend."
Right. So which one is it?
That's what I won my first gold under. So to me, it woke you up. It let you know who you are. And that's what I was talking about why playing for Dawn is so important. Because I want you to be pro ready. Kim got you walking around here like you just gonna start. Like you're gonna get 40 minutes. Sometimes you may not be that. Are you that all-around point guard that's just gonna go into the dub and just hoop? I don't know. Are you a specialist? I don't know. But you gotta be prepared to do everything.
Yeah, MJ, I'm going to disagree with you on this. I'm not saying there's not more information to come out, but I'm saying, why is Flaw the only one that chose to have a documentary about it and have the post that she had about it? No one else did it.
But
just get your gold medal and keep it moving and bust her ass behind closed doors. Like, you ain't got to come out here and also the reason why Lawson also came out with her resume, and it wasn't just, there were people talking to Kara. People have deleted stuff since then, but I remember at the time, because I called it out in the mansion. I said, people are talking to Kara real crazy.
Yeah, I'm still talking to Kara real crazy. We don't need you on Team USA.
No, but they were talking about it crazy because Flaw wasn't playing. That's different.
Oh no, I don't have no issue with that. I don't have.
Yeah, there's no issue with that. Like, everyone is not going to play. Just like keep it moving. The game I actually wanted to talk about.
Let me ask you real quick. I'm sorry. Before we move from this game, I have to ask y'all this. Do y'all have 4 as a starter in the dub?
No.
I already answered that last time, and I said no.
Yeah,
I very much said that before.
Do y'all have 4 as an all-star in the dub?
No.
When?
Well, I don't know. All-star is tough because, like, Erica Wheeler's been an all-star. You know what I mean? And I'm not even talking about.
I'm talking about Angel. Angel came in and was an all-star first year.
No.
Okay.
I've been saying for months that
Benji, baby, we're not talking about Flau'jae's playing time though. We're not talking about because they won gold. We're talking about Flau'jae being pissed off after they won gold anyway. We're talking about Flau'jae's playing time because Flau'jae made it about her playing time. We didn't give a damn about Flau'jae playing time. I didn't give a damn if she played or not. What I noticed was that she was the only national champion on the team and she couldn't get off the bench. And I wanted to know, what is it that you're not doing in practice that has you not in the game? Because the one thing that I know is ain't no coach sitting down there, especially not Kara with the heat on her ass, sitting down there going, well, I got somebody that can help me on the bench, but I ain't going to put him in. I've never met a coach like that. So it's something that she didn't show.
Again, if you guys watch the games, which are available on YouTube, you can see what was happening in some of these games. Flaw was not doing what I would assume her role to be, which was defensive specialist at times. At times, she was hunting her shot a little bit more. She was trying to get hers. You can see it in some of the games. Go back and watch. Okay,
you met coaches that are coaching Team USA and it's like, I could put you in there and this will make this easier for me, but I'm not. They should be fired then. They should be fired then. What are you coaching for? Y'all
Okay,
don't
let me
think Big
finish.
Four will be a starter? Maybe at some point. I don't have Big Four going to. First of all, come on, listen, y'all stop bullshitting. Okay, let's have a real conversation. Stop bullshitting. Not everybody that gets drafted even makes it to the dub. So to walk in and just be like, yo, they starting, that's rare. That's rare. You don't just walk in and start.
Cess, they probably LSU fans. Don't
Yo,
get yourself riled up.
yo.
I'm trying to let me finish these games.
Sure
let me
LSU
finish.
fans.
Let me finish these games real quick. Okay, so Puerto Rico versus US. We won 80-62. Flaw got 10 minutes. She scored 5 points. She went 2 for 5. There were other players who did like fine, whatever. That same game, Audie Crooks got 47 seconds in the game. So again, back to my point around no one else is out here making hit pieces, posts, shady posts where your last slide on your post is your game against Duke in the ACC versus SEC championship. They're just not. All right, here's another one. We won 104-48 against Mexico. Flaw got 15 minutes, had 0 points, went 0 for 3. She, on quick math, seems to be the 6th most minutes that game, 6th or 7th. So basically, you could call her first person off the bench minutes, right? Like, maybe that math's a little, but nonetheless, she got more minutes than Hannah Stuelke. She got more minutes than Audie Crooks that game. She got more minutes than Reagan Beers that game. Her and Madison Booker were tied about in the same amount of minutes. Technically, she got more minutes than Maddie Booker. So again, like, I'm not doing this. Okay, this is actually the game I think she played the best. We won 110 versus 44 against the Dominican Republic. I actually thought she played well this game. She had 20 minutes. She scored 22 points. She went 8 for 12. And she had the third most minutes that game. She didn't start, but she had the third most minutes.
You watched that game, right?
Yeah, I did. I can't tell you like every.
No, but that was the game where it looked like she had the best matchup of the entire tournament, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And then our semifinal against Canada, we won 65-53. She got 3 minutes and 30, let's call it 3 minutes. She had 0 points. She went 0 for 1. Audie Crooks didn't even play that game. See how there's a trend. She's not the only one. And then our final, we won 92-80. And I want to say after that Canada game, I think when they took the picture, someone had to actually like go and grab Flage because she like basically walked away. So again, speaking of body language, like, okay. And then our final versus Brazil, she played 3 minutes. She had 0 points, didn't take a shot. And she played the least minutes that game. Audie got in for 5 minutes. Reagan Beers got 6 minutes. And so I guess in conclusion, basically what I'm getting to is she's not the only one that's on the team. Go ask Candace Parker, go ask Arike how they can be excluded. Like Team USA, they've made it very clear. It's not about the name on the back of the jersey. It's about the name in the front of the jersey. And they made it very clear. They will not take people who they do not believe don't play team ball. I think the way that she's handled the situation, which is why I think someone very much encouraged her to write that note the next morning after the Duke game, that shit follows you. And Team USA isn't perfect in this sense. I think they have been petty to certain players, but they've left a lot of people out of Team USA before. They don't play that shit. So like you're only playing yourself. If you want to have fuel, have fuel. But you're playing yourself, and you don't really look substantiated and valid, in my opinion, of how you treated,
how you handled it, the video,
exactly.
None of it. I'm disappointed in it. And then people always want to say that she's Kai Copper.
Kai Copper just made her first Olympics.
Kai Copper, I was gonna say Kai Copper just made her first. She just made her first Olympics, and she didn't hardly play. But Kai Copper had to be ready when they called her. Kai had to come close. But we hadn't been using Kai. It was like, what is Kai? What's happening? When it was time, Kai came to close. Can you beat that? Can you be that player? And that's the thing. So while everybody is looking at, to me, Flau'jae should be looking at Team USA and Carol Lawson, who y'all know I'm not a fan of, as somebody that did her the biggest favor that they could have done her going into her senior year. And she needs to be using that shit as a jump off to get to work on whatever it was that she didn't do to get on the floor, and to be able to fix her body language and her attitude about basketball so that she walks into the pros looking more like a pro. Because Kim got you walking around like an entitled crybaby right now. And it's not a good look. And the people that are around you are enabling
it. That's what I want to talk about.
And the fucked up part about it is, if you strip away what everybody else is saying, Flau'jae is actually saying the right shit. She was like, after that, I just wanted to get back in the gym. I wanted to work on my craft. I wanted to get better. Good. Those are the things you need to be focusing on. We shouldn't have cut to you going to do the video, you going to do the concert at Tournament of Roses. And I get that that's a big part of what you did for your rap career, but let's do a rap video about that one. Because right now they are they're dumbing down your basketball and big up in your rap, and I think that could have a negative effect on how you looked at in the WNBA. So if you really are truly really right now about basketball, put all that other shit down. Take these glasses off, take these headphones out, get your basketball shit on, and let's get to hooping. Let's get to hooping. That's what I want to see. Go ahead.
Here's the thing, and I see MJ's comment about the documentary. Spoiler alert, I was going to talk about this regardless of the documentary. So actually, no, the documentary didn't help, and I didn't watch it. I, again, accidentally watched it because Twitter decided to preview or show me when I was watching something else as the next thing. Auntie watched the documentary. I wasn't watching the documentary, and sure as hell I'm not about to watch the documentary. Like, all this stuff is still substantiated regardless of what the documentary said. Like, it was clear when she posted that Instagram post, it was clearly a gunshot to Kara's head. Like, there's nothing about it that was confusing. Like, it was a clear shot at Kara.
Well, and it wasn't just Flaw that took the shot.
It was
her stepdad.
Yes.
Her
stepdad was talking.
Her
Correct.
Her camp was on that.
Correct. Not only her camp, LSU coaches also were on it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, everybody's behavior is wild to me. So if y'all really do know something that Kara did something, but to me, it's interesting that it was at what, most 2 weeks? And and also for those of you who are justifying this or trying to justify Flaw's behavior, to me, I have a question. How did you feel about Jason Tatum?
I didn't. Well, I'm not the one to ask. Ask somebody else.
Why are you not the one to ask though?
I'm not. I don't have good things. I'm not a Jason Tatum fan.
But how did you feel about Jason Tatum?
I didn't care.
Crying and bitching after the gold, and then you have Halliburton.
It was like shut up.
His picture.
It was like shut up. Shut up. Who
up.
are you gonna play over? Who are you gonna play over? KD, LeBron, Steph. Shut up. Sit down. You and Halliburton. It was a good trip to Paris. Learn how to be Olympians. Next time it'll be your turn. Be ready. That's it. Shut up. Shut up. There were two other people that could have put that USA on their chest. Take the picture, hold your gold medal, be ready for the next time when they call you. Did you learn how to be an Olympian? Did you learn how to close? Because what y'all should have figured out, if we talking about the men for real, is y'all jokers ain't even coming back with a gold if them old dudes ain't there. If them old dudes didn't step up, you young dudes had no idea. And that's the same thing with the women. Shut up and learn. There was something there for you to learn. They respected your game enough to let you put them letters on your chest. You wanted it, now you're there. You're not gonna play the role necessarily that you thought, but you better shut up and figure it out. Because they'll call you back. See, sometimes you gotta learn. Sometimes you gotta walk into a room and just shut the fuck up the first time you in there. Listen, read the room, see how they move. You can't show up like you just been everywhere before.
Again,
you just showed up looking all crazy with your glasses on and your hair and your earbuds in and shit. Ain't nobody on that right now. Shut up and learn how to be an Olympian. If people around here that ain't gonna never put them letters on.
I do think Tatum could have played over some people, but I don't really care. I just think you look like a little crybaby. Like, you won the gold. It was your first time there, for real. Like, let it be. Like, I don't. What
You
good
wonder
does
why
it
Derek
do
White
you?
played over you? Because Derek White is more of a closer than you. Y'all don't want to have a real conversation about Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum ain't that. Jason Tatum get that love because he's a light-skinned dude on the team. The nigga that's doing the work on the team is Jaylen Brown. He's the closer. That's the fourth quarter guy. Y'all don't really want to talk about Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum been front running since he got here. He showed up as a rookie. It looked pretty good. They tried to act like Kyrie was the problem. Kyrie been gone, and Jason Tatum still ain't really did nothing. If they don't get none of this shit done, if Jaylen Brown ain't there, stop playing. Let's go. Y'all want to talk hoops for real? Let's talk hoops for real. We was more worried about we was more worried about how Jason Tatum treated his baby mama or the girl he got pregnant or who he was showing up with in Paris than any basketball that he was gonna play. Tell me the last time y'all really was like, yo, let me turn Jason Tatum on. Keep it a buck.
Well, my point was that at the end of the day, a lot of people eviscerated Jason Tatum this summer, right? They said he was being a crybaby, he needed to shut up, and it was poor tact on his behalf to be acting the way he did. To me, what Flaw did is very similar with less of the resume. So that's me. Go ahead.
People forget that, this like coaching for like the Olympics and America, things like that, like these decisions are not easy. Yes, it's a group of a bunch of talented people coming together, but just because you have a bunch of talent doesn't mean you can't lose with a bunch of talent. Like fit matters. And some of these players, you need players that are going to also be able to humble themselves and say, hey, yes, I might be the guy or the girl on my team, but here I might need to play a role. Some people, they're just not willing, like, hey, I can't play a role. And then there's others on the roster where, yeah, they'll come in. What you need me to do? You need me to be scrappy. You need me to go hustle. You need me to defend. You need me to do all those things. And they will do it without a problem. So like when people talk about, oh, why was Derek White on that team? Because Derek White did those things that some of those guys like the Stephs, LeBrons, the KDs, they're not those guys that are going to do all the scrappy and dirty work. No, guys like Derek White are going to come in and do those things because that's what they do. Like everybody, and with a group of talented people, everybody wants to score because they know they can score. But everyone also doesn't understand that, hey, this is not the time for me to go looking for a shot. Sometimes I need to pass up the ball so someone else can get the shot. That's just how it works. It's just that simple. So
I would argue that should be all basketball, but yeah.
Yeah, like people are just thinking that, oh yeah, these are easy decisions to make as a coach. They're not, because at the end of the day, you get scrutiny if one person plays over another person. And specifically if people think that the less talented player, the non-all-star, plays over the guy who's just the guy that's the all-star on the team that has all these accolades, it's a problem. And the person who takes the hit for it is the coach. And the worst part about it is the coach still takes the hit even if you win.
Yep.
That is the worst part. So for Kara, it's like, dang, she can't win for losing.
And that's why, to really hammer home the point, that's why the whole Kara thing, I thought Kara was she could have not, but I thought she was justified in releasing her resume because like people were coming for her. And as we said, members and camps were coming specifically for Kara for not playing Flage. And that to me was like, not everyone plays on Team USA. Is this your first time watching Olympics basketball? Like someone's not going to play. And if you go back to that carousel thing on Instagram that she did, Flaw specifically called out playing Duke. You know who also was on the staff? Jenny Burskashkash, whatever her name is, from Oklahoma. I didn't see her call out.
Yeah,
right. I didn't see her call out, hey, can't wait to play you in Oklahoma. Like this nice, nasty shit that keeps happening. I understand why Kara, in my opinion, took it some type of way. because you making it look like you chill about it, but really you doing dirty stuff behind, like you're doing dirty shit. But if someone looks at it, quote unquote, objectively, it doesn't look dirty. Same way you posted the post, hey, don't get it twisted, Kara's a great coach, she did this, but then you had your coach in the presser the night before saying she lost confidence. It's not Kara's job to be the confidence person for Flaw. And again, unless y'all telling me she was calling her sons of bitches and all that type of stuff, but like, you know, honestly, at the end of the day, like if you coming in there with an attitude, your body language is stank, they're asking you to do a role and you think you're bigger than the role, or you think you've earned bigger than the role because you played in the SEC, I don't know what to do for you. You have the wrong mentality. Don't come back to Team USA.
No,
I'm not sympathetic to it. You know what? Sorry, let me
she
rephrase.
be back?
Well, I don't think so.
Oh,
Let me
no.
rephrase. Let me rephrase. I am sympathetic to the fact that that's a hard situation to be put in. But when your family and the people around you are not, she actually needed to go listen to Kara's handle hard shit better speeches, because that actually, yeah, I'm gonna be funny, but I'm actually being serious, because for you to think that the world revolves around you and you're the sun is so problematic. And the people that are enabling that behavior it doesn't serve her. It really doesn't serve her. And y'all can say MJ mentality if that's what you mean. Cool. Let that shit be your MJ mentality. Kobe had it too. Lots of people take slights. But you know what they don't do? They don't get up there and do stuff that are going to put you in situations where people look at you some type of way. We all in an age of brand building, and you wanted to play more because it would have helped your brand at Team USA. Well, other people got stuff they got to worry about too. So you're not going to be the only one. You know what would have helped you? Exactly like we're saying. Why am I not playing? What do I need to get better at? Let me go work on that, and let me bust your ass when I see you against Duke.
That, and I think another opportunity that people don't see with being on teams like Team USA, America, things like that, is also an opportunity to work on being a better teammate.
Yeah. What happens when you're not the centerpiece of the universe for the team you're on? That's what, if we're keeping it a buck, we talked about this before Thanksgiving. I think our baseline brunch, we talked about, do I see, and you asked it again here today, Auntie, do I see Flage as a lottery? And I've been saying no for a very long time. Have I not?
You have.
Yeah.
And these are part of the reasons why. Like, okay, so you mean to tell me she's going to go to any of the teams that are not even expansion teams, because technically expansion teams are not lottery teams. Any of the teams right now, and who are you going to center her around versus someone who's already there?
I thought they said that she was going to Chicago, back with Angel, with Angel and Camilla.
And what happened the last time when she was with Angel? Was she the centerpiece or no?
Oh,
well, here's the thing. They don't remember it like that. See, so when they say what happened the last time, what they say is they won a national championship.
Okay.
What about the year after that? What about the year after that? They forget that one.
Well,
okay.
No, well, see, no, wait, no, they're not talking about that part. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, so everybody's back in love again?
No.
Right? Is everybody back in love again? So we getting back together. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, come on, man.
And with Tyler, by the way. And Tyler,
Tyler's barely handling Angel and Camilla. Now he's gonna handle Flage too.
Well, I have a different perspective on that. But the point
I was still on this team too?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, where's she going?
She gets picked. Where she gets picked up. She gets picked up in the expansion draft. That's the only way she's not on this team. Because by the way, the same pick that has the Minnesota Lynx at the number 2 pick in the draft is because of Haley.
Right.
I don't know.
So
you know what?
Ain't no way Haley not on this team.
The way, you know what, this whole thing made me understand why Dawn asked the questions that she asked. Why Dawn wants to know the people that she wants to know before she decides that she offers you. What are you going to do if you don't play? Who are you going to call when you don't play? Who are you going to call when I sit your ass? How are you going to feel when you get pulled from a game? Because it's going to happen. All of these things are going to happen along your journey. And are you going to be ready? And so for me, I'm like, damn, Flage, if you, this is the first time, listen, I ain't gonna hold y'all up. Now I watched that thing. That girl got the crying talking about I just want to play basketball, and I was like, that was like the cry I had in 3rd grade, girl. What are you talking about?
So that's where I was going.
You can't have this crying Team USA in Chile right now. I just want to play basketball. I just want to play basketball. Sometimes you don't get in the game, and that's what I be talking about letting losers do winner shit and giving out participation awards. People need to know you don't win all the time. Everybody's not the goddamn winner.
No, everybody's not. No. Hold on. I want to just because what you said is right. Everybody's not the star on a winning team. I think that's the part that, like, because everybody says they want to win till they're not the centerpiece for why they win. And that's where I feel like the problem
exactly.
is.
And that's the question. Do you want to win or do you want to be the star?
Correct.
Do you want to win or do you want to be famous? Do you want the fame or do you want the fortune? Board man get paid. What you want to do? See, we be around here prepping these kids up and got them dressed up like they Jordan, and these kids ain't that good. And I'm not saying that about Flage, but we got these kids looking the part that they can't play. And then we be too scared to tell them that ain't your part. Your part is this, baby. On the bench. Getting the water. Hyping the team. Being ready when they call you. See, it's one thing, and here's the thing that I'm talking about. Now, Flage at LSU is a starter. She's a star. When she gets to the WNBA, when she's on a team with everybody else that was at college that was a star, she might not start. She might not play that much. Your psyche is too fucking sensitive and fragile to be able to deal with that. How are you going pro then?
And you know what? The All the Smoke podcast, actually, I mean, we hear this over and over and over and over again. It's like, if you listen, you'll hear it multiple times. But, and I know I was joking a little bit with the Kara learned how to handle hard better, but like, this is part of what the issue is. Like, all these people who want to be the star, like, everyone cannot be the star. Like, that's not how you win ultimately. But in all the All the Smoke podcast, when they did the interview with Corey, Vic, and Dawn, which is really good, I actually encourage people to go listen to it.
Yeah, check it out.
One of the things Matt Barnes specifically says is, and Corey kind of butchered the story, but I got the gist. Essentially, you hear how she chopped that? I was like, now damn, Corey. But basically, that like people were making teams over quote unquote star players and they couldn't understand why. And it was like, you need that Draymond Green like person. You need that person who is willing to do the dirty work, who doesn't have to score, who's willing to get the rebounds, who's willing to box out, who's willing to do that, who sticks on teams. You need the Alicia Clarks of the world, right? You need people
Udonis
who are
Haslem.
the
Udonis Haslem.
Yes,
you need them, baby.
You need the Dorts. You need the Drew Holidays, like, and ask the Bucks about that, right? Like, you cannot just bring people in who score. There's only one ball. And I think that's the problem, the mentality of you're the star, you're the star, you're the star, you're the star, you should transfer, you're the star, you're the star. It's not setting these people up for success. And one of the things Matt Barnes said, which I think is really good, and Matt Barnes is one to talk for sure, is that even in the NBA, you got to learn the ebbs and flows of playing in a league like that, even with the competition like that. And the W is no different. And so to me, this is why this actually should be the lesson. And the enablement and the coddling with Flaw, I'm not here for it. And I just wanted to call that out because I think it's problematic and we have evidence and things to substantiate why. If you want to be mad, I actually do give her grace for, I don't need to see you crying and I'm not watching the documentary. I think it's okay. You upset, but do something about it. And to me, Dawn says that all the time. She wants to know, like, if you're not cool with something, tell me so we can handle it. You know what I mean? I think it's perfectly okay to have those emotions, but it's what you do with it. If you further make yourself victimhood and want to like blame, and you got assistant coaches posting pictures of your player in Team USA jerseys the night before a game, like, that's weird. That's weak shit. This is the same coaching staff that went and found Camilla's stuff and said to deport her. Like, I'm not playing with that. Y'all not slick. It's not cool. And people need to call it out. It's weird.
Yeah, and for me, when I say that you can't have that cry your fourth year in college, fourth year in college, that's the cry that you have at what is it, Pop Warner, whatever, pal. I just want to play. I didn't get to play. Like you're crying about playing time, big dog. We ain't got time for that. We on to the dub. You can't be crying about that right now. I get it. Okay, this and this is what I'm talking about why it's important that she had this moment, right? That they had this moment, because she was like, I'm embarrassed. My family is here. I'm not playing. Is this the first time that you've had this experience in your entire basketball career? Well, then you needed this. You needed this, because depending on where you go next season, you may not be starting. They may come to a lot of games. They may come to a lot of games that you don't play. Or you could be on a team where your parents, your people is coming game after game after game, and you losing and losing and losing and losing. Are you prepared for that?
And then
if you're not, and then what? And if you're not, then Kim and LSU have done you a disservice in getting you prepared for that part of your journey.
Yes.
Because that's a piece of this shit.
If you want to be
tell
an
y'all all the time,
individual,
I ain't got a WNBA starter on my team. They all gonna have to earn their spot. They all gonna have to find their way. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
No.
We lost you again. I think. Oh, I lost you.
Her phone went to sleep.
Yeah, my phone went to sleep.
Okay.
Thank you. I can hear you guys, but you can't hear me when it goes to sleep. Yeah, I was just saying, go play tennis
And if
and
you
don't
can
play
speak
doubles.
back to whatever you said about Camilla, they did what to Camilla.
Oh,
go back to that.
shoot. Yeah. I'll go back to that. I was saying, yeah, go play an individual sport and don't play the team aspect of it. Don't play doubles. Just play singles and tennis. Like, don't do the Ryder Cup for golf.
Right.
Just be your own person. It's a team sport. It's part of being a team. Like, I just, everything doesn't go your way all the time. How do you bounce back from it? And I have no problem with the fuel. Like, okay, let it fuel you. But to denigrate other people in the process and make it their problem that you didn't start or you didn't get more minutes or you weren't the MVP, like, I don't know what to tell you about that. Like, I just think that's weird. That's where I am with this. And I just think that mentality and that codifying is not serving her. But yeah, use it as fuel, get better. But this is part of the reason why I didn't see her as a lottery pick. I don't see it. That's one. My point about Camilla was that the same coaching staff for LSU is, I was saying that I think the codifying is not just, I think it's surrounding her in ways that is not serving her. The LSU staff to me has always been one that's a little off for me. Like, I just think it's unprofessional to be, and I use Camilla as an example as well too, but during the game when Flage was cussing at Kara, and I actually do think, which it's funny, that Hannah and Sarah, who else got teed up this week? But regardless, they got teed up for talking to each other. I think when you start talking shit to a coach, I think that's weird. I think she should have gotten teed up and the ref was standing right there, but whatevs. But in that same frame, when they're looking down the baseline, you can see that white man, I forget what his name is, Chris, something like that. He was doing like 3 guns and shooting them at like Kara. I was like, what are we doing? Like, what is this? Like, why are we perpetuating this culture? Like, this is weird to me that we're in a basketball game and there's no one saying don't have competition. But first thing, you're a coach. Like, coaches are held to a different standard than players, for one. But the fact that you're literally like shooting three guns, like the 3-point sign guns at Kara Lawson, is weird. 2, before the game started, you posted pictures of Flaw in her Team USA jersey, clearly to, like, again, be part of the narrative. And then this was the same coaching staff that I said after the Camilla game, or the SEC championship game, where Flaw's brother decided to jump over the banister to attack Camilla. Again, see the trend here, which, like, what the hell are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? What behavior, what in your brain says that this is a good thing to do? Like, that same coaching staff went and found pictures of Camilla pushing Satu, which Lord knows if there's anyone, Satu got a mouth on her. It's not, Satu's not your perfect victim here. Like went and found pictures of or video of FIBA when Camilla got kicked out of FIBA for pushing Satu, went and posted that. What's Satu and Camilla have to do with the LSU versus South Carolina game? Oh, but no, you wanted to perpetuate that Camilla is a dangerous person who should be deported. And no, I'm not joking. They also reposted deportation insinuations about Camilla. So I'm just painting the context for what is happening in totality. It's weird. It's weird. I just think that coaching staff is not doing her any favors. I think they really well, they have a new AD and that AD is homegrown, so who knows? And they just hired Lane Kiffin, so that gives you another indication of what matters to them. But this is not a culture that I respect. I just don't. I think it's weird. I think there's a lot of coddling. And I just think it needs to be called out more. That's it. So I think it's weird behavior. And I do think when I compare and contrast that to Barker, I do think it's strange that certain people are hyping up Flaw's behavior, whereas compared to Barker, they were quick to, and I think both of them were wrong is actually my point. But I just find it strange, why is that situation different? And so I just want to call it out because I see it as a little bit of hypocrisy. Not a little bit. I find it hypocritical. And Auntie, you still there, or did you say you had to step away for a second? But did I answer the question for why I feel like the Flaw's behavior towards Kara does not equate to me? I'll ask again when you get back, or when you get back, if you heard me, we can jump back to that. But High Life or Brittany, y'all got anything to add or say?
I didn't see that, but no, shout out to you. I mean, hearing the other side or whatnot. My whole thing is it called Team USA? Is it honestly called Team USA or no?
No, they just say USA.
It's more like
Okay.
USA, you know.
Okay.
And I did hear you. Yes, you did answer my question. I'm sorry.
Okay. No. I knew you walked away. That's why I was like, you probably can.
And I
hear
still
me,
had you on the
but
edge. I can hear you, but I was away from the mic. Yes.
Yeah. And sorry it took a long time, but I do think the context of it all matters. You know what I mean? This stuff doesn't happen in isolation, and this is where I think we as a community also have to call some of that stuff out. And to me, it's not over policing. It's just I don't know. There's just a way to handle things. And we all handle things wrong, every moment of every day. But if people aren't willing to have a conversation with you and hey, here's why I see it different or whatever, how do we grow? How do we learn? So are you just trying to be you, or are you trying to grow and evolve? Because that whole unapologetic doesn't mean you are absolved of wrongdoing. I think that's where the misconception is. Yes, be yourself. Okay. But being yourself is also growing and evolving and learning and shaping and shifting. You don't get to just operate in your own world with no consequences.
Agreed.
We live in a society and a community. It matters. And if you want to play a team sport and you want to get your bag and you want people to respect you, there are things that come with that too. There are trade-offs. And sometimes it's no, bump that. I don't care. Sometimes there are things that substantiate when you feel right about a situation. But then you're also allowed to call people out. And I just think both need to be true. And typically, I think especially as a Black community, we sometimes shy away from calling out people in our community because we know we open ourselves to broader criticism. But I do think that, especially when it's within the community, because Kara is a Black woman, why are we letting the disrespect of, when it comes to the Flage situation, why are we letting the disrespect towards Kara be okay? And then we're allowing Kim to come in as the white savior in this situation. I want to call that out too. I think that's weird. I don't think Kara did anything wrong, unless someone can come with me with like more things. And it can't just be she coached her hard and she didn't show her favoritism. I think, it is what it is. And Kara looks like a firecracker on that Duke bench anyway, the way she was screaming at some of them during the LSU game. I think there's questions there. But I've watched Kim, don't forget, it was last season that she slapped the shit out of that notepad out of Simone Augustus, and she sat there and took it. So why do we allow Kim in certain instances to do things, but other people can't? I just call out the hypocrisy. That's it. We can go back to the game. If Brittany, did you have anything? Sorry.
I know that when I was in the Discord, I was talking about, yeah, look, they're gonna have a reality TV show, they're gonna have something gonna be going down. Crazy to say, I was right. Cause I just hate that this could have been an opportunity for her to show her maturity level, and just to show that, like, hey, I can handle being in this type of situation. I can handle what the coach is giving me, whether I'm used to being in this role or not. I'm going to give it my best, and I'm also going to show that I'm a good teammate. It sucks that she didn't take that opportunity and use it to her advantage of being on Team USA, because the other part about it is not many players can say that they've played for Team USA on any level. So kind of sucks.
Yeah, I just
this way.
I hate it because I don't want to be calling out people's parenting, but I'm like,
I want to circle back to this right here. This Flaw lost a lot of confidence during the summer.
Oh, I was going to call that out too. I was going to say user, whatever the rest of your name is, clearly with the LSU player in your profile. Did you listen to anything, or did you just get here before one of us really goes there? I just want to make sure, because
what, Commish, huh?
No, I just
you said you're not gonna play, you're not gonna sit here and like, come on now.
We literally, I don't even know how long it took us, 30, 40 minutes, whatever. We just had a long conversation about the nuances of this. And for you
to... User just said they just got here.
Okay, I suggest you can
just got here.
Okay, you can rewind about like 30 minutes and listen to more if that helps you.
Yeah.
Auntie, you wanted to add something, or was that what you wanted to talk about?
No, I was gonna ask some questions. Like, lost a lot of confidence during the summer. How? See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. What I think, and
other people being better than you is not their problem, or other people being just as capable as you. Like, confidence.
That ain't my issue. That's not my issue.
That's my issue.
That's not my issue. My issue is this right here. I'm sorry. My issue is this right here. We too soft. We, and when I say we, I mean my generation, us, the grown-ups, the people that are bringing these kids up. Man, we not honest enough, and we not upfront with them enough, and we not real with them like our people was with us, right? So, you, because you say, she lost a lot of confidence during the summer. See, sometimes it's with your mind state. It's your mind state. It's what your mentality is. It's how you walk into things. So Blaze's people had her walking into something like she was finna be the star. She was finna be, oh, you finna go down there. You know, I know they talking to you. You finna go down there and get this gold Team USA. You finna go tear it up. Yo, it's the year of four. It take more. Your commercial and drop, right? All of that. But you can't forget the hard work part of it. You should have walked into that gym because you ain't played USA ball before, have you? Has she? I don't know. This is her first gold medal. She tried out, but she didn't play. She said this was her first gold medal. USA didn't win in gold. So this was your opportunity to walk in there and figure out why the hell you ain't been on the team before. Why the hell you the only national champion on the team that ain't getting off the bench? Instead of being like, oh, somebody got something against me, shut up and go to work. You should have been, if nothing else was going on in there, you know what I've been doing? Oh, I ain't playing. That's okay. Let me get my notepad out, because everybody in here that's in the SEC, I'm gonna bust your ass when I see you again in conference. Joyce, let me see what you like to do good. Oh, Michaela, let me see what you like to do good. It was a lot of SEC players down there that she could have been watching. What are these people work ethic like? How do these people approach the game? What are the things that I can take from all of these women that are phenomenal basketball players that I can pour back into me and then take back into my program? Because my program ain't showing that. My program got me out here, the only one, a national champion that can't get on the floor. And I thought I was coming here to start. So you should have walked in there like Scottie Pippen walked his ass into the Chicago Bulls gym the first year thinking he was going to be, I'm going to go in here and take over the team. And they let him know real quick, hey, no, you're not. It's a dude named Aaron Jordan, and he is him. You see him over there? Figure out what he's doing. Do y'all see? I laugh all the time, and I make jokes about Ryan Howard all the time. But Ryan Howard was honest. I want to know what Asia's doing. I'm digging in Asia's trash. I'm looking at Asia's goddamn window. I'm dumping out the cups that she's drinking to see what's in that, because I want that. So it ain't no way I'm gonna walk into a gym with all of these people being better than me, and then walk out like, man, they just played me, man. They didn't respect my game. Nobody respected your game. Stop playing. Stop playing, because if you was that, you would have been back to a national championship by now. So if nothing else, these 3 years that you'd have played since you won the Natty should be telling you that, hey, it should have humbled you enough to know, shit, I wasn't the reason we got there, because we ain't been back since. So what can I do to be better? See, all of that, it's everybody else. Get them people out your fucking ear, because they not going to get you to the next level. What's in you? And the shit that I hear come out for her mouth all the time don't match what the people around her say. And that's my point. What do you want to do, fo?
User person, you're behind. I encourage you either after this or now, if it really pertains
the
to
reason
you.
we talking about this is because of her 10-minute series. And I Commish don't have to speak back to it. It turned my stomach. She should have took them damn sunglasses off. She should have been sitting in that chair, looking in the camera, making us believe what it was she was saying, instead of sitting up there like she was bigger than basketball, like she was already a star. You just couldn't start on Team USA. Stop playing with me.
That's Auntie's reason for why we're talking about this. I was going to talk about it regardless of the 10-minute series. I did not watch it in its entirety, and I still had this perspective regardless of that. So that to help.
And I like Big Bo. I like
10-minute
series. I was totally disappointed in that 10. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, you can say, okay, bye. That's the LSU, and that's your attitude. And that's why y'all cheer for that team. Because it's okay, bye, instead of standing on business and putting in the work. Yeah, she was looking bigger than basketball. She got her shades on like somebody owed her something. When she found out was she got her ass down there to Chile, and she didn't earn shit. That's why she didn't play. Nobody was against Fo. Nobody was like, oh, we gonna shut out Fo. She played when the matchups allowed, and then she didn't earn any other time on the floor. And so all that shit I had Flora doing was getting the fuck back in the gym. That's facts. But see, y'all LSU fan base come here with this shit all the time. See, y'all always want shit that y'all can't earn. Talking about 4 championships like y'all got 4. No, Kim got 4. Y'all got 1. Y'all popping my chat all the time talking about what happened last year. Y'all ain't beat us in 18 tries, but y'all popping here talking about UConn. See, stop worrying about what other people doing and start talking about what LSU doing. Because when I look at the LSU program, how many pros have y'all put in the goddamn league? How many pros have y'all put in the league? How many people came through Kip program 4 years at LSU and went to the league? Not a one.
2. Oh,
not
4 years.
One.
4 years. 4 years. 4 years.
Not
yeah,
one. All of them had a different foundation before. And I'm speaking on that because when I look at what she done built with the people that's been there over 4 years and the people that was there with something before they got there, those people look better prepared than the people that's been there with her 4 years.
Well, Alexis Morris told you guys that, but no one wanted to listen to her because of what other might be going on with her in her life. But she said that when she sat in that car post Connecticut Sun training camp. She said a lot of stuff, and one of the stuff she said was she was not aware of terminology. She did not feel prepared. And that's facts. She did call Tawana Bonner a wired hanger in the process, but she did tell you she was not prepared. And I think some of the way she showed up in that was out of frustration. And again, when you've been coddled or you haven't handled situations well, when you get faced with adversity, you act out.
Hey man, Flage got one of the brightest. She got one of the brightest futures out there. If she go to work and do what it is that she can do, period. But she got to be accountable and she got to be responsible. She got to be responsive to what's out there. She got to get these yes people out of her ear and get to work. Period. Period. She could be a star rapper and a star basketball player, but she got to get to work on that. Kara was trying to teach her something and she didn't accept the coaching because when them NBA execs asked Kara about flawed mentality, she probably would have spoke highly of her if she wasn't pouting. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, all of these coaches, I think at the end of the day, would still talk the kid up for the most part. I don't think that Flage is a bad person. I don't think that she's a bad basketball player. I think that she's getting bad advice. I think that her people have gotten her to the place that they can get her, and now they need mentors and people to help them get to the next level. Flage can be one of the most dangerous people to sit down at the table with the WNBA to negotiate her contract. You coming in already a millionaire, already with a fan base, already owning 20, 40 acres. She doesn't need basketball. She wants basketball, but she has to show us that she really wants basketball. And if she doesn't want basketball, that's okay. But what came out of her mouth was that it's about basketball. So show us that. And you show us that not by whining, but by getting to work. So let's see. You win in Durham, and you know, like I said, they won the game. But I don't think, I think that a lot of that was my lazy for Wiley. So, I think that game looks different without my lazy for Wiley.
And Jada
Rashard too. But I mean, the game just looks different without that talent there. But it's not too late for Fo. But Fo got to get to work. But this that she on, but you ain't a star yet, homie. Not like that. Not like that. Not if Team USA is your goal. Period. But I also just think that it's about the people that are around her. And sometimes, I mean, shit, Roy Jones had to leave his dad. Zab had to leave his dad. Sometimes you outgrow, or you continue to put people around you that allow you to improve. I started with one YouTube mentor I've had to stack on them to keep trying to level up and get to these next levels. Nobody gets this shit done by themselves. And you don't know what you don't know. You think Flaw needs to learn how to play with Lay when they are in the game together? You can tell when they both are in the game, they're in each other's way. That's for Kim to figure out.
Can I put a nail in the coffin for Duke? Are we ready for that yet? Brittany,
let's wrap it up.
Because I know you. I know. No, I mean Duke. I'm done. I'm done with Duke. I just, while this game was better, yay, kudos to them. They started off hot. I think maybe a couple things so the offensive schemes continue to be a problem. We talked about Jaden Donovan, her lack of development and adding to her game. As someone, she a junior? Yeah, she's about to be a senior. So as a junior, I actually at points in the game was like, why is Jaden like Donovan is not worth having on the floor right now. We weren't really getting the defense, in my opinion. We weren't getting a whole bunch of rebounding. Correct me if I'm wrong, but just from what I could tell, it didn't feel impactful, even on one side of the board. Are you talking, Brittany?
No.
Oh, it didn't feel impactful on any dimension. And then it was clearly 5-on-4 or 4-on-5, however you want to think of it, on the offensive end. So you just really weren't getting anything. And what is disappointing to me is even if you're not a great shooter, and maybe this is where the lack of scheming comes in as well. But like the ability to like crash the board and put it back up, or get a layup, or slash through the defense to at least cause some disruption. They were playing off of her, so I don't really know if it would have made a difference. Go set a screen. Like that's again, basketball. Just like if you are not being guarded, go make yourself useful. Go camp in the paint, or go set a really good screen on whoever's defending the person with the ball. Because if the person is playing off of you, that means if you set a really good screen, your player comes off, or the person who has the ball, your teammate comes off of you, there is literally no one there because they are playing off of you. So just even the adjustments of like how to make her not negative on the offensive end, I don't know. I'm literally beyond myself. Like I don't have any. Maybe someone. Just
There is the having Jaden Donovan in your starting lineup does nothing for you. Said it once, say it again. She continues to start Jaden Donovan. For what reason? Doesn't make sense to me. I see that she only played 13 minutes. So Kara went and rolled with Nelson. Rightfully so. But the other part is kind of like running her in the way in which you're running her. It's not helping her at all. Because at least the way that Jaden Donovan looked her first 2 years looks completely different from what she looks this year. And
can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, a question / a statement. How much of that do you think is also because of their roster construction?
I think some of it is the roster construction, but I just also think that the lineups that she's throwing her in, it's just not. She'll probably do better coming off of the bench, and specifically, you have to play her as a 4. That's just where she is developmentally. She's a 4, and you're trying to play her as a 3, I guess now you're pushing Toby out to the perimeter and like, okay, cool, but there's only so many times that Toby's going to be able to just get a straight line drive to the basket. That's only going to happen so many times. So I just also think some of it is roster construction, but it's also she's just not putting her in with the right lineups. You just have to leave it at she's a 4. And
I'm not being funny. What did Donovan do? I don't follow her, so I don't know. But like, did she do anything? Like, did she do 3-on-3? Any like 3-on-3 stuff or any like, you know what I mean? Like, what was she?
I don't remember seeing her any active stuff over the summer. I remember off the top of my head.
That's why it's making me think. Why play her at 30?
Say that again.
Oh no, I was saying not Team USA, not 3XB, none of that stuff. I don't even think McDonald's All-American reunion. Nothing.
Exactly.
Anything.
Yeah, and I guess maybe Brittany, to your point, like playing her at the 4, whatever. I guess at what point do we just conclude? And I'm not really trying to be judgmental, but I guess like whatever. You give your opinion, it's your opinion. Does she well, let me make my statement. I don't know if I can put this solely on like the lack of development. While I do put it on a coach, I also, some of it has to go on the player, and therefore I'm kind of like, do you want to play basketball?
Yeah, that's the other part about it. I want to know what the conversation was before after the end of last season. What was the conversation? Was it what was told, like, hey, you need to work on this for her to come into this season and you being prepared to play her as a 3? Because the way in which you're playing her does not match the way in which she trained over the summer, or the way in which she was supposed to train over the summer.
So did
But
Gucci
even
Lucci leave and throw it off?
I still think it did. Yeah, but
You
there's
don't.
still stuff you needed to work on, regardless if Gucci Lucci was there or not. You still
Yeah.
needed. This was the same problem last year. Like nothing has changed, and if anything, we've been talking about people regressing defensively. I'm also like, your defense doesn't look good either.
And that's the thing. I think because O'Connell left, because the other thing about O'Connell was she helps Jaden Donovan as the 4, because she's giving you the ball pressure and she's playing at the point of attack. Therefore, Donovan isn't having to deal with, all right, players getting straight line drives to the basket and all this good stuff. So she can really focus on defending in the post. Now you're playing her at the 3. You want her to play on the perimeter. That's completely different. Yes, she has the athletic ability for it, but does she have? Just playing her at the 3 is just a no, because everything that she's good at, where you want her at, is in the paint. That's where you want her. You want her to be down there blocking shots. You want her down there rebounding, but you can't do that because you're having her play out here on the perimeter and be your point of attack defender. But that's just not what she's, not as your POA defender, though.
Auntie, you always said that the Storm looked clunky to you. This is how I feel about Duke now. Now that I'm looking at it, now that I'm looking at it, it just feels like too many people have the same, for lack of a better word, skill set. And therefore, like just watching that game versus LSU, after a while, I was just like, where are your answers? Like, y'all ain't got no answers, because you had Ashlyn Jackson at times, but then also at times it literally looked like 1 high and 4 low offensively, and then they were playing off Donovan. It just, I don't know. I didn't have any, like, who had the midi? Like, I couldn't point to anybody, be like, you could come off a screen and shoot it. I mean, you can, but like, it didn't seem like that was anybody's game.
The only middies that they're getting is from their high post, playing out of high post whenever the guard decides, whenever the big decides to sag off, and they just shoot that shot from the free throw line. That's about it in terms of mid-range shooting for them.
Yeah, and then it was like, well, then shouldn't Donovan be slashing maybe from the wing position? But then it just looked like she was a glorified passer in sets. Like, I was just like, but you're not even using the fact that they're not playing her effectively to your advantage, right? Like, again, go set a screen for someone who could come off the ball, or something.
That you would really be running her as like a Draymond Green, essentially.
Correct. But to be honest, she doesn't seem to have that skill set either. So
yeah,
I don't,
that's the part. The passing of it, I don't think she doesn't have that high IQ in terms of, just the high IQ for it. I'll just leave it at that.
Again, so then I
Teddy 80. I see you, fam. I see you. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, you're fine. I just keep coming. I'm not looking at the chat, so if there's something, let me know.
No. I think Teddy 80 is getting ready to leave, and I just wanted to say, hey, Merry Christmas, fam. Love you too. Looked like he was getting out of here. Sorry about that. Go ahead, guys.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. It just, I don't know what their solutions are. I think they need to start maybe more clearly giving roles. Maybe that's it, because skill development within the season doesn't seem to be, like, that's hard to do. So I don't know.
And once again, they just have a quarter that they cannot have, and it was the second quarter. You let LSU put up 31 points. That's just about your ball game. Because after that, you let them put up 31 points, so they end up coming back and they end up taking the lead, and you never see the lead after that. You just like for this team, because you are so bad defensively. I mean, offensively, you just
Well, the defense wasn't much better.
Marks. Offensively, you can't afford to have you can't afford to let your team let the opposing team have a 31-point quarter. Just can't happen because it does you.
Okay, let me jump in here real quick. Let me do a little bit of housekeeping real quick. Loretta Turner, Teddy. I appreciate y'all. Happy holidays. I also want to say this, Teddy, because I seen you make this point. One thing about this community, and these ladies will tell you too, probably why they stick around here and deal with my crazy ass, is because we have real basketball conversations. We could totally take anybody's opinion if it's based in facts, if it's genuine, if it's receipts, right? So we enjoy those type of conversations. So I'm sorry that you had an experience where people tell you stop saying the real in the chat and all of that. Here, we want you to say the real. We want you to push back on bullshit narratives. We want you to come with receipts, and we want y'all to participate in the conversation. I ask them. That's probably why they come back. I'm here for the conversation. I'm not here for the trolling, and I'm not here for the other stuff. We're here for real basketball conversation and being able to push women's hoops forward. So I so appreciate y'all for recognizing that and coming back and continuing to come back to support that. And shout out to you ladies, High Life, Commish, Brittany for taking this journey. So I wanted to get the little housekeeping out the way and back to the convo. Sorry, y'all. It was like pause for station identification.
No, it's cool. But I mean, I think that's part of why we have some of the takes we have. Like there's some takes, like the conversation today, like we have to address what's going on. You know what I mean? Like some people could say, my perspective was a hot take. I mean, I have it based in some type of logical explanation. But like I think we got to call it out. Like when we're seeing narratives being pushed, and even if it's people we don't like, right? Like we gotta have the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, and we do it all the time. Not a Janiyah Barker fan, but I'm not gonna let y'all single Janiyah Barker out as the only person that didn't shake hands. Not a Corey Close fan, but gotta stand in there and say something about that for Corey, because at the end of the day, it's about what's good for women's basketball overall. And I think that's why we I think that's how we all come to an agreement around Dawn Staley and her program and what she's doing, right? Because it's about South Carolina, it's about the Gamecocks, it's about the people on her team, right? But it's also about the greater good of women's basketball all the time. She always makes the best decision for women's basketball, and I think that's what draws me to the program and her the most, because it's about pushing this thing out. Where do we leave off in the games?
Absolutely. Duke. I said 5 L's in a row. I'm not sure this team beats Virginia Tech. At Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech just played a good game against somebody, didn't they? Who was it?
Florida.
KB? Florida. Okay.
So
it's a toss up.
It's a toss up. Samaya Smith went.
No, Samaya Smith is at Virginia, but she hasn't played yet. Yeah, no, and I'm not even sure. Virginia Tech feels like a toss up now.
Okay.
And it really shouldn't be, because I think Florida could have beaten Virginia Tech, and I was annoyed with the way they were playing when watching that game. So yeah, Duke, I think I have to just be off them for my own sanity. It's just, yes, they play better. I like, at least they brought some heart and some fight to the match. But I'm not sure that there's a lot they're not gonna like not win a game. Like that's just not. The ACC is not that good, so I do think they'll win some games.
Mhm.
I am not hyping up Duke. Let me say it this way: I am no longer checking for Duke.
Oh no, same.
Like I'm fully off of it.
Let me tell you here. Let me tell you, I am fully checking for Duke and the entire entertainment of it that is going to be. Do you hear me? Let me tell you, I'm the one at the brunch that like me. I like to see. I like to see the car crash. I like tanking. It's falling apart. It's breaking. You know why? Because people hyped it up so much, and I kept saying, I don't believe in Duke, and they be like, why you don't believe in Duke? I don't have a reason other than Don really don't fuck with Kara. Don't look like to me. So it just, I don't know. That's why. And that wasn't a good enough reason, but look, right on time. Here we go.
Mhm.
Right on time. Here we go.
Yes, but unfortunately, the
time.
people you
Here we
do
go.
rock with aren't looking like they look it better, but they're not that much better. You know what I mean? It's all bad. It's not good on any dimension. You can make a better case for NC State because they've played better competition. But
So remember that my dark horse is always who?
Louisville.
So
Yeah.
I've
they
been
be
talking about
looking at the dark horse. They be looking.
for 3 years. So, and I kept saying I had Louisville and NC State in the national in the national. Not that was a lot.
In the ACC
In the ACC,
tournament.
ACC championship for the tournament. And I, Waltz, I don't know. Waltz, I don't know. More, I don't know. But I mean, I can see them two in the championship. I can see an NC State Louisville championship, and I may just be rooting for that just because I would love to see a Kaishi Tajiana Roberts matchup. I think those are. Listen, I think Taj is one of the most dynamic guards in college hoops. Same with Kaishi. Hannah, I wish he was in the mix, but I don't think prospering him gonna get you there. I just don't think prospering him is enough to get you there, and that's unfortunate. And that's not a knock on Prosper. I just don't think that Ivy playing well enough going into this season.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Did we talk about Notre Dame? Are we talking about Notre Dame? What game are we at?
We can talk about them.
Yeah, I liked that game. From a.
You like who?
I like that game. That Ole Miss Notre Dame game.
Oh, that's one. You know what? I said I was gonna watch that one again today. I do. Okay, before we go into that, I do. Did we talk about Texas A&M? How are we feeling about Joni?
Oh, let's just cut out the bottom people.
Oh God. Okay. Well.
No, I meant just
that says how you feel.
Well, no. Well, yes, but no, but yes. I didn't watch that game. I looked at the stats. I think it says more about. Well, I think multiple things can be true, but if I had to say who does it say more about? I think that game said more about Georgia Tech to me than Texas A&M. Now, Texas A&M is not. They're still finding them. They have a lot of new people, and I have watched some of their other games. I think they're okay. I actually think now that I did check out Mississippi State. I think Mississippi State might be a better team than Texas A&M. But I'll be interested to see what that matchup actually ends up being. I still think A&M has some room to grow, and it really just depends how quickly they get there. I think it's just really hard when you have so many new people because you just don't know. It's not linear. You don't know when they're going to click if they click this year.
Well, they play West Virginia on 14th.
I also don't. Okay. So this is another referendum. Man, Duke, Jesus Christ. I think that says more about Duke than West Virginia because West Virginia doesn't look that great anymore. West Virginia looks like how I thought they were going to look when we previewed them to start the season. And so every day I wake up and I'm just like, dude, what the hell? Like it to me, I think it's just right sizing where Duke is. And then when you look through that prism, it makes everybody else look good, but I'm not sure they're actually good.
Exactly. And I guess for Joni, it'll be like, all right, this is your opportunity to get a top 25 win. Because
West Virginia is still top 25. I think they dropped.
I think they're at 25.
Oh, okay.
So
maybe they came back up.
Go get your little top 25 win for right now. Because you need it after that UT Arlington loss. Crazy.
While we're at it, Arkansas. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I don't know how many times we got to say to Arkansas, man.
Faith, love, basketball, whatever their little
Okay, so that
motto
was
is.
Arkansas played SMU. Is that right?
Yep.
One of
Okay,
the
so that was
3 ACC wins.
Yeah, but that was the one they had got a little chippy in that.
Scuffle.
A little scuffle in that one. Okay. And I see Teddy, you saying they need Ayanna Moore to do more. Don't know if she's still hurt. Yeah, I can't figure out the Ayanna Moore. I thought that she would have been more of an impact, so it's weird.
Oh, while we're at it,
5-10.
we want to talk. Well, we're coming back to Ole Miss, Notre Dame, but Vandy versus Virginia. I don't think we talked that one.
I mean, Blake's or bust. I think
I was just gonna say another.
I think you talked about that one.
No, we didn't talk about it.
It doesn't have to be Blake's or bust.
It doesn't have to be Blake's or bust. That's the problem. We didn't talk about this Vandy game because
I think we talked about Vandy a little bit. Just Blake's or bust. I think we talked about.
Just in general, yeah. So there's not like a whole lot. I don't have a whole lot, but I do think a couple things here. Virginia, what's her name? Kimora? Is it Kimora? Or am I confused? What's the
Virginia?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Kimora Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kimora Johnson. Virginia, yeah.
Whatever. We still haven't seen Smith, so I still don't know what's going on with that. And then yeah, it was tight, I think, until halftime or right before halftime, and then maybe it broke out. Again, this was when there were like 4 different games going on at once, so it was like kind of like, overstimulation. But so I was staring at it in one of the corners of the screen. Yeah, I think or bust. I think the PG is coming along. I like her game. And I think by having a PG, it helps Blake's playoff ball, which I think is more helpful for her. I think it's a better play style, but it's still a little too Michaela centric to me. It was interesting because this was the game she scored 1,000 points, right? Yeah. And afterwards they interviewed her and she was like, yeah, this summer, it was just like about me doing the little things, which I'm not saying she's not doing, but she made a comment about how her teammates and her coaching staff just encourage her to continue shooting. And I think that's the problem that I'm personally having is it's a little too heliocentric around Blake's. And again, it doesn't, I just don't think a system that's fill in the blank or bust is your best route for success long-term. And success and sustainability to me include winning. I think it's too taxing. There's too much utilization. Now, will she probably be a top draft pick? Probably. But if that's your only goal, like what are we really accomplishing here? And then what happens when she gets to the next level? Now, granted, in that short interval in Chile, I think she did okay. There are a couple times I felt like, yeah, but that's like, it's hard in Team USA. But I was just like, you're being like, you don't have it going today. I feel like you're shooting and like now other people have to compensate for your lack of shooting or lack of conversion. So I don't know. I don't love that. And I do think there's enough talent, whereas compared to maybe some of the other or bust, which Hannah is in this category to me, especially because now Michaela technically is playing shooting guard versus point guard. I do think there's enough talent with Vandy that she doesn't have to play this way. So that is really on Shay/Michaela. But if Michaela's internalizing that she should keep shooting, then that's on Shay. You have to create a better system that isn't reliant solely on Michaela.
Can we stay at Vandy and I go in a totally different direction? That's
sure.
What I do.
Yep.
Can I ask a colorism question?
Sure.
Michaela went 28-7-7, right?
Mm-hmm.
fastest to 1,000 points than anyone at Vandy history, 42 games. Why does she get the same type of media hype that Juju and Hannah got?
You already
And
answered your question by asking us a question. Well, I think there's a couple things, and correct me if I'm wrong. Was Michaela announced as one of those unrivaled people?
That is a good question.
I don't think she was.
I don't think Blake's is unrivaled.
Which I found interesting because
Let me double check.
she is.
But I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. Nothing's popping up.
Yeah, I don't think she is. I don't remember her in any of the stuff. That's why I thought it was interesting.
No.
Because you could argue that she probably should have been in there. I'm not going to say I'm not going to call out names, but I thought it was interesting who they chose. It's almost like they chose whoever has like certain shoe deals or NIL deals or has XYZ followers. That's what it feels like. They chose the unrivaled list to me. And Michaela, I don't think falls under that because like I couldn't tell you one of her NIL deals, and I don't think that's a problem per se, but it is kind of a little reinforcing, unfortunately, because it's like, is it her, not quote unquote her fault, but like until she does something, like brands aren't calling, is that on her
What do you got to do besides score 55 points?
Well, we clearly, but that's what I'm saying.
To call.
But that's the problem. I think it's so funny that we live in a world where people quote, and points make sense, but like that points are the end all be all, but then you have people scoring points and they're not. So I'm like, I get confused. I'm like, so what matters? And by the way, this is your MVP for Chile.
Mm-hmm.
So there really isn't anything that says why she shouldn't be more hyped up other than those dynamics. And I think included in those dynamics, back to how we started this conversation, we don't live in a vacuum. I do think Michaela, I don't see Blake's a lot on TikTok. Not that I'm like searching for her, but you know how TikTok works and Instagram. Like even stuff people I don't like, I see some of their stuff. It like filters through your algorithm, but like I don't ever see anything on Blake's. And what's funny aside is Vandy went to Aaliyah Boston's dad's restaurant, which I didn't know he had a restaurant. But the entire team went.
You know why though? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to add a point. Well, hold on. Okay. The entire team went. And the only reason why I saw it is a player who I had no clue who she was, is who posted it. And then Aaliyah, I think I follow Aaliyah. So maybe through that, I got it because she replied or she was tagged in it. But I did find that funny because it was like, and even in the review of the restaurant, I didn't even see Michaela like in the background. So I'm like, is it a function of she's just quiet and reserved? She's not really out on Front Street. This isn't really her, like, she doesn't want to be overly brandy. I don't know. So go ahead.
Yes, let me jump in. I'm sorry. Let me make sure that I'm being clear about what I'm talking about too. I'm not talking about Vandy. I'm not talking about how they perform. I'm not talking about none of that because I see some of y'all in the chat talking about something. I'm talking about the fact that this girl is hooping with the numbers that she's hooping at, and they're not talking about her like they talk about some of these other lighter skinned players and non-black players. The other thing about Michaela Blake is she ain't got no sad story to tell. Her lights wasn't off. They didn't have to sell no candy to get her some shoes to go play in the game. It ain't no sad story to tell here. Her brother played at Duke. Then he transferred to Stanford. Her dad played in the basketball game. See, and this is what I be talking about too, about like black excellence. And then why we're not talking about this young lady. And so and like I said, I totally went in a totally different direction when I asked this question, and it was a colorism question specifically. And we could say not many sophomores were signed. That's fine. I think Strong got signed. I don't know if there was another sophomore that got signed. I get you with the unrivaled.
There was another one, but I can't remember who right now.
Yeah, it wasn't Joyce, and I was like, the hell with y'all. Why is it Joyce? But then again, there's colorism. But never mind. I don't want to go there because that's another person who ain't got a sad story, who lights wasn't cut off, who got 2 engineers for a family. I mean, for parents. You understand what I'm saying? So it ain't no poor, single mother had to just carry them, and they was just drinking Kool-Aid and eating sandwiches and all that, just ramen noodles. It ain't that. She don't got to rescue her family for nothing. And I hate that we do not shine lights on these type of kids too, right? Because we need to put these stories out there. So this is somebody who is very much marketable that they're not marketing.
Mhm.
But if Michaela Blake's mama was on welfare and had been on dope and was just getting off,
was adopted by white parents,
just
like
adopted by
blindsided.
white parents, blindsided, or her mama just got out of jail and they trying to figure out if she could come out of state when Michaela traveled and all of that. If they could shine a light like some bullshit like that, if they could go in the hood and show Michaela living on Skid Row, then she would be everywhere. She would be fucking everywhere. But because she's not, and she's at Vandy, and and this is her background, this is how they treat her. That's crazy to me. That's absolutely crazy to me.
Well, to me, that's different than colorism, but I 100% agree. There's
but
problem.
I think it all factors in for her.
Yeah.
For her specifically, right? For her specifically. Go ahead.
No, I agree. I was gonna say, I think it's funny, not funny. Like, I don't think anybody would look at this is maybe where I was going, and I was dancing around it. So let me be more blunt. I don't think people think of Michaela Blake's as a TikTok girly, and that involves a lot of things. I think there's certain aesthetics that people want, or not that whatever, not that they want them to have, but there's certain aesthetics of some of the girls who get highlighted. And not that Michaela isn't like a beautiful, woman. I just do think there's a little bit of that mixed in there too. I think to me, it's the same reason Aaliyah Boston doesn't get pushed as well as much forward. And what's funny is Aaliyah Boston is a TikTok girly, but not in that way. You know what I mean? And I do think Michaela Blake's falls within that as well. I think they have very similar.
Juju is so not a TikTok girly. Juju, we barely started getting her to say something. She just wanted to put up the peace sign, right? And so maybe that has to do with like where she's from and the fact that there's an advocate, there's activism and stuff in her family, right? So there's different support around that.
But I think it's also who represents. So Juju's a Clutch client,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's colorism there.
For sure.
So that's not a
knock on Juju. Please understand, yeah. I'm not. This is a knock on Juju. This is a knock on Hannah. Get your bags. I love what y'all are doing, but I'm saying that we need to see some other faces in there, and let's see some different. Let's get a rainbow up there. Like, I want to see a rainbow of people. Like when you go to the makeup and they got all this, which is you pancake 35 or 32 or 29 or whatever it is.
Stop.
Right? Whatever that is. I want to see. Smokey Robinson been wearing pancake 35 my whole life. Listen, whatever all those colors are, right? All of those different colors that they have, I want to see all of those different shades pushed out there because they're all marketable. They all have great stories, and it's okay to be the church girl, the church girl. Somebody needs to see that. It's okay to be the girl with the 2 engineers in the household. All of those things, all of those things matter. All of those things ring true. There's success in all of those things. We need to see representation of all of those things.
Yeah.
Especially with women. They get so like, oh, we gotta just only show one. It can only be one at a time. Why? It's 155 of them in the goddamn in the league. Show all of them.
Yeah.
There's something that everybody can relate to. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's an interesting phenomenon, and thanks for calling it out because it is. We've talked about it before with some other people, but I do think uniquely when it comes to marketing Black girls, which also includes, I think Asia falls in this too. And we've seen this before, like Holly and ESPN and certain news outlets have some like trauma kink when it comes to like black bodies. Like they have, like you said, like they have to have the struggle sandwiches, sandwiches. They have to have the struggle meals, the struggle life for like the Blind Side story for them to latch on or feel empathy.
And syrup sandwiches and candles. What? No.
Yeah. And it is interesting because it's either they're like, or they're like uber faithy, right? And if those things don't show, it's like an interesting like mapping of like what lane of story they think or narrative. Like you almost have to fit into a box, and the box is like uber faith, like the Jameis Winston, which we could have a whole conversation about.
Oh, don't get me started on Jameis.
Listen, people seem to forget who he is.
We're gonna put a pin in this. Me and you are gonna pick this conversation up. I definitely have to know now. Put a pin in that. Let's go.
All right. No, but like it had me think of that. Like I'm now reformed, and I'm not like making light of that. I'm just saying like there's that. There's the bad boy, bad girl image. I don't give an F. Like I do what I want. I'm not an unapologetic, but like a honest, like we don't know type of thing. We let them be. They're kind of over there, but they're a good player, or they're like really good. So we like the John Morant, right? And then there's like this whole perspective of like, you know, the system's against them. And so there's like that type of like archetype, and you could keep kind of going through it. And there's some that tend to pertain more towards Black men than Black women, but nonetheless, there are predetermined lanes and predetermined narratives that get pushed. And then for anybody who doesn't fit those, they don't know how to market them. And like, to me, the Asia's, the Leah Boston's in a way, although Aaliyah's Boston story is actually outside of her crying during the Final Four, which she is pissed about, and rightly so. And Holly loves Aaliyah, and I think that's part of the reason. You have to have some like big traumatic, vulnerable moment for people to see your humanity. And I think that's also part of the problem too. Like Black athletes aren't seen as human sometimes in a way. Like they can't just be your boy or girl next door. When you think boy or girl next door, inherently it's white. And it's like, no, you could have a Black, well, I don't know where y'all grew up. Maybe y'all didn't grow up around Black people, so you don't see Black people as the person next door, but everyone's someone's neighbor, you know what I mean? And so kind of just these archetypes and these tropes, I do think are at the detriment of especially your quote unquote normal, your regular Black people in this country. And I do think it affects the narrative and how they get propped up and this, that, and the other.
Don't get me started, because I think it's a reason that good times still come on every day in this country. 5 times a week, good times still come on. Not so much the Jeffersons, not so much when we moved on up, but good times in Sanford and Son ain't stopped running my whole life. But the moving on up, the more well-off to do shows, man, Cosby, you got to go look for that shit. You got to go look for
the Cosbys are for different reasons.
You got to go look for. You got to go look for him in college. You got to go look for. But I get that part, right? And I'm a person who I totally separate who a person is as a person away from what it is that they do for a living. And so what the Cosby Show, so when I'm talking about the Cosby Show, I'm talking about Heathcliff Huxtable. I don't get caught up in who Bill Cosby is. I'm talking about Heathcliff Huxtable and Claire Huxtable and what they represented. With that Hillman College, just that era, right? Of whether it was Moesha or whatever, being able to see these images.
Sister, smart
guy. Smart guy. He was one of my favorites. Yeah, Smart Guy was one of my, little TJ was one of my favorites. But just being able to see have these representations. And it's funny because people will be like, kids not interested in that nowadays. But shit, they are. Because
kids are watching Love Island. That's the problem.
But no, I'm gonna push back a little bit on that, because the kids that I'm around is like, Auntie, I watched. Do you know Family Matters? Yeah, I know Family Matters. Steve Urkel ain't nothing new. Man, I love
sorry.
Me up, right? And it's like, damn, okay.
Let me rephrase. I think they're watching that because they don't have something new to watch.
Yes, they don't have anything for
not that those shows aren't interesting to kids. It's that they don't have anything new. So,
but I also think it is the representation of being able to see themselves on TV. Because other than that,
I agree. That's my point. That's my point. That's
point. Is there is nothing. Yeah. So that, to me, we're saying the same thing just from a different way, but that is the problem because there is no representation. So they're discovering Fresh Prince of Bel-Air on Netflix and wherever else.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Or but also I think we were talking about this in the mansion, I think. Even when I go back and look at some of those shows, right? Like the topic was like, oh, that's heavy for a kid. But then somebody reminded me that this was something that you were supposed to be watching during family time. So this was supposed to be the icebreaker into some of the conversations that you needed to be able to have with young people about going to college, about being responsible adults, about how you handle money, about how you build relationships. These were some of the icebreakers and some of the ways that we started those conversations. At least it happened in my family, right? Like we did these things together. Thursday night was family night. You had pizza and the Cosby's and bowling or whatever the hell we were doing that day. But you spent time with your elders and had these conversations around these topics, and we don't do that as much anymore, I don't think. But go ahead. Y'all jump in here. Oh, you said it was a real Hillman College in Mississippi. It was taken by Mississippi College. Outside of somebody said the Cosby Show was about to come on. Yeah, you went home. Cosby Show about to happen. Teenage pregnancy, drinking, getting beat with a hanger. Dudley, you better not go over there and get no wine at the Pitcher Man store. Right? These are the conversations and how we talk lessons. I don't know that we have evolved into what that looks like now, and then we so quick to be like, kids don't understand, instead of being like, meet them. They don't understand. What should they understand? What did you tell them? So I think we have to have some ownership in that too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I think it's important to be able to see, because now kids are, pro sports is something that they take in on a daily basis, on highlights, TikTok, all of these things. These are other places that we can have these conversations, but we need to make sure that we're pushing back and having this representation. Michaela Blake's, Joyce Edwards, somebody made the comment, everybody on our team is of the darker persuasion. And they'll tell y'all that everybody on the Gamecocks team is not marketable. But everybody on that team, I believe, was on the honor roll. I think
Everybody?
Except for the freshmen, right? The freshmen didn't make it this season, coming into this season.
No, I'm referring to the everybody's of darker persuasion.
No, somebody said that. That was a comment in the chat. Our team is all dark, and I love that, or something like that. Very dark team. Very dark team.
We do. I mean, because okay. I was like, what is Tessa to y'all?
No, not Tessa and Chloe. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, these are women that I think are marketable. Well, I mean, I don't think we have anybody on our team who face card get declined. None of them. Right? They all have their own look, style, that you can sell.
Yeah,
Chloe light skin. I ain't got time for y'all. I'm not doing that with y'all.
But okay, I got what you're saying. It's because we have a lot of African first generation or African themselves. Not that that's the only color that exists on the continent, but I do think that helps why we have darker skin ladies on our team. But yeah, I mean, look, we could go for days about this, so we'll have to put a pin in this one. And I think calling it out is fair, and like continuing to ask the question of like, why are certain people seen as marketable, I think helps perpetuate and expose kind of what's happening beneath the surface. And I think it's an important call out, because it's a good thing to be cognizant of. And as we watch and who we choose and naturally, quote unquote, find ourselves gravitating towards, that's where system 1, system 2 thinking comes in. Like, why am I just liking this person? Is it just because they're being marketed to me? Is there something I connect with in the story? Who else is not getting marketed that I can support? That type of thing, and highlight. So I think it's good.
We're gonna put a pin in it, but when we take the pin out, one of the things I want to talk about is because my Laser Fuwali should have been in that conversation too, with Hannah and Juju, especially freshman and sophomore year, especially with the way that she entered into Paris, right? Mm-hmm. She never got into that conversation, and she should have been. And I think that part of that is the colorism, but part of that too is that she's very
mass
presenting, right? Mass presenting, and I think that takes away from some of the opportunities that she gets too. But let's put a pin in it and bring all of that back around when we talk about it again.
Sounds good.
If y'all don't mind.
No, I think it's a good. It's gonna be an evergreen conversation. Like it's especially with how we continue to progress as a society. Like it's not going away. So there will always be time for it, for sure. Or there will always be a time we can bring it up.
Next game, baby.
Yeah.
Next game. Where you want to go? Where you want to go?
Let's just do Notre Dame Ole Miss, maybe, or is there a game we haven't talked
Too
about?
good of a game. Hold on, that's too good of a game. I got too much good things. We want the games to stay out the way, so we can stop talking about them. Oh, and the city of Norman.
Yeah, let's go.
Was it just me? Yeah, was it just me, or did like the first half of this game seem entirely too fast and sloppy for both teams?
Let me go back and think. This is the one that she got cooking early. This is the one that it was Chavez or bust. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Goodness.
I have fundamental issues with both of these teams. I've clearly talked at
Okay.
nauseam.
Oh, okay. I remember now. This one went to overtime. Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The overtime
So
game. Okay.
yeah. So I was just about to break down the how I felt the game went. So
Yeah,
I have fundamental issues with both teams. NC State, I've talked ad nauseum. By now, if you've been here, you should get it. But in case it's not clear, I have challenges with Wes Moore. I find that he just rolls the balls out and just tells his guards, go do whatever. I'm unclear where the strategy is. Oh, speaking of scouting, I always have an issue with someone who chooses to scout or not scout. And I understand basketball is a game of, well, ideally you want to take everything away, but more often than not, you have to be willing to concede something. But I do find that with Wes Moore, he's conceding the wrong things. It makes me literally say out loud, did you scout this team?
Yeah.
And Chavez is not necessarily who I would say you need to. She's a freshman, but there's enough tape out there on how she's played the exact same way every single game this season. At times to her detriment and to her team's detriment. Go ahead, Brittany.
The scout on her was horrible.
I thought
especially because most of her points came in transition, not picking up quick enough. So because you're not picking her up quick enough, okay, cool. She's just gonna come and just pull up midi, or okay, you taking too long to pick her up, so they go into this quick pick and roll, and she's just wide open. So yeah. Their transition defense was horrible to me. I didn't like it whatsoever.
Yes. And then I can't, well, how about this? I can't quite remember this, but it felt like at the time I had questions even like, who are you taking away? Because I didn't really feel like it was Beers. They just weren't going to Beers, but it didn't feel like they were taking away Beers. But I could be corrected on that if someone feels differently. But
I think they did. They didn't take her away because they started eating in the paint come like third, fourth quarter. Both teams.
yes.
Yeah, let's get to the paint. I was like, thank you. Y'all finally realized that it's there.
Right. Let's stop shooting threes. But I felt like, and then they went to Pierre like a little later than I thought they should have. And then especially after she was cramping and hurt, I was like, so now we're going to force the ball to the person who clearly is hurt. It just, I don't like how whatever they do. I don't like it. It just gives low IQ to me. And I think you said at the top of when we were talking, the Zam Zoe show, like, it's not doing it for me. I'm sure it's great to have 2 point guards who can score 20 points, but it's the construction in which you're doing it that doesn't quite make sense to me. And it doesn't feel like established roles. It feels very Sanaya and Zaza, and they are not Sanaya or Zaza.
No, because neither one of them are defenders, right? Neither one of them are defenders, and so this is my point about why Kai-Shi has to get on the floor, because she's the defender piece. Her length, her speed, her versatility on defense, because she wants to play defense first, will get some of that other stuff started. She's the person that's going to be willing to be the Sanaya Rivers. Remember last year, I was like, damn, man, Rivers ain't scoring. Rivers figured out, okay, I ain't gonna score. I'm gonna go do all of the other little things, and that had Sanaya ready when she got to the dub to go do all of that other shit that she was doing that made her season what it was, right? You have that in Kaishi, but you got to get her on the floor. That means that you got to make a decision. Like, and I'm asking you, ladies, do you see a situation where they could be successful with Zam, Zoe, and Kaishi on the floor at the same time? Or do they have to make a decision about what it? Because to me, I think you have Kaishi and one of those two, plus a Triger and a Camille, and they have a shooter. What was the little 3-point shooter name?
I
I lost you, Commish.
Sorry, I'm trying to look. Let me grab a different device because apparently now when I switch Windows, it cuts me off. I was trying to look up the box score, so let me do that. And then
the only thing, my only concern about them playing like those three together is that they're too small.
Well, I mean, Kaishi is like 5'10". I guess it depends on who they play. And yes, I did say Chavez got cooked by she got cooked by Gigi, Giselle Banks, 15-year-old. That was 2 years ago.
That would be my only concern about those three together.
Their size.
Yeah, and specifically, it would be damn size that would concern me.
So is there a defense? Is there a defense they could play where they, how they talk about hiding somebody on defense? And not that you would need to hide her because she can't play defense, hide her because of her size. Is there something like, we see them do stuff where, Caitlin looks like this great rebounder, but is she? No, they just put her in a position to be able to get the ball. We take care of everything else. You get the ball and go. If that makes sense.
To be able to hide her, Zoe would
have to have other good defenders.
Yeah. And
that's what I say. I think Kaishi is that defender, but is Zoe
Zoe would have to step it up defensively to be able to cover.
Gotcha.
To be able to hide Zam, even with
or an eraser, and I just don't think the Triger's an eraser.
Yeah, that's the other thing. But you have Camille down there, so Camille can be.
Is Camille an eraser though? Is she an eraser? Like, do they change shots at the rim? Triger or Pierre? I don't think they change shots at the rim. Y'all help me out. Let me know.
I just don't think they're a good defensive team. So like all these questions you're asking.
So let me ask a different question. Do you think that these players are individually good defenders and they don't play good team defense, or they're just not? Their defense hasn't been developed.
Defense hasn't been developed.
Yeah. Because I think for Camille has the potential to really dig down deep in there defensively, especially on the block. Yeah. There's no reason why Camille.
I think that Camille and Kaishi can be good defenders for him.
Yes. There's no.
I mean, Q should be a good defender as well. She came from UConn. Now, UConn does it within their system, but you are taught individual defensive tactics.
It's like the team defense aspect, specifically when you have Q, Pierre, and someone like Kaishi, that should be fine. But it's the other ones that also have to step it up defensively to make the team defense look like a team. Because there's people who aren't good individual defenders, but they're good team defenders.
Let me ask you this: if that was a different coach at NC State, would you walk away from that game saying, "Hey, they'll be better the next time, and they got some good tape to learn from"? And because that's Westmore, you don't think so, or no?
Well,
with a different coach, they probably win this game.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little too convoluted of a question because
this is why I didn't want to. This is why I don't do this with y'all. I don't never want to stay on the question. Now, see, Brittany, that wasn't
because the problem is. Well, here's what I was.
But it was a very honest take. I appreciate the take. But
yeah,
I get it. Go ahead.
Here's what I was going to ask: are you just asking me in isolation, or are you asking me of thus far this season?
Oh no, in isolation, specifically.
Just this game.
Whoa! About whether they're defenders. overall.
Oh no, about would they win this game or would they not? Or like how
yeah,
would I
no,
feel after
specifically-
this game?
Yeah, specifically just about this game.
Yeah, so okay. Yes. Kind of. The yes.
See, the longer I let you go, boy, the closer it gets to no. Go ahead.
Well, here's why. I'll give you context. I do think NC State controlled a lot of this game.
Absolutely.
I do think, I know you don't like refs, but it's still part of what happened. I think the refs hoed NC State at points in this game. And, well, here's the problem. A different coach won them this game because West, what were you doing? What was that ATO he tried to call that I was just like, I don't believe in his pen game. Like, this is now they did it in Rhode Island. They did it here. They just happened to win against Tennessee. It's just like, what are we doing? I do think he would have had a different mixture. I felt like, do you guys realize Zoe, I know they went to overtime, but still, Zoe Brooks took 22 shots. Zam took 24 shots.
That's a problem.
In a game that
And hold on. And we took Aaliyah Chavez to town and she took 26. And she really stopped shooting in overtime and they just went to Reagan Beers. Duh. But like, you know what I mean? It's just like, huh?
Oh yeah, that's a problem.
Yep.
Like I said, she got to get on the floor.
And Tilda took 14. She fouled out, but still took 14. She was 6 for 14. And Camille Pierre took 16 shots, was 9 for 16. And I'm pretty sure the vast majority of that was putbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Or them specifically going to her and her doing pretty good moves down in the post. But the problem is how the team is allowed to operate. That's where I struggle. And I think when you have guards playing that many minutes and they're young guards, it's not great. Like it just puts you in a position to turn the ball over, take bad shots, that type of thing.
Does that mean when you say how they allowed to play, does that mean like he doesn't rein them in soon enough? Like call the timeout sooner, Wes? Give some different
between
what is that?
Between not calling timeout sooner, I think there's too many times where he lets them play through it. And he's like, bro, just call a timeout. They need a timeout. They're just not a team that you can. At this point in the season, what you've seen so far has not shown that they're a team that, yeah, you should just be letting them play through it because you let them play through it for how long and how many L's have they taken because you let them play through it.
But they also lost the momentum of this game. Yeah.
And he doesn't call a timeout when he is like, hey, I think you should call a timeout here, Wes. I think you should call a timeout. They're losing you need to kind of reel them back in because this is going left. So he just doesn't call a timeout when they need it. And he just waits like, okay, just waiting and waiting. Oh, let me save my timeout to like the last 2 minutes. I hate when certain coaches do that because your team isn't a team that you can say, let me just hold my timeouts to the last 2 minutes of the game, whatever.
But furthermore, let's compare and contrast to directly answer your question, Auntie. At the end of the Louisville game, what did you see Coach Drip doing? She was directing traffic, telling people where to go, what set she wanted, and that type of thing. Yeah?
Absolutely.
And part of that is like with Raven too as the floor. So I don't see that from Wes. Half the time he looks like Darvin Ham with his hands in his pockets. You do not have a team. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think we saw that more from Drip this year than we would have saw last year.
Correct. But that's still knowing your team.
Yeah. Right. And that's how I think that he was really spoiled. And he doesn't realize how much he was spoiled by
this man has not changed. This man has not changed.
Zaza
I've been watching him for long enough. This man has not changed. Don't do that. There's a reason I don't like him.
No, I'm saying I feel like he was spoiled by Sanaya and Zaza. They played through it and they were able to figure it out. Like Zaza was a walking bucket when she as Bree Wayne said, will remember who she is, and turn into a bucket. And Sanaya can change the game with her length. You don't have those weapons on the floor right now. I don't think consistently.
And who's supposed to be aware and evaluate that?
Him, the assistant coaches, somebody got to know it.
And then what do you do about that?
Well, you
adjust.
make adjustments. Yeah, that's
Correct.
right.
And we're seeing neither.
But,
so what am I supposed to, like, to my point, or to the point, like, yeah, we know that Zaza and Sanaya aren't out there, and it was a luxury to have that, just like it was a luxury for us to have Camilla.
But you don't have it no more, so you need to get to work and get to developing them so they can start making good habits. So they can start creating good habits, so then they can get to that point to where you can let them play through it.
I 100% agree with that. But like I said, I feel like Kashi is putting some pressure on them. They got to make some. They're gonna have to make some decisions. So Wes, what is it? What is it that you? What do you want the identity to be? Because again, what is the identity? Who's the leader? Who's the closer?
I do think they need to solve also Q a little bit. She went 0 for 5 this game, and it's less about like the 0 for 5-ness of it.
Her intensity wasn't there.
Say that again.
I don't think her intensity defensively was there this game. I didn't feel it.
I didn't feel her impact on the floor, and then I felt like she was shooting really bad, ill-timed shots for someone who was not hitting shots. I was like, why are we shooting that?
Have y'all felt like her consistency and impact has consistently gone down since the season started? Like it seemed like we were saying Q name earlier more than now. So
100%. She went 0 for 4. So she shot 5 shots and went 0 for 4 on the 3. Why are we shooting 4 threes?
No idea, but why I'm not hearing about you on the boards? Wasn't Q getting like 8-9 rebounds a game and stuff?
She got 3 this game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's going on? So I don't know.
I mean, Camille got 20. So no, but I do feel like there's not a solve. There's just
and I don't mean just for this game. I'm just saying like where's that coming for you at?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they have a good solve for Q. It feels like she's just
out there getting Cardi.
She's just out there. She don't know what she's doing. Take me through there. Like, you know what I mean? Like she just she just doing something out there.
Smart. If you're not going to start Loonin, then you need to put Q on ball. That's where you're really gonna feel her at. Because your other two just, you're getting your butt kicked. So just put Cadence on ball, and that'll probably help you out just a tad bit in terms of defensive intensity. But like, there was just too many times in transition I was like, is anybody gonna pick up ball? Anybody? No? Okay. Like, and there were times where I didn't even see anybody pointing like, this is my man, and like, oops, they just slip right past me. No, there were times where nobody was like pointing to communicate, all right, who got who at all.
Oh, I think that happens way too much in just basketball period. It's like stopping the ball is a lot. Stopping the ball is a lost art. What other games we got?
You ready? Oh, one point I will make was it Skylar? What's her name? Was it Skylar? No, that's not right. Sierra Williams, I thought was really good. High energy for them.
Is that what it was?
Who?
Sahara Williams.
Oh, Sahara. Yeah, sorry, I said.
Her. Yeah. She's their leader, and their coach said it. She's their leader.
Yeah, I thought she had a great game.
Absolutely.
I still don't. We'll have time to talk about Oklahoma. Like I'm broken record. It's the same thing. Like, I don't think the way they're playing with. I don't like. You can score 30 points, and I can be not impressed by your 30 points because the same shooting is what the ebbs and flows of this game also got NC State back in it to be able to even go to overtime.
Exactly. I'm gonna say a couple games, and then you let me know if you got something on this game that you want to say. How about that? And then we'll move through them.
Yep.
North Carolina, Texas.
No,
No.
not really.
No.
Clemson, Alabama.
No.
No.
Okay. Pittsburgh, Mississippi State.
No.
Only that Mississippi State looked a little bit better than I thought. That's it.
Okay. Arkansas, SMU.
Boo. Arkansas. No.
Okay. And I didn't realize this is SMU's first year in the ACC.
I thought it was their second.
Yes.
Double check for me. Is they second? Okay.
Second.
Okay. We talked Tigers Blue Devils, right? Or did you have more you want to say?
I ain't got that.
Nothing more to add.
Okay. Second year. Thank you. We're gonna talk Notre Dame, Ole Miss. Cal, Missouri.
You know what? I didn't watch the whole game, but I tuned in, I guess, maybe the last 5 minutes. I was surprised Mizzou pulled that out. Good for them.
Absolutely surprised. I saw Kima was down there working 6 blocks.
Yeah, when I turned, Kima looked like she was owning the paint a good bit. So
yeah.
Now, why they it looked like Miracle Shepherd took a ton of shots and wasn't that efficient.
Yeah, I saw them ton of shots. I said, "What the heck is going on here?" It was like 20-some shots.
Yeah.
I said, "Yikes!"
Yeah, I think she had 16 points on 20 shots.
20, 22, something like that.
That's not good.
Not gonna cut.
Let me see. Is there any other game? Let me just double check real quick. Georgia Tech, Texas A&M.
We didn't talk Tennessee, Stanford.
Tennessee, Stanford. Yeah, no Auburn Q's. Anything on Auburn Q's? Anything on Auburn Syracuse?
Syracuse looks better than I thought. Good for Coach Jack. She's building.
Happy for Layla Felia. Way to get healthy and play basketball.
And then on the Auburn side, I actually thought. I mean, I think they look a little bit better, a tad smidge better than I thought they would. I think it's going to be interesting to see how they grow from it. Was it the freshman or the sophomore? But one of them youngsters who was hitting a lot of the shots at the end to try to force overtime. She was doing pretty well. So hopefully she grows on that and we'll see.
All right, so Tennessee, Stanford. Tennessee won this one by 3, 65-62.
Which doesn't make sense.
Stanford turned the damn ball over 30 times.
And they lost by 3. That doesn't make sense.
Eesh.
What did Tennessee turn it? How many times did they turn it over? Just curious.
16.
Jesus. I mean, it's bad on both sides, but
I mean, so Tennessee turned the ball over 16 times. Stanford had 18 points on 16 turnovers. And then Tennessee had 25 points on 30 turnovers. So I mean,
exactly. Like this game, in reality, shouldn't have been this close. It should have been close, whatever. Anyway, because Stanford turned the ball over 30 times, let alone come down to the final 11 seconds. And especially with Tennessee having 16 more possessions. You had 16 more possessions. So for the people that love to talk about possessions, you can talk about possessions all you want, but it doesn't matter if you don't have quality possessions with those possessions. And there are a bunch of times where Tennessee's possessions were not quality. whatsoever. And I have some things to say about the press, because I think the press also, yes, they turned Stanford over. The thing with this press is, yes, they
They
do.
also gave up hella points in it too.
Exactly. That's my thing about this whole, Tennessee presses that they be having all these turnovers. Well, they'll turn you over, but Tennessee also will mess around and give those points right back, because once you break the press,
And
you're
they tend to be not layovers, layups.
exactly. They end up being layups. So that, and then she still don't know her lineups, and specifically her starting lineups. Why do you have 8 different starting lineups at this point in the season? 8. I don't, and they said it's based off of, she evaluates her starting lineups based off of how they played last game. Please be so for real. I need them to stop running away from the word consistency.
It sounds like trying to decide if it's going to snow next week because it rained yesterday. Like, what?
So I got a question. Have we seen enough of Tennessee to know if the Pardo twins are working there?
I thought one of them looked. Was it Mia? Mia looked good.
But
I actually thought Mia should have gotten more minutes. That's the part.
Well,
I love Mia's game, but I'm just wondering: do we believe that they're fitting at Tennessee? Is it working at Tennessee?
I mean, Tennessee is not working at Tennessee. That's the problem. So how can I evaluate?
Yeah,
there we go. Okay. We'll say that thing, Commish.
Because the other thing is, I didn't see Jada Civil out there as much in terms of her play, as much as she popped out on my screen the first couple of games.
So yeah, okay. I do think that Whitehorn's loss is hurting Tennessee, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be from the points. Whatever she brought in the locker room, whatever that was, that she had, it ain't there. And
you think it's a locker room issue?
When I say locker room, I mean the leadership, the let's go, because who's the leader? Who's the person that's rallying everybody and pumping them, slapping them on the chest and being like, let's go? I think that Mia was growing into that, but I think that that's who Ruby was. She was the bridge between the new people, the old people, and then what Tennessee basketball meant. And I just think that they're missing that leadership in the locker room. Not that I think it's a locker room issue. I think everybody's happy at Rocky Top. I think they're happy. Everybody playing and all of that. Talasia Cooper is not that though. Talasia Cooper is a hell of a lot, but I don't know that she's that rally the troops. Talasia Cooper is hey, that's the one you want in the trenches with you, but I don't know that she's the rally the troops player. And everybody doesn't have to be that. I don't know that I looked at Talasia Cooper for that. I wouldn't mind seeing the Pardos on the court together too, me, Shonda, but maybe they feel like they lose too much.
I think you're giving up a lot of size.
Yeah,
you're giving up too much size.
Mia is already a foul magnet out there, as is. Because that was the problem this game. She was playing well while she was on the floor, but she kept picking up fouls. So it was like, I can't keep you on the floor because you keep picking up fouls.
Agreed. I think the other challenge that I have, so to answer your question, are the twins working? I don't know. Only they can answer that question. But I challenge. When we did our preview, we talked about a couple of things with Tennessee. What were the coaching adjustments going to be to fit the SEC, which we haven't started yet. So maybe Kim is saving them for the SEC. But I do think the press is overdone. OD. I do think her rotations, they don't seem to have the feel. I saw it a little bit better at the end of the Stanford game. And maybe that's what she's figuring out. But I think, to me, I'm just challenged in those ways. And then I think at the end of the day, you're not really, I think you're giving too much up on the back end. I just feel like this Marshall approach needs to be right-sized for the level of competition and the talent level you therefore have. Spearman isn't doing it for me. I'm gonna just be honest.
Oh no, same. Oh no, same.
Yeah, I'm not. There was a lot of just low IQ stuff to me. So I mean, they won. So I mean, they dug deep. I mean, Cooper ended up with how many steals?
10.
Yeah, and it felt like a little bit more than that, but yeah, went crazy on the steals. I feel like actually in a way it also was kind of on Stanford. Like, was this more of a Tennessee won or Stanford loss? I don't know. Maybe this one's 50-50. Because like Tennessee did do some things, but also like Stanford turned the ball over 30 times. I felt like they got really herky-jerky towards the end of the game. It was like, girls, you've been breaking this press all game now. I don't know if they made an adjustment with Talia, but it felt like Cooper was like in their heads a little bit. So I do think there's like stuff Stanford can learn from this. I also was at least initially impressed by their poise. I do think they got outside. I didn't feel like Somfai really had that great of a game. I think
Nope. And that kid was crying at the end of the game. That kid's gonna be different. Somfai, I'm here for it. Learn from this game. No reason to hang your head, kid. And somebody else was crying at the end of the game.
Roberts.
Yeah. Or Clarity.
No reason to hang your head either, kid. Go ahead.
So I mean, I don't know.
I worn down a little bit, but they also are a young team. So,
yeah,
I like what you say.
I think my question is, or after every game, I kind of ask myself this type of question in my head is like, does this say more about Tennessee or does this say more about Stanford?
I think the loss is on Stanford. I think this is more of a Stanford loss than the Tennessee one. Win. To be quite honest, because there's no way that you should get 16 more possessions and you only win by 5 in the last minutes of the game. Like what are you doing? Literally.
Yeah. I think I walked away thinking this.
I think we lost to Commish again.
Oh no.
But I walked away
back,
like.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I walked away feeling like Tennessee. Thank God y'all got Talia Cooper.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stanford, y'all will learn from this. And if Somfai turns into who I think she's going to turn into, Stanford is going to make some noise in the ACC. And then selfishly, I the last thought that I had walking away from this game was, damn, I wish Talia Cooper was still a Gamecock. That was one of the things that I walked away from, because I would just love to see her defense with Ravens defense. Oh gosh, all those steals, all those cookies. That was the last thing I thought. But
I think she went to Tennessee because she knew she could take as many shots as she wanted at Tennessee.
Oh yeah, I don't know why Talia ended up there, but when I see her defense, I understand what Dawn was going for. I don't, every kid make the decision that you need to make for yourself. It looks like she's happy where she's at, but just selfishly, I would have liked to see that defense now, with Raven and McCure out there, that length in that defense and that getting after it. But I'm always thinking about the Gamecocks. What can I say?
A young kid that I'm gonna watch and see how their season ends up going, especially with all the herk and jerk that they be doing, is Jada Sybil. Yeah, I think she fits their system, but I think all like the herky jerk of the system is like I don't know how it's gonna work long term.
So, do you agree with Mondo that she's getting in the portal?
Would I like for her to get in the portal? Yeah, maybe. Will she get into it? I don't know. I just think like for Tennessee, it works like the herky jerk thing. Because here's the other thing: she does all this herky jerk, but Talia Cooper played 30 minutes. Spearman and Barker played 28. So it's just kind of like the herky jerking of the other ones is where I don't think it pays off at the others.
If you're Olivia Edwards and Kalina Smith, Special K, are you rethinking?
Special K, I wouldn't even really be studying them for
Really? Okay.
yeah, because it's not if you as a point guard, I want to be able to control the floor.
Is Special K bigger than the twins? Or is she shorter than the twins?
I think they might be around the same height, and if not, she might be shorter. But I don't think she's bigger than them though.
And I'm asking that because we were just talking about you know, the fouls and the size that Mia gives up.
Yeah, that's going to be the other thing. To have 3 people around 5'6", 5'5" on the floor, like you can't even put the ball on the floor at once. So you having to pick and choose. Somebody's not gonna like that because you can't play them together because you already can't play the ball twins together. But for me personally, when I look at Special K, I don't see Special K fitting at a team like Tennessee because you can't really be the point guard for them. You can't control the floor as much as most point guards want to be able to control the floor. And then the other part is for Big O, I'm like, they don't even play they don't even play through their posts for real. So hey, let's go for the hype though. But they don't.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Yeah, they don't.
It seems like Spearman shoots threes. It seems like Spearman shoots a 3-ball. I guess Big O can shoot a 3-ball. I believe that's something that she's added to her game, but I think I heard more like a rim runner getting down there banging.
That's the
rebounding, putting the ball back.
That's the thing that don't make sense. You're a rim running big. Why would you? Okay, like they don't. That's not really how Tennessee plays.
But I don't know. What? Anything else, Commish, on this game?
Tennessee is. I'm not really seeing the things I would want to see. When I originally picked Tennessee as like finishing the top 4 in the SEC, I'm not sure. We'll see, but I'm not sure.
No, bro. I thought that their coach was going to tweak her system,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't see it being tweaked. The only crazy part that I see about being tweaked is, all right, now you're switching your starting lineup based off of how they played the previous game. Like, why does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. You can't ask your players you can't expect consistency from your players when you can't give them something as simple as a consistent starting lineup. Like the consistent for some players, they need to know, like, all right, yeah, I'm getting this many minutes in the game. This is how I'm going to be able to impact the game as long as I do what I'm supposed to do. Compared to, all right, yeah, you're coming in with a 5-man group. You don't even know if this 5-man group has played together at all this season. And then the other part about it is, for me, if I'm a player and I got it going, you finna pull me, but I kind of got it going. So yeah, it's just too much of a herky jerk. Not.
Question for y'all. Okay, the herky jerk. I thought. Okay, I want to go back in the game for just 1 second. I want to ask a question. 10 steals. Does that make Talasia Cooper the best on-ball defender in the country?
No.
I think steals are steals. Steals aren't the only. Steals are just a category that you can see on a stat sheet that goes for on-ball defender, but
Do you think her style of play is what Kim Caldwell wants to represent the new identity of like Lady Vogue basketball?
I mean, I think so. Yeah.
Probably.
Okay. Okay, good. I'm glad. Okay, so now, do you think that the players that she's attracted and that she's recruiting match that style of play?
Nope. At least not this upcoming class.
Okay.
In terms of your big, does not match. Outside of, okay, you want a rim run. Okay, you want to run up and down the floor. Okay, cool. But if you're getting Big O, I'm expecting that you are going to integrate in
Hey,
your
bro.
offense
Hey,
an
bro.
opportunity for her to get to play on the block.
Okay, let me say this. Teddy 80, respectfully, that's who you think the best on ball defender is? Let me tell you something. If I got to go have somebody get on ball and defend somebody and close a game, if I don't call Raven Johnson, what the fuck am I doing? Appreciate you, like, but it ain't no way I'm gonna go call my laser before I call Raven Johnson. Respectfully, I say that with all due respect.
I'm sorry, I can't say someone is the best on-ball defender when they literally be giving
You
up the
said
lane for their opponent just so they can go and try to block the ball. Sorry.
the best on ball defender is my laser right now. Please explain, and then tell me how Raven ain't. I'll
Also,
wait.
let's not conflate steals with being a good defender. You can get a lot of steals and, in my eyes, not be a good defender.
There we
why
go.
when
That's what I wanted you to get to, Commish. There we go.
That's why when you asked the question about Talasia, I just said no. And that's why when Hannah got those 16 steals, I was like, okay, like it doesn't. And I'm not even saying Hannah's not. I think the challenge with steals and defense is steals can come in a multitude of ways. They can come when you just happen to find yourself where you shouldn't be, right?
Just fell in your lap.
Yeah, it can just fall in your lap. That's a steal. Someone can block a ball and then you gain possession, and I can't remember. Does that count as a steal? There's like some weird possession rules with steals. And so they don't always just like they're not always 1-for-1 for the action.
Steals don't mean cookies.
Yeah. Like if there was a way to measure I'm guarding you I'm your primary defender and I take the ball from you, if that is the definition, and that's not the only definition of steals, I'm like, okay, fine, that would be a good on ball defender. Deflections, which aren't really tracked in traditional box scores, those to me are more indicative, or obstructing someone's view that it turns into a turnover, those type of things. But getting steals, someone could have passed the ball, someone else deflected in, the ball happened to bounce your way, and that's a steal. Like that doesn't mean you're the best defender to me. That's why in the W, the whole steals and blocks, and I'm just like, yes, those are good stats, but like that doesn't make you a good defender solely. Like you have to watch the game.
I totally agree. But they'll show they're calling somebody the defensive player of the year because they got the most steals, the most blocks. So what? I totally agree with that.
And
so,
you can be in, you can take chances, and that like I actually think that's what happens a lot. Like I think I'm not gonna say Leia as much this year because I don't watch LSU that much. But Lay, when she was with the Gamecocks, sometimes her steals were taking chances. And I actually feel like Hannah's 16 steals were that way in the game we're about to get into. That also is something that showed up as well.
Well, let's talk about it. Great segue. Great segue.
Do you want to kick us off, Brittany? I know you said you like this game.
This was yours. Yeah, come on, Brittany. Let's go.
Oh, this is freaking
Notre Dame.
Oh my gosh. Okay. This was the Cody and freaking what's her name? Christine. This was the Cody and Christine show. And I loved it. And I think what I particularly loved about it was being able to see how Cody looked at Ohio State versus how she looks here, definitely looks like playing more free. And in terms of, hey, I have more opportunities to showcase the entirety of my game compared to you strictly playing me as a 4. One thing, this game, I think Notre Dame got off to a good start, but I also think in part to them getting off to a good start was Ole Miss just not. Ole Miss was settling for too many threes to start the game. With them running that, I think they ran 2-3. Notre Dame ran a 2-3 for about the first half of the game, and the minute that one thing that I will give Coach O credit for is going to that really big lineup to where she ran Cody at the point. At first, I was iffy. About it because I was like Cody at that point. I was like, I don't know. And only just because I hadn't seen Cody really run the point at all. But for this game, I think it worked well because they were able to really get the ball into the paint the minute that they decided to go with that lineup. They ended up getting into some high-low actions and really just making Notre Dame pay for running that 2-3 zone. So Ole Miss said, "Okay, cool. You want to run a zone? We're gonna get on the boards, and we're gonna force you about a bit." And between Christine, the minute that Christine was on the boards, Notre Dame could not keep her off of them because she was just eating the glass. I think she had 18 and 13, and then Cody had 22.
Is Christine Owala?
Yes. Yeah, but Iwala and McMahon, the minute that they went to that really big lineup of McMahon at the point, yeah, that was about all she wrote. Notre Dame did try to hang. They did hang in there, to be quite honest. But I just think Ole Miss was just too big for them, and I think another adjustment that Coach O made was how they defended Hannah when Notre Dame wanted to do a bunch of ball screens, because that's one thing that Notre Dame did well to start the game, but in part because Ole Miss decided to go with a hedge coverage on that pick and roll. So what they ended up doing was they ended up switching it to put Iwala in drop so that you're not leaving the paint wide open. The minute that they went to drop and then making sure that she was up the line, yeah, that was to make sure that she took away that free throw line pull up for Hannah. Yeah, Notre Dame kind of struggled. They did fight throughout the game, which I did like, but yeah, no. Ole Miss took control once they went with that big lineup. I liked it.
So I didn't watch all of it. It overlapped with. I ended up. Well, sorry. Let me say that differently. I didn't watch it live. I ended up catching the tail end of it live. I can't remember why. It must have overlapped with one of the games that was going on.
Because we started watching the LSU game. Remember, it was on at the same time LSU was on.
Right. And then I left the Duke game at the end of halftime. I did not go back. I was very much like, this isn't going any direction. I've seen enough. So then I switched to maybe one other game and then found myself on the Ole Miss game. And maybe at the time Ole Miss it looked like they were on their way to blowout city against Notre Dame. So I think I turned from that, watched something else, then came back to it. Maybe I went and watched the presser or rewatched some of our game. Anyway, nonetheless, ended up rewatching kind of their bridge format. And I think a couple things that were interesting. It didn't just feel like good thing Ole Miss came back and doubled down on their defense in order to win the game, because the lashings they were about to get from me were going to be high. Primarily, I was about to come here and tell y'all, I thought that Coach Yole sold her defensive soul for offense. And I was about to get on some rant about that, but luckily they decided to play defense, and that's what got them back and then won the game, so they're lucky. The other thing I thought they did way too much of was shooting threes. So the combination of that and trying to fall in love with the 3-point line and then not locking in defensively is what was going to have me do a rant about them, but alas, I will hold it. I still think they shot too many threes, but that's separate. Well, that's still a theme for Ole Miss this year. But whatever, shoot more threes than you did last year. There's only one way to go, and it was up. So I think seeing the defense there, I think the Awala was good. Sarah is interesting. It feels like she's taking a back seat now that Cody's there, but I also get like Cody's intensity has helped get them back in the game too. So I don't know, but that's interesting to watch and see how that shakes out over the course of the season. But I do think it was interesting. Oh, Hannah or bust per usual. And this is another one. You don't have to be this or bust. And this is why I was saying that they've been playing a dangerous game all year, because when Hannah goes ballistic and she's the one that shoots the majority of shots and she gets 30 or whatever, it looks good. It sounds good. But then that's exactly what lost you this game. So it's very much double-edged sword. Like you guys, the general you, like teams and some fans want one player to shoot all the shots. Well, when they're not making it, or when a defensive team kind of bucks up on them, there's not a lot of options available. And then let's talk about steals. So when they were doing the Cody McMahon, oh, by the way, side note, I was watching something preload, like, again, you watch YouTube and then something pops up. There was like this women's basketball, quote unquote, analysis channel. You know how they pronounce somebody's name? They said Kati, whatever the fuck they said. It wasn't Cody McMahon. And I was like, how are you claiming to analyze and be a quote unquote expert on women's basketball and you do not know how to pronounce Cody's name? Man, I couldn't. I turned that thing off so quick.
It probably was AI.
No, it was real humans talking.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I mess up some names too. I get them wrong. I ain't gonna hold
Yeah, but you don't mess up Cody.
Yeah, not Cody.
Like
instead of Balulu.
Sure, because we're learning who she is.
But I like that kid. Go ahead.
Right? Like some make sense. I'm never saying that you're going to be wrong. Like, and I'm still.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm teasing.
Sarah Chinu. I'm like, are we sure Medina Okot or Coat? We're still hoping it's Okot because one person told us, but we haven't heard her say her name. It happens. But Cody, yeah, no, she's been around way too long for you not to know how to say Cody. Kati. What is that? Anyway, I lost my train of thought, but that distracted me so bad. I was floored. But back to the game. When they were doing the Cody point guard experiment, which I personally didn't really love. I watched it, and maybe in the flow of the game it looked better, but I wasn't a fan. And mainly because they ended up turning the ball over quite a bit because Hannah would get her little toddler hands up in there and be swatting, and people would be freaking out, and it just turned into a lot of turnovers at the end of the game. So I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but I don't think I really love that, but TBD. And then Hannah, that is how she was being disruptive and getting some steals. So from that standpoint, I guess, yay, she got steals, but she also gambled. I also watched her completely leave whoever she was guarding. I can't remember who it is at the time, and literally like duck in to the post. And like, while that's a tactic, it's not a bad tactic, but like it also sometimes created a mismatch that then whoever she was guarding was able to come and get the rebound scot-free because there was no one to box her out.
Yeah.
Or, the ball, they'd get the rebound and be able to rotate it and someone would get a good shot. So I'm not convinced the duck-in was 100% their strategy. Some of that felt like Hannah went rogue, and she does that a lot on defense. If you notice, sometimes she'll just peel off her person. And it works when you get the steal, but when you don't get the steal, you're out of position. So
One thing I will say, I liked the Cody McMahon thing at point guard for this game specifically. Any other game, I'd probably tell Coach Yo, hey, don't be deploying that like the every game thing. That ain't no every game type thing. It worked out for this one because Notre Dame was just too small. Don't just be throwing Cody at point guard like that. And one thing about Sarah Chinu, she didn't shoot the ball well, but one thing that I did love and that I would love for people to do more, while Hannah is causing havoc for you defensively, go cause havoc for her defensively. And
right.
in the second half, Sarah Chinu was kind of, she was in there. She was like, I'm not gonna let you. You're not gonna get away too easily for me, screen or not. I was like, don't be letting Hannah just dictate how you run it offensively, and you not giving it right back to her on the other end. And I think Sarah Chinu did a great job of that in the second half. Though she only scored 5 points, she had 6 rebounds, 8 assists, so and 4 steals. So. Yeah. I'm interested to see how, as the season goes, what else they're going to do offensively, specifically because I think defensively they're gonna figure it out. But because how they came out in this game, like they just we got one of the highest 3-point shooting percentages ever. The way they came out, I was like, okay, y'all just shooting these, y'all just letting these threes fly. I was like, don't tell me y'all don't know how to break no zone.
Well.
Yeah. So I hope they don't. I hope they don't fall in love with that little ball. Just because you got a whole bunch of new players, don't mean you need to fall in love with it. Because 6 attempts from Cody, I was like, ooh, I don't necessarily like 6 attempts from her. I don't like 6 attempts from anybody on their team, to be quite honest. But yeah, overall,
Well, let me say this. Glad that they found a defense to close the game. I'm not sure that they found the defense that they need for the rest of the season. They're gonna have to show me, Bama. They're gonna have to show me, Bama. They found enough defense to win the game. I think you made a good point that in some spots they were just bigger than Notre Dame. But I'm still not sure that Coach Yo hasn't, I ain't gonna say sold her soul, but traded some defense for offense. She got a lot of offensive pieces in there, but when it comes time to play the defense that matters in the SEC, does she have the pieces still to be able to do that? And they're gonna have to show me.
See, but here's the thing. If you traded offense for defense, girl, your offense should be blazing hot.
That's working. I'll tell you what, the TikToks are very coordinated. And that's what I don't want that to be the case. I don't want them to be the team that had the best TikToks this year. Right? That's not what we got together for. Although I enjoy their TikToks. They've done photo shoots of TikToks. I've enjoyed them, but I know that that's not what Coach Yo set out to do. And I think that part of that was just team building. But now, time to show and prove. And so now we're going to have to, Cody, don't put your hands on me, McMahon. And this is what I was saying. This was like, yo, show me that this is your team. Put your fingerprints on this thing. And she did that this game. Let's see it continue. Ever heard him pronounce Asia Wilson's name? Asia's name gets butchered all the time.
That man butchered her name in that Battle for SC. I said, oh my God. Take this man off my as soon as he said that, I said, all right, That Arjun Wilson. Look, you.
You said no hands Cobalt wasn't there to combat the big bodies. Oh man, listen. So I mean, that's where I'm at with it, y'all. I want to see it. I'm gonna have to see it again. Cody, you came and closed. That was cool, but at the same time, now I need to know that this is it for real. So I'm not sold that the defense is all the way there yet. And that was all I had for that one.
Agreed. That's why I said they didn't get eviscerated by me today, but it's in my pocket.
Oh yeah, they gonna mess around and mess up because I think Coach L just playing a little too much. Yeah, I just like the Cody and Christine show. That's what I'm finna call it because that's what it was.
Yeah. Does that leave us one game?
They definitely let Notre Dame with their personnel hang around. They hang around way too long. I agree with that. Yeah, that just leaves us with the one game. Who want to kick it off?
I don't know what it was this game. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was it's that holiday game. Like we're getting ready to go to break and I don't know. I didn't like the transition defense that much. I think there's a couple times where it was like, y'all got to kind of pick up quicker because there's a couple times.
Wait. Did High Life come back into this chat? How we starting? We ain't got nothing positive to start with. Okay, you come in later. Auntie, you go first. Auntie, you want to go or you want me to go?
I mean, I can go.
Yeah,
I
you
can
go first. You said it out.
Thing. Yeah, here's the thing. As far as this game, it was what I expected. I expected it to be a weird game. Not having Gotti, and somebody let me know if we know if Gotti is back.
We haven't heard anything yet.
If we know, because I saw that question. I don't know if Gotti plays. Right.
I think with the concussion, she's probably out at least a week.
Okay. So we didn't have Gotti, and I thought that was weird. Hold on one second, y'all. I just got a message. Okay. The Yum Center, and then I'm a follower of Louisville basketball. I know that Louisville loves basketball. The Yum Center is an interesting place to have to play. It can get real competitive when it matters, and then they could, or it could be nobody in that thing. But I knew it was going to be full for us. I love the way that Raven came out and I think set the tone, right? How we got started. We came out, we set the tone real early, and then I got to give a shout out to, and I know y'all gonna say you just keep going back to her because she's a Detroit kid, but I got to give a shout out to Anaya Hardy because this kid had like almost minutes were non-existent and had was averaging about a point, less than a point a game, and then she had to get out there and not only play but start against our big, and then get out there on the perimeter and do some defending. And I don't think that we expected Anaya Hardy, so that bounce and that energy might have took us back a little bit, but I thought we took their first blow pretty good. Like it was a good game. It was a good game. Louisville, I think, proved that hey, we're number 22 team in this country.
Do you think they're 22?
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask that question because I don't think they're not 22. I think
I think they're 15.
Yeah.
So no. When I say 22, I'm saying that we were playing the number 22 team in the country. Okay. So Louisville was saying like, yeah, we're a number 22 team in this country. Like we're figuring it out. And I think that people kind of slight Louisville because of people take shots at the coach, and then people, and then you have people leave, and then it was like, well, if Gilbert Arenas' daughter is leaving, then what's still there, and I think that was a mistake by people. Because like I said, I feel like Louisville is a really good basketball team. And I've said that since last year. I I liked it. I like the fight. I like the grit. I like the game. It wasn't a blowout. It's some things that we'll do better, but I was excited that Mo turned the corner. Mo turned the page. It was, hey, she could have got down. She could have got down about the free throws. She could have got down about the Miss Bunny. She could have got down about a lot of stuff, but it was like, man, we still hooping. The poise, Tanaya Latson making her adjustments, but Tessa fucking Johnson, man. Tessa Johnson. I keep saying Tessa's name. Don't nobody want to hear it. That's okay. But I'm just telling y'all, Tessa is her. Did y'all see the way Tessa started? I was excited by that. To know that that's in Tessa's bag, to know that Tessa will come out like that. And I've known that. So for other people to be able to see it this game, I just appreciate it. I could go on forever about the game because I like the game. So I'm going to shut up and Commish, you go ahead because I'll keep talking.
Yeah, so what was funny at halftime, I believe, Muffet McGraw said that we came out flat, and it's a question. I asked the question, but Brittany, jump in too if you feel. I didn't think we came out flat per se. I thought we can talk about the defense, which I'll talk about later, but I didn't think we came out flat. I think flat would have had us down like 0-8 to start the game because the way Louisville came out, I didn't think they came out flat. So I didn't think flat was the word. I've been
not flat.
Yeah, I thought I was like, Muffet, did you watch this game? Or are you confusing South Carolina with another team in the SEC? Because I don't see. Say what?
Oh, you heard me nothing. I said Muffet might have been swinging. I don't know. Muffet might have had a couple. Might have had a couple shots. I mean, we came out with the energy we were supposed to came out with.
I think we could have come out with more, but fine. I wouldn't use the word flat. Flat is like what someone did in Cameron Indoor.
But the other thing too is we don't necessarily come out and just jump on people anyway. That's one of the things that we were asking for. Like, come on, man, let's get to it. We come out and be like a slow start. Overall, I think in general that is kind of like a Staley thing, a Staley team thing, man.
It's been the team
the last 2 seasons for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not a Staley thing. She keeps asking them not to.
She keeps asking, but I even think Asian them would start slow sometimes. Like, come on, y'all, let's get going. Come on, let's just come on and jump on.
I thought the freshie teams did not tend to start slow.
Good point.
With like Destiny, Zaya, like they didn't start slow. So I don't know what it is, if it's a disposition of some of the players we have. But I find that we've started slow of recent. I feel like with Ty Harris and them, I gotta go I have to go back to really to say if we started slow or not. It didn't feel like we started slow, but we also had lower scoring games back then. So I'm not sure what to call it, but the freshies I didn't think started slow. We tended to pounce on people. Yeah, so the whole Muffet thing, I was like, girl, bye. Like, it's just rolls eyes. But I thought, what else did I like? I agree with you. At some point, I think Okote settled in and started hitting her shots a little bit more. I like that. I really like how Raven was finding angles and ways to get her the ball once she settled in. And I kind of get it too, because if you're not settled, I'm not that she was forcing the ball to Medina, but it's kind of hard for me to like give you these like very finessey lobs if you're kind of just like off your base. So that kind of had to happen for those balls to get in there a little bit better. I also think by Tessa starting the way she did, it helped open up the paint for us a little bit offensively. I thought that was great. Hold on. I'm trying to keep all my positive stuff, or at least offensive stuff, and then I'll get to defense. What else offensively?
How did you like Joyce's game?
I didn't. My challenge with Joyce right now is I want more from, and I've said this for multiple games now. I do not care how many, well, I do care, but I care less about how many points she scores. I care more about the impact that she can have defensively and from a rebounding perspective. And because I didn't feel that and get that this game, I don't really care about the offense as much. Although there were times I was like, okay, Joyce, there was a really good dish Tessa gave her. She blew that. There was a transition bucket. I feel like she got stuck in between no man's land. I actually thought that should have been a pass to Latson or should have been a teardrop floater. She ended up airballing that. So for me, it's more about Joyce's activity. Like that's just always what I'm going to anchor on because that's what this team needs. And it just, as one of the most talented players on this team, like just from head to toe on both sides of the ball, the capability that she has is one of the highest. That to reach where she wants to be as a player and to be wanting to be compared to Asia, which I think is just very tough for anybody. Like I need that activity on the other side of the ball. And so I have a very harsh or a very high bar that I am judging her on, and it cannot just be on the offensive side for me.
So I think Joyce has a high bar. So I think that she's judging herself. I think she's judging herself tough on both sides of the ball too, right? And I think that gets in the way sometimes. I think she gets in her head sometimes with that stuff. But what I liked about the game was that she took that 3-ball because that 3-ball shot is gonna be there for her, and then she took it with confidence. So I liked that piece of where she was at offensively. She ended up with 12 points, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, 3 turnovers. Not a bad night, but not a Joyce Edwards night.
How many rebounds again?
5.
And how many assists?
She didn't have any assists.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
She didn't have any assists.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I'm really looking for Joyce to have a lot of
assists. The thing that
I am. Oh, go ahead, Brittany. There's a reason why, but go ahead, Brittany.
The thing that I will cut her some slack on in terms of rebounding with this one is they had a stretch big. And stretch bigs are typically an issue for just about everyone. And I think Dawn ended up making the switch with her and Medina.
Yeah.
So that she could keep Medina more comfortable in the paint compared to, all right, having to come out here and defend this ball screen and then have to deal with her big that instead of her big rolling to the basket, her big is floating out here to the 3. Because there were a couple times it was like, well, Donna, I don't there's nothing that she can really do on that. She's like, she got there to get a decent contest, but it's just kind of how things kind of shaped up. So I think she made.
And I'm with you. I'm with you, Malik. I don't know that we wanted Joyce to score. I felt like the challenge that Dawn gave Joyce was to stop Ziegler, and Ziegler didn't do a fucking thing in the game. And that's what I thought. Joyce's focus was for the game. That's what I thought it was, to take Ziegler out of the game. But I could be wrong there. But to me, that I thought that was the focus. Ziegler didn't score. She got 2 shots. She played 26 minutes. So we could say Joyce didn't do anything on defense. And to me, I felt like her role in that game was to get Ziegler out of the game, and Ziegler was out of the game. But I'll go back and watch.
How many? Since you're looking at the box score, how many rebounds did Ziegler have?
Ziegler had only 4.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't a lot. I was just curious how much.
Yeah,
I think for me, yes, because this was Boyer Scout. I do think they tried to take Ziegler out of the game, which was true. Istanbulu clearly was not someone that we were expecting to give, I think, Medina as much trouble as she was earlier in the game. So Medina had to adjust to that, which was, I think, once she realized, like, she was like sneaky mobile, if you will. So I think once she adjusted to that, it was definitely better. I will say, though, My second watch through, I purposely didn't watch the ball. I watched off ball to watch movement. There were a lot of moments of flat-footedness, and that can be improved regardless of stretch big or not. So when you guys watch it again, that is a thing.
Absolutely.
There's always room for improvement. Every time Joyce steps on the floor, every time any of our players step on the floor, there's room for improvement. I just felt like the focus of this game, and I don't know that we've seen a game where it was like, hey, Joyce, you go take their main person out of the game. I think this is the first time we've seen that. So I think that may have been the difference to me in this game. I can't think of another game where it was like, hey, Joyce, go shut somebody down. But I could be misremembering.
A lineup that I did see Dawn go to that I think some of us were kind of interested to see. We were hoping that Gotti would have been able to be in it as well, but it was Joyce at the 5, and then I think she had Isla at the 4 because of the way that Louisville was playing at that time. I thought that was an interesting lineup. I think Isla overall, I think she had some moments where it was like, ooh, she had like those freshman mistakes, but I also think she did well bouncing back from those mistakes. That's one thing that I will say that I did like. And I'm intrigued to see if she
No,
goes back to that lineup or a lineup similar.
so I also want to know too, what's happening with Hardy got bounced. What's going on with Miriam Dowder? Miriam Dowder couldn't get on the floor.
I said it, I think when we were watching the game, I would have liked to see Miriam because of that dynamic of the stretch bigs. But she didn't. So like, I don't know. We haven't gotten an answer for why she has or hasn't been involved recently. So I don't know. It's all speculation at this point, but I thought this would have been a good one to get her in there and get her in the mix. So I don't know. I will say
I'm gonna say I feel like Doubt is trending in the wrong direction. That's how I feel over the last few games. Like, hey, your minutes is going down, not up, not staying steady. Honey, what we doing? Where we at with it?
I do wonder though, when I look at the mix of what we needed in this game and the minutes that people were logging, it felt like we had more answers in the post or in the bigs than we did the guards. And so it kind of makes me wonder, it feels like, which is interesting that everybody keeps saying this is where we miss Chloe, which I'm not disagreeing. We won't miss, but like Chloe's not walking on the court. So for me, it's like it's not a reason. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to hear me say we miss Chloe for the rest of the year. Like Chloe's not coming back. Ashlyn's not there. Camilla's not there. Sanaya's not there. Like they're not coming. Like, so for me, like, it just seems like there's a lot of conversation about missing Chloe. And I'm like, yeah, but like Chloe's not coming on the court. So like someone else has to rebound. Someone has to box out. Someone has to be a leader. So like it's part of the maturation of our team. Someone has to step into that role. But from a guard standpoint, I don't know where our answers really come from. This isn't the question you asked me, but this next stretch of games before we start our SEC play, I would really like to see, and this I'd like to see, and I'd like our bench to earn more minutes. Because to me, it feels like a function of one of the two, like or it's a function of a lot of different things. I think the starters not have to, but it would be ideal if they get us to stronger starts. And it's not like blowing people out, but I do think like that's part of why they're playing so much is because we're maybe tight with teams and there's not as much wiggle room. So Don is trying to steal like a minute here, 2 minutes there at the end of the half or at the end of the quarters. So that's one. I thought Maddie looked okay when she was out there originally, but she didn't really get much tick in the second half, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know what's going on there. I think Raven is so good for our team that it does feel like, to me, I see Raven as our leader. and more of the person who sets the tone for us. And so when she's not on the court, it's a little difficult, but I do think we have to like kind of give a little bit there in our next few matchups to enable and allow other people to get on the court and work through and get the experience they need to get. I think to your point around Isla, I did like the minutes she got in for us. I think having her, I love that she like basically came off the bench. Raven hit her for a really nice shot. She hit that 3. She stepped into it with confidence. I like that. And then just finding more opportunities and spaces for her, I think, and that might just come through reps. So that's why, like, I'd like to see her minutes tick up over these next few games. And if that means we don't blow out certain teams as much as we quote unquote should, I'm fine with that. That to me is a trade-off I want to see. And then Miriam, I don't know because we haven't heard and no one's asked Dawn directly. So I don't know what the answer needs to be, but assuming it's not an injury, I think Miriam needs to do the things that can get her on the court. Or maybe it's a function of Adele's just getting more of those. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But I'd like to see Miriam, earn and figure out what she needs to do to get more of those minutes. And when she gets out there doing those things, and then whenever we get Gotti back will be great, but I'm prepared that she's probably going to be out for at least a week. So I'd like to see Maddie, Isla. Is there someone else from the guard position? That's it, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little tough. There's really not many other options.
One thing that I will say about this game, I think there were the mistakes defensively. I am trying to see. Well, I wonder if some of the mistakes defensively are I'm tired mistakes, and specifically in just like there were times where it would be like mistakes in transition where it's, oh, who am I picking up? Oh, I thought I had her. Oh, you're supposed to have her. Or like they were just like ones that's like, hey, that's you. Like you have her. Because I think Tessa did it a couple times, and I was like, huh? I was like, I don't know. Maybe it's all right.
I don't think it's solely. There are tired mistakes, but it's not solely tired. Yeah, it's not.
I think
it's not all tired.
And especially with the way that the pace of the game was going, and like the way that Louisville was just coming down, I was like, all right, this pace is pretty quick. I was like, they up there in minutes. But I do think from the rebounding aspect, Tessa having 7 rebounds was a surprise to me. Like now that I'm looking at the box score.
That's what I was going to tell you guys. There are people who had rebounds who were out on the perimeter too. So just telling you.
And I think the other part that Tessa did well is also her trying to, okay, my guard, the guard that I'm guarding is coming to come and crash the boards. I need to make sure that I put a body on her. And specifically, like there were a couple times where she got put up under the rim. That's just more of like a positional thing when you're trying to box out. Like, you want to put a body on her, but you also have to make sure that you're not giving her.
So I want to ask a question about the rebound. Because you said Tessa got 7 rebounds and you didn't expect her to get those rebounds. Okay. So my question is, in the rewatch, did Tessa get those rebounds because like Tessa was the only one working? Or was Tessa able to get those rebounds because the ball was by her and everybody else had blocked out their man as well? So it's one thing if I just didn't get the rebounds. Like I got 5 rebounds, but I blocked my man out every fucking time so that they didn't rebound either. So you were able to get the rebound because the ball was closer to you. I want to make sure. I want to be clear about.
Are we talking about Joyce or are we talking about Tessa?
So Tessa got 7 rebounds, but was Tessa able to get those 7 rebounds because of the work that Joyce did against her players?
No.
That's my question.
Tessa
No.
was down there jumping. She was down there fighting for position, jumping up there for rebound. Yeah.
So, but a lot of times I saw Joyce jumping too. But the person that Joyce was jumping with was clearly able to out jump her.
Yeah,
Anaya already out jumped Joyce all night.
but these are back to the principles of you cannot, when you play the 4 position, out jumping people is not that's not a strategy that's worth doing. It's not a recipe for success.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking y'all.
I'm telling you.
Y'all telling me. So y'all. So what y'all are telling me is that Joyce was out there all night, not making an effort on defense and rebounding.
I won't say not making it.
And she was able to stay on Dawn Staley's floor. Because I see you saying Joyce didn't make an effort to jump at all, right? So she was out there all night, not making an effort.
Who said that?
But she was able to stay on the floor. That's what Danny Joy is saying. Joyce didn't make an effort to jump. So that's what I'm saying. So y'all saying she was on the floor all night, not making an effort, and she stayed on Dawn Staley's floor?
Yeah, no.
I gotta go back and watch this game.
Some of the rebounding opportunities were taken away because of the stretch big. So her sitting on the perimeter. So I have to come and close out. My big's not crashing, so I'm closing out, boxing out, whatever. And then some of the other ones some of them were also positional, like positional things. Some of it was she didn't have the greatest position, and so she ended up getting out jumped in part because you were too far under the rim.
Can I offer another option?
Yes.
Yeah. What I also saw were times where we were flat-footed and we were not boxing anyone out and we were not jumping. So there's a middle ground of being in no man's land and not even getting in position to really get the rebound. So some of it is in that.
How does that stay on the floor though?
There's not many other options.
The only other option you would have been was Miriam. That was gonna be your.
So I'm telling you guys, rewatch it because this is not the first game I've addressed the rebounding, correct?
Correct.
So this has now been a thing that I've observed for at least 3 different games. This one, I think it's similar to aspects of what we saw with Texas with Carleton.
Yeah.
We just didn't get burned by it as much. And I do think some of the other guards were doing a better job this game than Texas. So I feel like Tessa, too many T's. Tessa, I did see like that one, especially in the first quarter where she jumped up, got the rebound and was able to like basically put it back on like a short jumper. She was like kind of in that short corner, but like in a little bit, like more in the what do you call it? Where when you do free throws. It's like she was in that positioning a lot this game. So I thought Tessa's positioning was also better. I mean, we all know Raven always rebounds. She always puts her nose in there. Latson, how many rebounds did she have?
I only had 1.
Okay. Yeah, I thought Latson could have done a better job too.
Yeah,
like I think for
Latson is one that I rebounding. It was too many times where it's like Latson, you watch it, but you're not.
There's a lot of watching.
Crashing. You're watching. Your man is crashing. So here they come, just grabbing this rebound over you because you just watching.
Yeah, I think Latson and Joyce, to me, given how our starters played the majority of the game. So we're really just talking about our starters, to be honest, at this point. I think Latson and Joyce were flat-footed way too much. And Medina cannot, I think I said this last game, Medina cannot be the only person that is getting rebounds like that. And that's not like solely true, but we cannot rely on Medina to get the rebounds solely. Maybe that's the better way to say it. Raven always crashes. I think Tessa did a better job, but Latson and Joyce, we can't be standing. Yes, sometimes you were in
Do
position.
y'all want to see all 5 go to the board?
Have
y'all
to.
See all 5? Y'all want to see all 5 crashing the boards?
I mean, at this, it's not all 5 crashing the boards, but some of it is also boxing out, and that's not happening consistently either.
Because at the end of the day, everyone should be boxing out.
Yeah.
Because
Crashing the board and boxing out, I think, they're close, but they're 2 different things.
yeah, like, you can crash the board all you want, but if you don't box out, you're probably not going to get that board, and or you're going to get out jumped because you didn't box out.
Right. We have to box out. So to me, I'd like to see a more concerted effort. Everybody collectively, like more boxing out principles. And then to Brittany's point, I do think that at some point in the game, it was a fatigue thing, but it was also happening early in the game too. So I can't call that fatigue.
And I think the watching it, I think it was what made it kind of look like so bad. And in terms of like the mistakes, is like they compiled them. Like I think it was, I don't know what quarter it was. It was the 4th quarter or maybe the 2nd. I don't know. But one quarter, no, it might have been the 3rd. It might have been the 3rd quarter where they were just compiling mistakes. It was like mistake after mistake, and it was like, hey, this is too many consecutive mistakes.
I got another question. Is it a mistake if it's not called?
What do you mean?
Yeah, not
so for example, I remember somebody saying that it was a moving screen being done all night.
Oh yeah, that was me.
Called.
Number 11, Istanbulu or whatever. But Google, I'm not really trying to butcher that girl's name, but I don't have it phonetically in front of me. She was moving screens all night, including that last play. But we could talk about what should have been done defensively on top of the moving screen. But yes.
Do they count as mistakes? Depends on what they were looking like positionally. Because if you're already out of position, then you're already out of position. Even though they don't call it, you're still not in position to be able to defend. So you're probably going to get beat anyway. So it was just a weird game because there were moments where it was like, okay, yeah, we got it. We're going to take the upper hand. Like we getting some stops. Like we got up, 11, 13, something like that. And then it was just like, okay, there's one mistake here. It might be an offensive foul here. Oh, and then on the other end, all right, somebody didn't pick up quick enough. Here comes Louisville. And then come back on the other end again. Here's another turnover.
Was anything that happened in the game about what Louisville did, or was it all our mistakes?
I think it's a mix.
Yeah, a mix. Some of them were just like brain farts, like literally the picking up in transition. Those ones were just like brain farts. Like, hey, pick up the ball. You're letting them get too deep before you come picking up the ball.
Oh, yeah, that's part of it. To me, I have slightly yes, and the ones that were sending me to the moon, like the one that stands out, there are 2 that stand out really distinctly to me in transition D. One is the one where Tessa just completely ran away, literally was in front of whoever had the ball, and for some reason, something in her brain told her to go somewhere else, and she just completely darted to the short corner, realized it, and then by the time she turned around, it was like I don't know.
It was 3 by the big. I don't know if it was like 11. By number 11.
I think it was Istanbulu.
Yeah.
Completely just like that was one brain fart. Here's another brain fart that happened. There was a time Medina was running down the court and almost like the same exact thing happened in the same exact spot. For some reason, I think there definitely was a mismatch in the post in transition D, but
it might have been between like Joyce and
it was Latson.
Oh, Latson.
Latson, I think, might have had Istanbulu on her or whatever, and she's trying to front the post. So Medina ran down there, and then Medina realized it. I was like, why are we running to people who are already guarding people? Like, you cannot do that in transition D. And the way to stop it is by talking earlier so you don't get mismatches. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure one of those we made the shot. So why are we mismatched on made shots? That's the part that is flooring me. And it's not just the Louisville game, it's been happening for the Texas game too. Like, we have to fix that. That is like a non-negotiable. Like, it has to be fixed ASAP. So fix it, Jesus. This is what I've been talking about, talking on defense. Like, there has to be more discussion earlier on, and hopefully they're talking about what they need to do and why people seem to be confused or think that they need to be running against someone.
Here's the thing. If you want somebody to more talking on the floor, then you got to get somebody on the floor that knows what they're talking about. So in that case, you got to have somebody other than just Raven on the floor. So that means that you got to get Deli on the floor. Medina don't goddamn know. Tessa ain't really no starter. She trying to figure out how to be a starter. Tanaya don't know. She's new to this thing. Gotti don't know. So the player that got to get on the floor then is Deli. I love when Deli's on the floor with the talking and telling people where to go. I love that. Bring her on there. Bring her on.
I don't have an aversion towards getting Deli on the floor. What maybe I have a challenge with that statement is, regardless if you start or not, these are defensive principles that need to be exude through everybody.
No. I'm talking about I'm talking about. You said talking and directing and telling people where to go. Tessa's still trying to figure out how to start and be where she's at. She may not know where everybody else needs to be at yet, but the person who seems to know is Adele and Raven. So get the talkers out there. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about whether or not you box out, talking to each other, knowing where to go. If y'all is confused, if you need some other help, I don't need the people who don't know. If you got lost on what you were supposed to do, please don't tell me what to do. See, you got to keep up with your part first. So since Adele seems to know and can tell everybody what she sees and where people should go, maybe we should see more Adele on the floor until people are comfortable. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I hear that. I think, to me, that like Adele can't play 40 minutes.
That's it.
I didn't say 40 minutes. I said
no. I hear you. I'm saying these problems still persist, even if Adele got on the court more. Some of these issues are still issues even when Adele's not on. So like, it has to just be a team dynamic that we all are going to talk more. Like, it can't be just on Deli. Deli's a great communicator. But these are still things, regardless of, because what's happening is Don is also trying to mix and match people. So it's not always going to be the best communicators on the floor. What happens when those communicators are not on the floor? If we're talking, then it helps. That's what I'm saying.
But what I thought I heard you say was like people talking and helping people to help directing people where they need to go.
No,
I don't know what I don't know. So Raven is out there. She's telling people, hey, I'm watching Raven direct people. Hey, get over there. Hey, you come up. Hey, do that. I'm watching Raven do that, right? This is what she does. I saw Deli do that on the floor. I don't think that the other people are in a position to and know what we do like the back of their hand, where they can tell everybody else what they're supposed to be doing. That's what I'm talking about.
And yeah, what I'm specifically talking about is transition defense. When you're setting up your defense, you're doing a 2-3, or there's a specific way you want to play it, but transition defense, where you don't have a lot of time to set things up and tell people where to go, you have to be lockstep with, I'm getting ball. I'm closest. I'm here. Okay, then the back line, that means then there's talking, there's pointing, there's things like that. And it's not solely on one person. That's what I'm calling out.
Rather than over communicate than under communicate.
Correct.
Rather be like, hey, this my man. You sure? I got him. Like, you would just rather them over communicate than under communicate, just because it's just. I think from how we started the season, I think we were talking about the switching. The switching was the problem at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
All this switching, X-nade. I think the switching has been mainly X-nade for the most part.
Has it?
The switching will be back. We did all of that switching because you're gonna see the switching again. The switching is coming back
again. It's just we're not switching as bad as we were switching from the beginning. Because in the beginning we was just switch. Like you didn't switch that. Now it's just okay.
It's gonna be some teams that we switch on.
Yes, it's just okay. If you're gonna switch, you need to communicate early and often, and you need to be screaming at each other. Just about.
Right.
That's
It's the communication piece.
Yeah.
That to me is what continues to be. There's a little bit of confusion, but there's also a communication aspect, and you can negate the confusion through communication. You know what I mean? The communication to me is at the center of why there were so many open shots, and that is not going to be purely solved to me from Adele. Adele will help, but it's the onus is on everyone. You just can't just have one person. And I do think what is being illuminated to me is in the past we had Sanaya Fagan. Sanaya talked a lot. We had Ashlyn when she was out there was a talker, right? Camilla, I think was a good anchor as well. I think the fact that whoever our center is, which is clearly Medina right now, and her learning the system, I think is also what is making this a little. The light is being shown on it more. Our defensive anchor at South Carolina and Don Staley's system is a big. And
that's why I said get Deli on the floor.
Yeah, but I think Deli has some shortcomings too that even if she got more minutes, it's not enough to alleviate what is happening. So that's why I keep coming back to it. Can't.
But I would rather take a L with Deli on the floor, given the communication so that people know now, right? Than to keep waiting for somebody to figure it out. I would rather wait for Deli to tell you than for you to keep going out there every game trying to figure it out. We 9 games in now. You don't know yet? Adele, get out there and tell them. Because how many more games are we gonna wait? So what are we waiting for? If Medina can't tell them, right? Because she doesn't know, because she's still trying to figure out who she is in the offense, and then try to get back and tell people. See, it's one thing to be the communication in transition defense. Hey, get them help. I ain't back. I get that part. That's fine. What I was talking about in communication is knowing where you go in this thing and how we rotate and move. So that this thing starts moving like a well-oiled machine. So I would rather take the time to have Deli, hey, get out there right now, and maybe you're not giving us everything that Medina can give us in these minutes, but you're sharpening everybody else's iron so that they're ready to go. Because I don't have time for Medina to figure it out and then come tell everybody else.
That could be solved in the half court defense. I think a lot of times when we're giving up, well, it's not solely that, but I see it happen mainly in transition. And right now, Adele's probably one of our slower players. So even if Adele was out there, she's probably behind on the defense. And so she's not going to be able to help with that. That's why I'm saying, like, it's not solved solely from Adele.
Yeah. And I think like you're saying, Commish, like the issues are kind of two different issues. Cause like there's one thing in ball screen defense and then the whole thing, another thing in transition. The transition defense that's on everybody. Everybody should be communicating.
That's what I just said. That's one thing. But knowing where to be and where to go and how this works is something different.
But I think maybe we're calling out.
I'm not talking about transition at all. I'm not talking about transition at all. I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking about knowing what is our defensive system, what is expected of you, and how do we move in it. If you don't know and you haven't been able to get that in practice, and Adele knows, I would rather give you 5 or 6 minutes in a game, in real-time game time, with the players that don't know to help them in real time, since they haven't gotten it this far. We finna be 10 games in. We still don't know? Okay.
Well,
I think that's less of our issue. That's why I think we're talking around each other, because our issue is transition defense and communication in general. I think once we're set in the half court, I don't see as many of that Adele would solve.
Yeah, because the ball screen defense, that's just more of this game they ran hedge for a good minute, and then I think like towards the second half they kind of went into drop a bit, but higher up the line, but also she made the switch with putting Medina on Ziegler and then putting Joyce on number 11, the one that was mainly out there on the perimeter shooting those shots anyway.
And I think, yeah, that switch, but then also I think they did switch. I felt like Raven fought over those screens a little bit better.
Yeah.
As the game progressed. And then that's why Chloe was up yelling at Medina early in the game, because she was sinking way too much.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we made some of the adjustments we needed to, but that's why I'm saying, like, the transition, and the irony is some of it isn't transition. Some of it is we made the basket. So why are we in a transition like defensive state? It's like everybody's got to run back. And this is maybe some of it is fatigue. Some of it is unfamiliarity with one another. We have new to the system people, and that is Latson and Okote. And Okote is in a unique position as being a defensive anchor, where traditionally for South Carolina, we've had people like Aaliyah Boston, Camilla, and Sanaya, Elise back there, and they all have different strengths of their defense IQ or community. But one thing they were, at least Sanaya and AB were more consistent on, was communication.
And ain't Adele the one that Dawn said was Aaliyah Boston like from a defensive perspective?
She just said she was Aaliyah Boston like, yeah, period, in her communication. And when Adele's out there, you can hear her saying the things. I still am of the belief that Adele is compromised physically, that she can only be out there so much. Because even think about it, right? Adele played the first half, but didn't come in at all the second half, if I'm not mistaken. So there's something to why she's not playing more, in my mind.
Yeah, it's just very interesting, because I think there's a couple times we're like, oh, well, okay, why isn't this person, we would think this person would be getting more minutes. And I think some of it would be easier to get the bench more minutes if the starters could steady the ship. You steady the ship, then I can insert them and be all right. But there's just like too many times where I have to take them out in terms of, because I need them to get at least a couple minutes of rest, but I don't feel comfortable taking them out like every quarter. Like, all right, you play this many minutes and you can rest for X amount of minutes this quarter, because I know that the bench is going to be able to hold it down, because with my starters out there. But because your starters are not on it, it's kind of like, don't really want to kind of really spiral quickly.
To me, a lot of this also just comes to individual. Well, there's a lot of things compounding, right? Because I think there is some conservatism of energy going on, and I understand that, because the bench isn't really getting a lot of minutes. But also at the same point in time, like, a lot of this does get solved, because it got solved at points in the game, right? Like, it's not a capability question. It can be done. It's just a focus question, or a focus thing to me. So I think getting that geared up even more and revved up even more is just kind of where our opportunity is over these next few games. So heading into the SEC play, we're in a better spot. And a lot of this, like, again, it comes back to the initial, and as much as, like, as a defensive person, a defensive oriented person, I don't really care for games like this. I don't really love high scoring tit for tat games, but it comes with the territory, and being able to win a multitude of ways is important. But I do think we were giving Louisville, they were also hitting tough shots, but then we also, in my opinion, allowed them, especially in the third quarter, to gain confidence by some of the looks we were allowing them to have. And so for me, it's just more of a function of that is I don't know over time the pace in which we're playing. And ideally we're revving up our bench too. But the pace we're playing, I don't want us to be in that high point caliber, like high pace. I prefer more like the games like we played Duke kind of sorta, right? Like you look at the points that Duke scored versus like the over under of our game versus Duke versus LSU. I prefer the our in the 60s, 70s, right? And so I think that's just kind of more of our sweet spot as a program. And then it also is not as much of a drain on our starters with high minutes at this moment in time. So I think, again, it's back to the thing I said, bumps and bruises. This is one of those, and gelling as a unit and getting comfortable. And I think even Latson, right? Like understanding that like you may not be scoring a lot. Well, I need your defense to rev up. And outside of that shot where she fouled Barry or whatever, her defense in the fourth quarter, her on-ball defense was really good.
Mhm.
So it's just how do we bring that second half adjustment into the front half a little bit more for Tanaya is I think what she's learning and what we need from her. And then I think getting talking more, it would just really be helpful for our team. And to me it's just who's gonna do it, because we could bring Adele in, but Adele is only gonna play so many minutes. What happens when Adele's not in the game? Who carries that torch?
Yeah, I think it's the building consistency at this point, because we've seen shades of it. We've seen shades like, okay, yeah, but how can we make that throughout the entirety of the game? It's just like when are we going to have that full game where we're just like, all right, yes, this was the game, this was the perfect game, even though no game is technically perfect, but when are you going to have like that game, like quarters 1 through 4? It's like, yeah, this was a steady ship throughout the entirety of the game. Because right now it's kind of like, all right, it'll be like two quarters really great, and then there'll be that one quarter that we're just like, what was happening here? Or 3 quarters great, and we're like, what happened here? And it's not like the crazy 1 quarter blowouts like Duke be giving up, but it's just like probably could have did better in that quarter.
Yeah, I just think they just have to talk. Like everybody's not everybody, but like if you're not comfortable talking tough shit, like we just got to talk more. Like it's just that simple to me. It's like you just got to do the things, the little things that, as we've been talking about, the winning habits. Like we're not there, so we have to overcompensate, and overcompensate is over communication.
Mm-hmm. I think I didn't give Raven and Tessa their flowers. Now that I talk about things that were kind of irking me just a bit.
Yeah, I was like, you're just gonna jump right into the negative. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I was like, let me just give it out because it was irking me because it was like, oh my gosh, why? But no, Tessa, the start that Tessa had, I was like, oh shoot. I was like, oh, Tessa's gonna walk out this joint with a freaking 30 ball if y'all don't stop playing. I think that was that's probably like the best start that I've seen Tessa have like her entire time. And specifically the best start that I've seen her have offensively. She's very much like, hey, I'm going to get my shot, and this is what you give me. I'm going to take it. And I think the best part about it is it wasn't like she was forcing anything. It was very much like, hey, I am making a concerted effort to make sure that that I'm getting shots up without in the flow of offense. Because
folks better understand that Tessa is the most clutch player we got. Tessa is clutch, like Bree Hall.
Yes.
You don't believe me? Go back and look at the game. You need a bucket, Tessa got it. Knock down a 3, I got it. Knock down the mid-range, I got it. Rise up and shoot it over somebody, I got it. It don't matter if I just shot the ball or if I ain't touched the ball in 5 minutes. She is clutch.
It definitely gave that. After the Texas game, it was like, yeah, I'm going to make a concerted effort to make sure that I get the shot done. Because that's the other part with Tessa. It's not a whether you make it or miss it type of thing. With her, it's we need you to get them up, and especially because it's not like Tessa's taking bad shots. It's just we need you to get them up, and I think that was very clear from the start of the game. And then Raven.
I was going to say, speak of clutch, just in a different, not the way that people typically say clutch, but Raven was clutch.
Yeah, I don't think the broadcast was talking about her enough. Because I was also like, so we just gonna sit here, y'all not gonna sit here and hype up Raven for these assists and what she's seeing on the floor. Like, yes, your teammate has to make the shot for you to get the assist, but still, there were some that didn't count as an assist.
But the thing about Raven was Raven knew when to call her own number, and that's what I loved about Raven in this game. She didn't hesitate to call her number, and when she called her number, she delivered. It was a great balance. Raven called a great game. Raven called a great game, I thought.
But Raven, yeah, outside of that, by the way, the only turnover Raven had this game was at the end of the third quarter when I know I didn't love it because the timing of it was not great, but realizing that I think what Raven was trying to do was trying to get Latson a touch, who really had been quote unquote struggling. You know what I mean? Like Latson at least hadn't had a flow. I think she was trying to get Latson going, and unfortunately telegraphed it a little too much. Great defensive play, there was in the lane, but unfortunate. But when you look at the totality of Raven's game, like literally how she played the game, that was the only time where it was like, no, but it was like, I get it, but it was like, no.
But it was also real uncharacteristic. Raven don't do that shit.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Raven doesn't make that turnover. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So it's kind of one of those like it was just bad because that's not typically what she does, and at the time that's not what we needed. But I understand she was probably trying to get Latson involved, and other than that, Raven pitched like a perfect game basically. To your point, I would say it's not just it showed up in this game. But I think all season, Raven, outside of maybe one game, and I can't remember the game right now, but outside of one game, I think Raven has done an amazing job this entire season of trying. And well, one, that's her IQ as a point guard, knowing who needs a touch or who's hot or people's spots, right? And then the other one I would say is knowing that right balance. It's very Chelsea Gray-like what she's doing right now, and the good Chelsea Gray, not the coming back from Unrivaled and chucking up fuck shit Chelsea Gray, but knowing when and how to get the ball to Medina. Like there were a couple times where when I on my rewatch, I had to be like, wait, how did she get that to Medina, especially down the stretch, right? I was like, was a screen set? And it was just like Raven would do slight things. She would drift a little bit to create an angle, a better passing angle for her to lob it to Medina right in her sweet spot and have her just attack the rim. I think those nuances that like people who don't appreciate true point guard play, they appreciate shooting guard play with the ball. But true point guard play, like those are the things that really made it easy for Medina. Once she settled in, she was getting the ball in her sweet spot and was able to just go right up with it. And I mean, Raven did that countless times with Camilla. So I think you see them communicating even more. I mean, they're clearly roommates, but even during timeouts, even during little breaks, I see Raven go over and talk to Medina. Medina's nodding like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? Like they're clearly talking.
Even in the free throw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't love that, but I loved it because I knew Raven did it on purpose. But Latson was open on that final pass in that Medina got. Unfortunately missed one of the free throws. But, you know, I can kind of eat it because I'm like, knowing Raven, she did it because she was trying to instill confidence in Okote. And there are going to be times this season where Okote is going to get fouled and we need her to close for us at the end of the game. So I was willing to eat it, but I was like, damn, Latson was open, But
Mhm.
that's the beauty of having someone like Raven. She has a pulse on her team and what her teammates need. So
Absolutely. Like 11 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, a block, 1 turnover, whatever. But this is the stat line that you want to see from your WNBA future WNBA point guard. Take the shots that you need them to take, and get everyone else involved.
8 assists, 1 turnover. That's
Literally.
what you want to see.
and you know
8
what's
assists,
funny?
1 turnover.
She probably could have had a double again this game.
Easy.
We
Oh
know
yeah.
there were so many bunnies missed or shots. Easy. I can
Yeah.
tell you for a fact she probably would have had a double. And then while we're talking about Raven, because we have to talk about that final play. There was something that happened on I don't know. Raven basically had like the ultimate stretch of like the final 3 possessions. I want to say there was something that happened defensively, but it's escaping me. Someone in the chat will remind me if right before. But anyway, the clutch shot that Tessa hit, that was Raven who found her, set that up, drifted towards the middle, and then let Tessa kind of run and then hit her in her shooting pocket, right? That's important too. Tessa didn't have to do a whole lot and just got it up there, swoosh. There was something she did. Shit. Anyway, let's say the final play where Raven, the clock was winding down. Raven ended up, crossing the court, laying it up. Should have been an and one, but we move. Like just being able to recognize
With
in
the
that moment.
flex.
Yeah, with the flex.
flex.
But that's the thing. Like those are the demonstrative stuff we need. I needed a yell in there, but she needed to run back on defense. So
It was Sessions for me. Sessions gave the yell. It was Sessions. If you watch Sessions at the end of that play, Sessions
was on the court.
She was on the court. I was like, did they call timeout? Because Sessions is headed down the court. Sessions was like, let's go. She was so hyped for Raven. Man, listen, that's one of my favorite plays for the game. But it was Sessions for me in the background.
Definitely.
Me. So yeah.
But I'm forgetting there was something Raven did on the defensive end in one of the final stretches that really helped, but it's escaping me right now. But if you watch the end, like the last whatever of that game, you'll see it. Like Raven had her fingerprints all over the game.
I tell y'all, Raven closed with the defense all the time. They don't be believing me. Raven closed.
Look, I don't know what to. That's why I'm so particular about our defense. I know people feel like I'm being extra, but it's like no, like there's a reason. Like when teams are hitting shots that like even the one that Maddie had a really good contest. I think it was on Barry, or was it on the girl who transferred from Oklahoma? What's her name? Whatever. The other guard that had good shots. Maddie had the clock.
Raina Scott?
Yes, thank you. Maddie was like right there and was guarding her, and she banked that 3 in at the shot clock buzzer. Like sometimes shit like that's just gonna happen, and your defense has to help, create opportunities that just really make it hard for the other team. But like the open shots, that's why it sends me. We can't be doing that. So there's still time. It's still early in the season. We're still gelling. But that's why it's such a focus area, because also our defense turns into our offense a lot, and we're really hard to stop in those moments too.
The minute that called that timeout with like 4:11 to go, I said, oh, this is gonna get interesting, because Dom's gonna be calling timeouts like that. So the minute Dom called that timeout at 4:11.
Wait, what was the reason? What was the play that I'm trying to remember? What was the play? Do you remember that had her call the timeout? Or why did we have possession? They had possession. What was the reason?
Roberts hit that wide open 3 from Raina Scott. I don't remember specifically what the other play was, but yeah, they hit that 3. Don called a timeout, and then after that, Raven. It was the Raven show, literally. Like,
Hey, but if you watch, I think that's the same timeout that Raven is delayed walking back in the timeout, right? Everybody's going out, and Raven and Dawn are in a conversation. I think that's that timeout.
I did see that, and I was like,
"Hey, did you see it?" And Raven gave her the
Yeah.
eye, like, "Yeah," and Dawn was like, "Yeah," and she was like, "Okay, well, shit, let's go do it." I noticed them little things. Raven and Dawn,
Yeah.
Raven hung back a little bit on the timeout, and it was like, "Hey," Dawn gave her the eye, and Raven was like, "Yeah," and then it was a little smile, and it was like, "Okay, well, let's
And
do that then."
after that 4-11 timeout, Raven scored or assisted on every bucket -1. And
I
that
think that's the
was
timeout.
from Tanaya to Medina. But everything else was a Raven score or assist.
Which, by
Yeah.
the way, that was probably, again, Tanaya calling us back to the original conversations we all were having. I'm giving Tanaya a little bit more grace than maybe everybody else because of how much her role has all the dimensions in which she's doing something different than previous. But
I don't have any problems with what Tanaya's doing.
yeah, no, I'm
I
just
ain't got
calling
no
it out
complaints.
because people are talking reckless and saying, "Oh, see, this means like either Dawn's holding Latson back, which is okay, or therefore concluding Latson wasn't that good." And I don't think those are the takeaways, but yet those are people's takeaways. So again, have to say it, not for y'all, but for, people out there. Latson is making the biggest adjustment of anyone on our team. I actually think that's probably fair. I'm trying to think if the freshmen technically count, but of anybody on our team, she's up there. And the reason why is the ball was always in her hands. It was centered around her. And now she's actually being asked to do things like guard. Not that they told her not to guard on Florida State, but there were other people around who were able to do this stuff. And as respectful as I can be, Florida State is not seen as South Carolina. So you have more eyeballs on you. You just have more intensity around you. The stakes are bigger. So that's like being on a team that's like tanking to get the #1 lottery pick, and then all of a sudden being on a contender for the W.
Yeah, man, she's basically Nalissa Smith right now.
Nalissa Smith, but different because
she's basically Nalissa Smith right now, bro. Like, damn.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying that sarcastically. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And it would work if Nalissa Smith was like paid Beckers at her previous teams, which she was. You know what I mean? It's just like these are not. This is not what's happening right now.
I think people don't realize the big adjustment coming from a volume scorer to, all right, now I don't want you to, like, you're not scoring in that much volume.
Enrique knows.
Yes, like that joint is not easy. Because the other part is with being a volume scorer, you'll mess around and you'll probably take some bad shots in there because she's going from she shot 15 shots a game her in 22, 23, 17, 19, and now she's down to 11. But what also went up is the field goal percentage and the and her 3-point percentage. She's shooting 44% from 3, 52 from the field. So it's like, me personally, I would think that's a good trade-off.
Shit, you remember what Enrique did when she found out Paige was coming? Thank God. Remember, she was on Twitter like, "We got the #1 pick. Thank God, they coming. Help, it's coming." I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that. And I know y'all say I'm not gonna get on my Enrique box right now, and I know y'all don't think that that's who Enrique is, but I believe that Enrique and Paige.
I'm with you on Enrique. Remember, you're not the only one. I'm with you on Enrique. I always remind you, I'm not like the other people who've been disparaging Enrique. It's this exact thing. When you are being asked to play a completely different role, and Enrique, we need to put a pin in that because people are acting crazy about Enrique. When you actually look at what's happened with Enrique's career, there should be way more grace that's given to her than not. She's only had the same coach once. That means in her, I think, 8 seasons in the W, she's repeated coaching staffs once. Like, how do you have success in that way? But again,
we will. Yeah, we're gonna talk Enrique because she gets I don't know if people are just intimidated by her game or what. But the jacket that they try to put on this this kid is not the jacket that I see. And then when I ask for the receipt on that jacket, they don't got one. So
Yeah. No,
yeah,
but
we'll
it's
we'll
hard to
talk
make
Enrique.
it's hard to make that adjustment, which is why I said it when we previewed the season. Latson, it's gonna be, it's not gonna be tough, but you're gonna have games like this. And I think the thing that I really like about Latson, and she has so much of my respect, just not only because as a Gamecock, but to be willing to do this. Like, how many people are willing to go from I was the top scorer, NIL deals, I'm always being talked about, Naismith, whatever, to be able to come and take a role where I have to play defense. I have to do, as much as we love Pow Pow, Pow Pow was not Latson.
No.
And that's not shade on,
but that's because we had a Brielle.
well, like it's different. Like, it's a whole different slew of things that Latson is being asked to do.
But
and
go
ahead.
I'm sorry. Just because I said their names, I got to say this because the revisionist history is crazy on the internet. For those of y'all that's up here like, oh, South Carolina is missing Bree Hall and Sanaya Fagan. When last year y'all acted like they was
they called them scrubs. They said they shouldn't even get drafted.
Wasn't. Y'all act like they shouldn't be drafted. They should be done. Now this year y'all like, oh, South Carolina is missing Sanaya and Bree. Come on, man, y'all got to make y'all mind up now. We do miss them, but they hoopers. Y'all had no respect for them last year. Now this year, same thing with Camilla. Y'all, Camilla wasn't there. She wasn't that when she was here. Camilla left. We missing her. What we gonna do without her? Come on, y'all gotta cut this stuff out now. Respect these kids when they got that garnet and black on. Respect them when they got that garnet and black on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're right. Because there are also people who are saying, I can't wait till Tessa no longer is a Gamecock so I can cheer for her. What kind of weird shit is that? Like,
weirdness.
You guys are weird. What's that got to do?
Like, she's always going to be Gamecock, so you're always going to have to deal with Gamecock fans. Even when she goes to the Dub, you're still going to have to deal with Gamecock fans.
Well, that's the same. All these people who've now latched on to Asia, and I'm not saying like Asia isn't deserving. She's great. But do you know how many people were saying Asia was a bum and couldn't carry water for Breonna Stewart? Oh, I'm old enough to remember that. Now they cheering for Stuja and Asia this and da-da-da. She's so good. And it's like, y'all
that's the same Asia, right?
Right.
That's the same Asia? Like, what? But y'all sound crazy as hell. What?
Weirdos.
That's the same Asia? Hold on. Let me show you with her garnet and black on. Yeah, that's her. You see her? Yeah, that's her. Zoom in. What are y'all talking about?
Yeah,
that's the
it's
same
weird.
Leah Boston. That's the same Sanaya Fagan. That's the same Bree Hall. The fact that they have to get out of garnet and black for y'all to cheer for them is crazy. Is the hate for Dawn that deep?
Yes. See, the first Commissioner Cooks. I'm so serious.
The hate you so mad. You hate Dawn that much that you won't cheer for a talent because she got on garnet and black or because she played for that woman right there. That's wild, man. Y'all need to see what's going on in your own heart, in your own with your own self. Check in with your own self. Because that's weird. That's wild.
Some people just be watching sports just so they can have a reason to hate on somebody, to be quite honest. It's just like, well, why not watch
that you could hate? The fact that you waste your time hating Dawn Staley is amazing to me. There's so many things in the world that you could hate. But you spend your time hating Dawn Staley. How?
And there's people who you actually
should
hate your wife that you interact with.
Okay. I know that you guys have. Yeah, I'm gonna have to feed y'all dinner in a minute. We've been here almost 5.5 hours. But I have to ask these two questions before we get out of here. Brunch turned into dessert. We got NC Central next.
Brunch turned into happy hour. That's been a day long.
Yeah, we didn't just hung out all day. Somebody get the wine out. So I have to ask these questions. On the 7th, we'll play NC Central. So I can ask y'all about that team. I'm hoping that we'll have another brunch next Saturday. I hope you guys check your schedule so that we can specifically talk Penn State, because I want to talk Penn State coming into CLA if possible. And they come into CLA next Sunday. So we play tomorrow and then we don't play again until Sunday. So hopefully there's a brunch in between that, so we can talk about NC Central. But it's the Penn State game I want to talk about. I don't want to unless you know for sure we're not going to do that. Then I'll throw the Penn State out there now. But if it's possible that we're gonna have a show, I won't throw that one out there. But I do want to know your thoughts on NC Central. Go ahead.
I can't give you thoughts on NC Central because I've done no research on them and they haven't come across my TV.
Okay.
So I'm not going to really be too educated about that. But what I can tell you is what I said earlier. I'd like to see our bench get more minutes and earn more minutes. I don't know, chicken or the egg. I mean, we know Don's big on, your practice, your habits that influences your play time. But I don't know. I just think for continuity and for sustainability of the season, like she might just need to dovetail it, like shoehorn it a little bit more and just force it. And like within that, you kind of flex. But I would like to see, especially for the next few games, getting Isla more minutes, Maddie more minutes. And then the thing that's hard with this is the hard thing that I think Don has to contend with. So every time I say like I want this person to have more minutes, take it with a grain of salt, because in the back of my mind is still Don is trying to integrate Latson. Don is trying to integrate Okote. Joyce is still not a finished product. I think we've talked about this before. People get confused. Joyce probably wouldn't have had as many minutes as she did last season had Ashlyn been healthy.
Right.
Yep.
So I think people get that a little conflated in their heads. Yes, Joyce is good and she's a good talent, but we would have worked out some of the things that she ended up learning throughout the season and that I'm specifically calling out probably would have been more of a focus area, right? Like, hey, I'm not seeing you do these things. Like, you got to come sit on the bench and then see it, and then you get back in. And that even happened last year, right? So I do think it's a function of who is available and who isn't. That is some of these minutes, but also the same thing needs to happen with some of our younger talent, in my mind, to kind of get us there and bridge the gap. So
I'm going to say this, and I won't say it again.
Yep.
You should be mad. But this is where I miss Ashlyn. This is where I miss Ashlyn in the sense of to me last year, and you guys, I felt like Ashlyn was doing a lot of pouring into Joyce because she was in and around the team on a regular basis, and we're not seeing that as much right now.
I think Chloe is doing it.
Chloe is doing that too, and I'm not taking away from Chloe. But what I'm talking about is kind of what Ashlyn's focus was and how Ashlyn approached and saw the game with the aggressiveness and the have to on defense, right? That I'll go get 20 rebounds if I don't do anything else for the team.
Right.
I'll go get 20 rebounds, right?
Right.
And I think that's the piece that we're missing, pouring back. Like, if y'all go back, do y'all remember when Joyce gave somebody that work? You can't guard her. Do y'all remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do y'all remember? Y'all remember how high Ash was on the sideline? I think Joyce is missing that piece of it. And I don't. And I'm not saying that Chloe's not pouring into Joyce, but I don't think that Chloe pours in that way. And I also feel like Ashlyn and Joyce were supposed to play together. So they had been talking about playing together, and that was different for Joyce to be able to have Ashlyn in the building. So I won't say it again, but that's where I miss Ashlyn at. Just in being able to walk through this walk with this part of the walk with Joyce on a day-to-day basis. So I said that then I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I don't disagree, and I don't not miss them too, but I, my feelings on it. It's just like the Calvary isn't coming to save us. We gotta learn how to save ourselves. That's part of the growing and maturation, and our ability to do that will determine our aptitude,
But I also think that that's a call out on Ash's leadership, because I don't think that people talk about that a lot. I think, and it looks like, and you mentioned that Ashlyn talks a lot, and Chloe too. Like, I think it gets overlooked, their leadership and their voice and what it means to the team.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also think they have more of the hype personality than the personalities we currently have.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that also brought a different energy too. So yeah, I mean, but again, every team is going to look different, right? Like
Absolutely.
When you get to the W, you're gonna have new people. That's why I even might call out. I think we talked about in the mansion. Like I was calling out Asia earlier this season. I felt like she needed to step into her leadership more. Right? You didn't have Sid. You didn't have AC. You didn't have some of these people. Like without these glue people, you have to step up a little bit more. And I think that's part of the leadership is assessing what's there and figuring out like how do you fill that gap, right? Like that's part of the leadership of these young women is like, all right, we're playing a lot of minutes and our most talkative person is on the bench. What do I bring to that? You know, how do I fill that void? Like we need it. There's clearly confusion or like whatever, or like, hey, I'm not usually demonstrative. Maybe I need to have a little stomp, a yell, a fist bump, a something to just like bring the energy up of the team. You know, Raven does her hugs. So it's just like whatever is innate to you, whatever you can do that's innate to you, but still bringing those things out, I think is kind of what I'm challenging the team to do more.
Yep.
Yep, I agree. We got anything else?
Is there anybody we didn't call out? The one play for Latson that I was saying, that like overhead pass, right? Like that could have been a top 10 Sports Center moment, but no one hyped it because we narrowly escaped. But like Latson did do a fancy smanchy pass. I said we got them too. So shout out to Latson. I think one of the things again that I respect about her is she wants to challenge herself. I think it will be great for her. She's learning how to deal with like quote unquote hard things. What happens when you're not scoring all the points you want to, or you're not getting the
lean into the heart.
Lean into the heart. I was trying not to give you Kara handle hard better. But
handle hard better. Let's go.
These are the life lessons, and it's gonna make it. She's gonna build that resiliency a little bit better. That resiliency, tool, that button that will serve her in whatever situation she finds herself in the W next year. And I think conversely or simultaneously, maybe Sanaya, while I was very frustrated by the sparks this whole season, and again, we're not getting into that right this moment, I think seeing what she's doing in Australia is so great. And I think that will have dividends for her when she comes back into the W2. So I think there's lessons in all these. Bree Hall, same thing.
Bree talking up that Gamecock defense. I heard you, Bree.
Yeah, I need her I need her friends to see that defense thing. Lock it in. Lock it in.
Lock it in, buddy. Lock it in.
We're known for defense. Get it together.
And I am so excited about these fits. Dana, get your fit ready. Chelsea, get your fit ready. Asia said she was nervous, though. She was going to have to put on some Cardinal stuff. We put it on out. Get the fits ready, eh? They got to get dressed up.
We have Florida Gulf Coast. So, KB, y'all lock it down.
Oh, gosh.
KB still around,
Yeah, lock it down.
Well,
So, wait.
She need to get one.
Wait a minute. Has Asia wore the UConn stuff yet?
Yeah, she wore it during the preseason game. Okay. You missed it?
Okay. Yes.
She had those overalls.
I must have put it out my head. It's hard.
Yeah, I think you deleted it because it was very clear. It was very, and I think they played some. It must have been against Dallas and maybe Notre Dame. Is that where they played? Yeah, because Dejanay happened to just be coming down the tunnel too, or whatever. And she was like, "Oh, you look cute in it," and like the look Asia gave Dejanay was hilarious. So yeah.
Yes, I had to put that out of my mental Rolodex. Asia in red, white, and blue. Nah, not, and it wasn't USA. Nah, I don't remember. I'm gonna have to go see this. Oh my gosh! Hey, listen, yeah, we out here quoting Kara. Ain't that crazy? We got 141 still in this chat, man. Been rocking with us for 5.5 hours.
They
5.5 hours.
Left and came back. Shit.
Left and came back. Nate said he took a nap. Came back. I mean, this conversation has been hot, but I mean, this is. I mean, as authentic as we can be about what takes place in the villa. And it's not just always just the ladies talking. The guys are in there too. Just a great conversation with you ladies. I love these brunch vibe conversations. You guys have anything before we get ready to get out of here?
No.
I don't think so. No, we've covered a lot of ground today. We talked about the whole Team USA dynamics, what's going on there. We talked damn near every single ACC versus SEC game. Yeah, we covered a lot of stuff.
We have talked about a lot of stuff, and it'll be a lot more hoops to talk about next week. Oklahoma is putting a whooping on Mississippi Valley.
Oh, that's happening right now? Oh, shoot.
111, Oklahoma State. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
111-14. San Francisco's up on Arizona State. TCU took care of UTEP. Iowa and Rutgers later today. If you're interested in that, I am rewatching hoops today. I'm rewatching hoops today. Nebraska beat Penn State. That's interesting. I can't wait to talk Penn State with y'all next week. So.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to.
This one has some bulletin board material on it, so I can't wait to hear.
Oh
what everybody
yes.
thinks.
Oh
I
yes.
can't. We got a little smoke. We got a little smoke coming to the city. Next Sunday. The product is in town. So
you know what? Look. Well, no, I'll wait.
And this is gonna be a good test. I want to see a Colt battle with Merkel. So I can't wait to hear what you all think about that. So I thought I'll throw that out there.
State game. Anybody got it? Please drop it in the mention.
What's that?
I need to see that.
What's that?
That Penn State game.
Oh,
Nebraska and Penn State. Yeah, I need.
Yeah, let's pull it up.
Okay,
I'm down for a rewatch.
All right, sounds good.
So, yeah, we're leaving here, headed to the villa. We appreciate y'all pulling up and rocking with us. 133 in the chat. Hit the like and the share. They both right there. If you enjoyed this conversation and don't want to miss the next one, make sure you hit the subscribe, mash that notification button. Don't miss the next drop. Until next time, we're finna get out of here. I'm signing off for High Life, Brittany, the Commish. Y'all stay tuned. Talk soon. Cess Talk Sports, and we